Welcome back to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. This is the second major of the 2022 season. It is the FTX Crypto Cup here in Miami. But who's going to keep their cool in the Miami heat? We're not only going to play in front of each other, this is going to be in an esports studio. We have the lights, we have the fog, we have the music going on. The last 2 days, we're even going to have the spectators. Welcome to the FTX Crypto Cup here from Miami Beach.
8 players gathered.
He's quite a cool customer still, isn't he? I mean, like, he's not looking that cool, actually, is he?
We thought the night was going to go backwards. It's been offered up again.
What?
Here comes the breakout. Magnus has released the light square bishop.
Wow, look at the evaluation bar, just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn. Black, I think, has got a winning attack.
And there's a big threat on the board. It's going to be checkmate.
Magnus shaking his head.
As,
Oh, look at the bar.
3 seconds.
1 second.
Has to make a move.
Whoa, okay, crazy tactics. This is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen.
The winner is Jan-Krzysztof. Thank you to everyone who has been following us over the last 7 days. We are so ready for the second major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022, and it will all be going down in the beautiful city of Miami. 8 players, some of them, the top players this season, have traveled to the US, and with palm trees and the burning sun outside, they will be gathered inside an esports arena in Miami. But we are still here in Oslo, and to guide you through all of the action in the FTX Crypto Cup, as always, International Master Jovanka, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and Grandmaster and Olympic gold medalist David Howell. Wow!
Yeah, don't know what to say, Kaja. It's good to be back here, but it's been a roller coaster few weeks. And yeah, I've been lucky enough to have been doing okay lately.
Well, more than okay. And I bet most of our viewers already know, but David Howell in the Chess Olympiad a few weeks ago, actually only a week ago, won the gold medal on board 3, performed the best out of all those players. An incredible performance. And as a fellow Englishman, Simon, how did you feel about seeing David take that gold?
Well, not just a fellow Englishman, but, you know, a good friend of David's. And I've seen David since he was a little kid playing, been at many tournaments with him, and it's a really, really proud moment. I mean, David should be, as I'm sure he is, I mean, really happy with that. I mean, it's an amazing, getting gold in the Olympiad with the performance he did is just something special.
Yeah.
So it's a really nice moment, and well done to the man. Well done, David.
Making me emotional, Simon. Thank you.
I felt like that as well. Yeah. Jovanka, you were there with David.
Yeah, you know, it's a dream come true, right? You know, we all dream about being on the podium, getting that gold medal, and David did that. And not only did he do that, he also got the highest performance of anyone during that tournament. So, wow, incredible performance.
And incredible by you too, Jovanka, playing for the English team. A great performance. You all did so well. I'm so proud of you.
Oh,
great job. But now we're here ready to commentate on the next tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. This is, as mentioned, the second major this season. A total of 9 tournaments to decide the best online chess player in the world. And we have reached the FTX Crypto Cup. 8 players will be fighting it out for the victory in this major. And the schedule for this major, it's going to be 7 days of chess. The format is quite different from the regular tournament. So they play 7 rounds every day. They will face a new player in matches consisting of 4 rapid games. The winner of the match will gain 3 points if they are tied after 4 games. Then we head straight into tie breaks with the Blitz and potentially Armageddon chess. And the winner in tie breaks will get 2 points. The loser 1 point. So it's a different format than the regular. What do you expect now from the players coming into this tournament, David?
I mean, the first thing is that the days are going to be packed full of chess. A lot of the players have actually been busy. For example, with the Olympiad that we mentioned, a lot of the players have just flown in over the last couple of days to Miami. So the first couple of days, I'm expecting some nerves. Maybe some players who are more fresh than others, but in general, it's just going to be a feast of chess. So, I mean, these top players, these 8, they're there for a reason, and they're only going to entertain us.
Yeah. And they are all gathered in Miami, a beautiful city, a very warm city. They arrived a few days ago. So let's see what the players have been up to in Miami.
Cheers! Cheers to chess!
It looks magnificent right now.
But usually when I'm at the beach, I don't take my chessboard with me. So yeah, this is a different experience.
You were a little bit off, but it's okay. They're just lucky that I play chess, because anything else, I would have been just as good. Watch my opponent's ego crumble.
Sorry, which ego?
Clearly, I'm the only one with a big ego.
Miami is the best.
Wow, looks like they've been having a good time in the heat.
I am slightly jealous, I've got to admit, Kaja, especially with the golf, especially on the beach.
Yeah, it looks amazing. But it's all about to get very serious, you guys, because in a few minutes, the first round in the FTX Crypto Cup will start. And finally, let's take a look at the lineup, at the matchups for the first day. And this is an exciting one. On the first day, 16-year-old Pragnananda against Firouzja. Anish Giri takes on, he's still the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Hans Niemann, the American, on his home soil against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He won the first major this season, Duda. And Levon Aronian, the winner of the previous tournament, he is up against Lee Emle. So we have 4 interesting matches on this day one. Who are you looking the most forward to, David?
I'm looking forward to the youngsters, I've got to say, Kaja. Pragnananda, he had such a good Olympiad. India's second team nearly won gold medals there. He won a couple of medals himself. And of course, Firouzja making his comeback. He hasn't played so much apart from the candidates this year. It's going to be fascinating to see him play.
And of course, we're always intrigued to see Magnus Carlsen play against a big rival, Anish Giri. What do you expect from this one?
I know that Anish is going to be fired up. He loves playing Magnus. Magnus, however, this is one of his first tournaments other than the Olympiad again, since he had made that big announcement that he's stepping away from the World Championship. He mentioned in that statement that this was the tournament he was looking forward to most this year. So I'm expecting big things from Magnus.
Yeah, he also said that playing online chess, playing in the tour, is one of the big goals going forward in his career. He wasn't able to win the first major. So how eager do you think he will be to win this one?
He'll be keen, especially Norway at the Olympiad. They maybe didn't perform at their best, and normally when Magnus is frustrated, when he's disappointed, that's when he kind of brings the frustration out. He brings the anger, he brings the energy to the board, and yeah, I'm definitely expecting Magnus to be up among the top few places this event.
Absolutely. And then you mentioned the 2 youngsters. We're starting out with Pragnananda. He's been so good on the tour this season. Alireza Firouzja, we're so excited to finally see him. This will be his debut this season on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. First of all, who will be the favorite?
This is tough. On paper, it's got to be Firouzja. He's slightly more experienced than his younger rival. He's also one of the highest rated players in the world, but I'm going to say Pragnananda just in this one. He's fresher, he's match fit. He's been playing so well lately, especially on the tour. And if we talk about experience on the tour, Pragnananda is the man in form.
And if we look back a few months to the Oslo Esports Cup, Pragnananda, all the way up until the last few days, he was in the lead. He was about to win that tournament. So he knows a thing or two about the format and also playing in an esports arena.
Yeah, exactly. He's been there. He's nearly done it. He was just one match away from winning ahead of Magnus Carlsen. If we talk about Firouzja, he hasn't been in that situation. It's his first time in an esports arena. Maybe a bit rusty. We'll see. He's a bit of an unknown quantity in this tournament, Firouzja.
And also Pragnananda. I mean, the way he's progressed over the last year has been amazing. Even since Oslo Esports Cup, has things happened? Is he getting better and better basically every day?
Yeah, he's getting taller, he's getting older, more experienced, more mature, and he's now a national celebrity in India. When I was there a couple of weeks ago, people would, I mean, he's almost at hero level right now, and it's for a reason. Yeah, future world champion material, potentially.
Very cool. But he only took the bronze medal in the Olympiad when David took the gold on board 3.
The first and last time I'll come ahead of Pragnananda, I can tell you that, Kaja.
Huge performance, David. But we did see the arena in Miami getting ready. It's only 5 minutes until the start of the FTX Crypto Cup. Players have also started to arrive. So let's hear from one of them, Levon Aronian.
Levon Aronian, you are now playing in your first esport chess tournament. Have you prepared?
Absolutely.
And you're playing against someone who seems to be very good in the rapid format. Liam Le, he seems to be performing better in this rapid. How do you feel about your game? Is that suited for the rapid play as well?
I guess it is, but he's a tough opponent. Did upset me a couple of times, so I have to watch out for his tricks.
But have you been preparing with light screens and fog going into this match?
No, not really, but we'll see how it goes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You're playing the reigning champion today. How do you prepare for that match?
Reigning champion. Reigning champion. I had 2 nice smoothies.
And those smoothies, they're gonna give you superpowers?
Couldn't expect anything else.
Or do you already have those superpowers?
Smoothies are, let's say, the catalyst.
And I look forward to seeing how those smoothies are going to play out on the table. Or on the computer, actually.
Thank you.
Hans Niemann, one of 8 players in Miami. It's going to be 12 o'clock for the players when the round starts in less than 3 minutes. We are sitting in Oslo, 6 o'clock for us, but we look forward to commentate on the action in Miami. And for Hans Niemann, Jovanka, it must be a huge opportunity to play this tournament at home in the US.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's never played this type of format before, and now he gets to just butt heads against the world champion and also the youngsters. So, I mean, definitely we have seen that he's not short of confidence, and this is going to help him. But I wonder how he's going to fare under those bright lights.
And of course, the lowest ranked player in the tournament, Hans Niemann. Who do you hold as a favorite to win the whole thing, Simon? And who do you maybe hold as an outsider?
It has to be Magnus. He has to be the favourite. He's mentioned that, you know, he really wants to win this one. He treats the tour very seriously. As an outsider, one of the young guys, you've got Prag and Firouzja, who are both fantastic players, and I'm really excited to see that match. I'm gonna have a little gamble on Prag, just for the hell of it. So Prag, I'll go Prag as an outsider.
And we will follow the first game with young Prag against Firouzja. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he won the major in Oslo, the Oslo Esports Cup. Can he win it again? Players still arriving. 2 minutes until the start of the first game. Liam Le stopping for an interview with Sverre in Miami. Is it only Jan-Krzysztof Duda ready, or do we see some other players in there?
We see Giri standing up. Giri is always one of the first to arrive, but I know we won't see Magnus until last minute. He likes to make an entrance.
Yeah, I remember there on Oslo, I think the first game, he arrived without shoes a couple minutes after the round started. We're used to that with Magnus. And we do see Alireza Firouzja sitting down for the first time. He will play in an online esports arena. Pragnananda is also sitting there. And Prag, he's going to have the white pieces in this first game. And I'm a little bit curious about the opening stats for Prag. What opening can we expect? We do have some stats on what opening young Pragnananda usually plays with the white pieces. Here we go. Yeah, most common white opening. Queen's Gambit declined 8 games on the tour this season, but most successful with the Slav. So what do you expect from the opening, David?
Yeah, that tends to point towards Pragnananda opening with his queen's pawn. He'll play 1d4 most likely with white throughout the Olympiad and throughout previous events on the tour. He has been tending to do that, and there we see. I don't think anyone's going to try and play the Slav against him. It's just, that's a hopeless cause, essentially. And yeah, I did notice as well, just before that, Levon Aronian, who was sitting there, he was just looking, scrolling on Chess24, looking at his opponent's games maybe, just getting ready. Just a last bit of preparation for all of these guys.
Well, that's interesting. And there we see Magnus arriving a handshake with Anish Giri. And here are the players in the first game we will follow. Prag and Alireza Firouzja and Jovanka. So we're used to seeing Prag now on the tour, but what kind of match can we expect now against Firouzja? Those two styles, what's up against each other here?
Yeah, I mean, they're both dynamic players. They're both very good at calculating their way out of complications. So I'm going to expect more of the same. You know, when two players like that, they don't tend to create neutral positions. Instead, we're going to see fire on the board and a lot of excitement. I mean, they're young, they're ambitious. And of course, you know, they are in kind of competition with each other for the highest ranking of who's under 20. Wow. You know, it's normally Firouzja and then the rest of it is unclear. But, you know, Pragnananda will have his eyes on the top. And of course, he gets like moral victories, you know, if he wins. I've been trying to read what's on Firouzja's shirt. I wondered whether it was an inspirational message, but I don't think it is.
He has a big smile on his face, Firouzja, ready for the major. We did see Magnus Carlsen arrive. Before they start, let's also hear from the world champion before it all starts.
You're starting out against Anish today, Magnus. Is that a match that you think is going to be important for the total standings later on as well?
Yeah, I think he's one of the strongest players and the toughest to play against, so it's huge.
Is it good to have the players facing them instead of just playing over the computer?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It really looks like Magnus is looking forward to this, enjoying being on site in Miami. I know you're a friend of his, David. Has he been talking about looking forward to this?
Yeah, definitely. I spoke to him actually on the last day of the Olympiad after it was all done and dusted. He won a bronze medal on board one, so decent event for Magnus. But yeah, he definitely he wanted to get back to the chessboard. He wanted to start competing, and he mentioned, he couldn't wait to be out there in Miami. I've been getting a few snaps from him as well, just on the beach and things like that. So I think he's in a nice, relaxed mood, and normally that's a good sign for his chess.
Yeah. And we are waiting now for the first game to start. Remember the format here. They play matches with 4 rapid games. Best out of those 4 rapid games. If they are tied, then they head straight to tiebreaks today with Blitz and potentially Armageddon. The winner of the match in the rapid portion gets 3 points. If they do go to tiebreaks, the winner gets 2 points and the loser gets 1 point. And eventually, we're going to announce a winner of the FTX Crypto Cup in 7 days. The winner will take home a big bunch of money, a total prize fund of $210,000 plus. And I remember this from last season as well, $100,000 worth of Bitcoins. Starting today, we're going to see what the Bitcoin will be worth in 7 days. That was exciting last season.
It was exciting, yeah, because we weren't really sure whether it was going to increase or decrease, and in the end, it ended up decreasing a little bit.
Quite a bit, didn't it?
It's quite a lot of Bitcoin that you get now, isn't it? 400,000. I mean, it was only about 1 Bitcoin. Well, okay, they're predicting it to be that. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah.
We're going to pay attention to the Bitcoin as well. Now, this all should have started 3 minutes ago, but we still see Anish Giri pacing. So something is holding up in Miami. This must be a little bit nerve-wracking for the players. What is that like, David? When you sit at the board, you're ready to play, and then some sort of issues.
It can be a bit frustrating. It can disturb your concentration sometimes, but I think these players specifically, they're used to it. I don't know many tournaments that start the first round on time. Usually there's a delay for some reason or the other, or someone's making a speech, or normally maybe something with the transmission, with the cameras. There could be plenty of reasons. So I think the players, they're looking very jolly. They're looking very laid back, actually. And I don't think they'll be too disturbed by this delay.
And I guess that's the advantage of online chess. You could actually maybe use your computer and go over your preparation.
I'm not really sure that they're allowed to do
No, that's
that,
true.
you know, and also, of course, you want to do that in the privacy of your own home or your own room. You don't really want to be there checking
Then
up
your
your
opponent
secret
is
files.
walking behind you. That's a good point. So maybe that's not what they're doing. They seem to be enjoying themselves instead. Ali Reza.
Sorry, we did see Duda a few moments ago checking his, or just creating his Spotify playlist. So there are different forms of preparation, clearly.
Because they can listen to music in these majors online arenas. They can choose whatever music to listen to. We know Magnus Carlsen loves doing that. We've seen Anish Giri as well enjoy his music. And is this the hand of Ali Reza Firouzja making his debut this season? The super talented junior. And he is fantastic in online chess, right? Is he one of the top players on Lee Chess as well?
Yeah, on all the websites, Firouzja is one of the highest rated players. He's especially good at bullet chess, 1 minute chess. I think he's probably top 5 quickest players in the world there. Blitz chess, he's phenomenally strong. Rapid, he's had mixed results. On the tour last season, this is his first event this year, but in the tour last season, he wasn't always shining as brightly as we know he can. So Firouzja, he will definitely have a point to prove, especially with that kind of disappearance before the candidates this year. He barely played for 6 months. Clearly, he'd been training. Will we see the kind of the rewards of those hard training sessions now? This could be his big breakthrough this year, at least.
Of course, the candidates tournament that was played in June. How did Ali Reza Firouzja do there?
She did okay, but he was never really in contention for the top places, and already at an early stage it felt like he was playing too much for the win in every single game. The winner eventually, Nepomniachtchi, he was pragmatic, taking draws when he needed to and pushing in certain games. Firouzja, it was just constant, just fire on the board, and that's entertaining to watch, of course, but maybe not best for the results. So he came in the middle of the pack in the end. And there we see Prag.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see his energy levels, because 5 of these players have come straight from the Olympiad.
True.
3 of them were just relaxing, just getting ready for this tournament. Prag, I think, played the most out of everyone present at this tournament at the Olympiad just last week. So he's played a lot of chess lately. It's going to be about recovery. He's young, he's got the energy levels to do that, but it might, we'll learn a lot from his start in this event.
And it did look like a fantastic event in Chennai. So much enthusiasm for chess. What was it like to be there, Jovanka?
It was absolutely fabulous.
Yeah.
You know, there was so much energy, so much color, so much, you know, everything was just much, you know. And even the fans, you know, I was shocked by how popular the show is. Big shout out to everyone watching the show from India. You know, your support is much appreciated. And it was just incredible, you know, wonderful, wonderful place. And, you know, Prag, he's like a superstar there. Absolutely, undoubtedly. Everybody had heard of him. And, well, it might be sunny in Miami, but it's certainly not sunny here.
Sounds like there's a tidal wave about to take us down.
This is crazy. I don't know if you can actually hear this, the viewers out there, but there's apparently a crazy rainstorm going on right now outside the studio.
Yeah.
Never heard that before.
It was lovely and sunny there as well. This is, I guess, it's a typical Norwegian weather where it's we're having a walks, you know, like beautiful sun, and now it literally sounds like the walls might come in at some moment. So
we need to change the background in a minute. I mean, wow, crazy! It's so loud upstairs.
It is.
But while we're on that topic, I also want to say a shout out to all the fans we met out in India, because I met, I think, hundreds of people who said they were watching our show, watching the broadcast, watching the tour, and they were really supporting it. They said they couldn't wait for this event.
So cool to hear.
Everyone in India, hello.
Yeah, fantastic chess event. So cool to see the chess enthusiasm in Chennai. And we didn't mention Pragnananda. He played a great tournament. Was it for India 2 he played?
Yeah.
And they had a great tournament as well.
Yeah, they almost won gold, you know, just like the India female team. You know, they were just leading the event, and then at the end, they were just pipped to the post and had to settle for bronze. But the fact that everyone was disappointed with bronze just kind of goes to show what they're going to do in the future. And there we see Prag in action. And what was incredible is he played a lot of the games, and he just kept on going. Because I can tell you, not all of the players playing in this competition played that many games in the Olympiad. And some played surprisingly few.
Yeah.
So,
Jan-Krzysztof Duda only played 5 games in the Olympiad out of a possible 11. I think maybe some health issues there. Aronian only played 7 out of the 11 games. He sat out the last 2 games, Aronian. He was slightly unwell. And Magnus ended up playing 9, which is quite a lot. But yeah, Prag, he was playing as many games as possible and
He finally makes his first move, 10 minutes delayed, but here we go. The FTX Crypto Cup has started, and we have the first move from Pragnananda.
We have the first move, and not the move we predicted. According to the stats, we thought he'd open with his queen's pawn, play 1 d4. Instead, it's a king's pawn opening and the Spanish, one of the oldest openings in chess. Ooh, the Berlin defense, though. Simon, are you happy to see that? The most solid opening for black out there.
No.
It goes against my prediction as well. You know, I thought that there would be fire on the board, and well, we have something very solid.
Yeah, so it's a variation of the Berlin defense, and this is known as a very safe variation for both colors. Look at the pawn structure. It's completely symmetrical right now. It's level material as well. White temporarily sacrificed a pawn, but won it back. And now with this developing move, White wants to gain something using his first move advantage. He wants to jump into the center with this knight and potentially win the bishop pair. So it's just playing for tiny, tiny incremental advantages in this type of position. This is a very typical knight retreat. Black's knight was actually in the way of some of his pawns, so the black knight jumps back. Maybe will reroute itself later, and there we go. The white knight attacks the black bishop. The bishop moves, attacking the white rook, and we'll see a bit of a dance between this white knight and black's dark squared bishop. But this is all well-known stuff.
Yeah, I can actually remember the last tour we were commentating on. I was sitting here and I think we saw exactly the same thing occur, and I also nearly fell asleep in that game as well. No, joking, joking. It's really exciting stuff. Fascinating, all the pieces on the board. It's just, I always joke about the Berlin because it's got this reputation of being quite dull, which I think's actually quite unfair, and we joke about it. Kasparov said even the queenless middle game is one of the most exciting middle games you can get. But we look here, and it's just the symmetrical nature of the pawns. And it does often lead to draws, doesn't it? To be fair, it's a safe way to play, yeah, from both players, I think.
And you got a good memory there, Simon, because the game you're referring to is actually Anish Giri against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and that ended in surprise, surprise. Can you predict the result?
Let's go for a draw.
Oh yes!
Wow, God, or I'm good. So, yeah.
And the reason it has such a drawish reputation, this type of opening, is that the pawn structure is almost completely symmetrical. You won't see any pawn trades, any open lines, any attack on either side's kings. Both kings super safe. If anything, we'll just see a bunch of trades. The vacuum cleaner will come out, hoover off all the pieces. And interesting strategy from Prag, especially. I can understand why Farouj is doing this. He's just kind of feeling his way in. With black, you just want to be solid. You don't want to lose the first game. But for Prag, in such good form, why not play something a bit more aggressive? And now the bishops have come off. That's 1 check with the white knight, but it's just 1 check, nothing more. And 0 problems at all for black.
I'm also very surprised he didn't start with d4. I think, as Jovanka said, you know, that's his normal move. You've always, the problem when you play e4 nowadays, you've always got to expect a Berlin at top level, because it's well known that it's probably like equal. No one has really proven any way to get an edge, or even like an interesting-ish position, really. I mean, OK, you've got the bishop advantage here. Is that really enough to win? I mean, it shouldn't be, should it? I would say.
Yeah. He's playing very quickly, so this does suggest some kind of preparation, that he's found a way to maybe apply some tiny pressure on the black position. But he has to do it now, because if he doesn't, then like Simon says, then black is simply going to develop the knight, connect the rooks, start challenging for the open line. And what do you think about this pawn move that's appeared on the board?
It makes some sense, I guess, because you have the bishop versus knight here. That's the only imbalance. White's bishop looks pretty sad right now, let's be honest. You have to open up lines. You have to hope that there'll be some pawn trades. You'll get some open files for your rooks, open diagonals for the white bishop. But then again, the white pawns in the center, they are not light squares. So if things do get blocked up, or even if we do see one set of pawn exchanges, White's bishop still struggles to get in the game. You're right, Jovanka, there must be some idea behind it. It must be very deeply studied with the computer. Maybe Prag and his coach, they've decided, let's not take too much risk in the first game with White. Farouj, after all, does like dynamic attacking chess. Why not just bore him to death, as Simon says? That's a strategy I try and use all the time. But,
I tell you what, I hate it when players do that against me. I mean, I would never dare say that you've ever done that against me, David, but But you have, yeah, and it always works. So, but it's a good strategy against Firouzja, right? A very good strategy.
Potentially. So maybe he's playing the man, not necessarily just the board. He's trying to get inside his opponent's head, try and figure out his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. And OK, Black's knight comes to a very safe square. Black's pieces look great, to be honest. But at least White's queen can maybe head out towards the left side of the board, start attacking some pawns over there, which don't have too many defenders. Very early days, but yeah, what can we say? It's slow and steady.
Slow and steady start to the FTX Crypto Cup. And we have to mention something. So there is an FTX Crypto Cup Fantasy Challenge. And if you want to join that Fantasy Challenge, you have to do it today. So what you do is you claim your free FTX crypto key, and on Discord you can join the challenge, the FTX Crypto Cup Fantasy Challenge. You basically choose who you think will win the FTX Crypto Cup, and the prize fund is $15,000. So let's say Magnus Carlsen wins, then everyone who picked Magnus Carlsen as the winner will share $15,000. So, you know, this is a strategy question. Should you, for example, answer Hans Niemann? And if he ends up winning, well, maybe a big bunch of that money will go to you. What will you guys do in this situation?
I wouldn't bet on Hans. Just being honest. I mean, he's a great player, but he is still, you know, he's not quite up there with the level of the other players. 15,000 though, that's some serious cash. Anyone can win that money, right? So
well, but it splits between everyone who picks the correct winner.
Pick Hans.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I'm being rude about Hans.
You're the only person picking Hans. And you take it all for yourself.
Exactly.
One of the young players would be a good bet then. So maybe Hans is a good bet because, like, if you share it with everyone who's voted, that's right. That's the way it works. So not as many people will vote for Hans as Magnus.
Exactly.
And you could probably win at least 7,500 if Hans wins. So that's pretty good going. Him and his mum probably. So I'm just joking around. So but no, I mean I love you, Hans. But yeah, great competition to get into.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely.
So Jovanka, who have you picked?
I picked Duda.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I think he's a bit of a dark horse. I know he won the Oslo Esports Cup, but after that, he hasn't done so well. He didn't do well on candidates. He did really badly in the Olympiad, and he didn't only played 5 games. But I think, you know, the luck has to turn.
Yeah.
And I think he will quietly appear from nowhere, just like he did last time.
Yeah. And how about you, David? Strategically, who is the best bet here?
Ooh, I'm going for Levon Aronian. I actually, on one of the final nights of the Olympiad, I was hanging out with Aronian and the American team. We were playing cards, and he seemed in good form. He was really looking forward to this event. We saw last month, he was on fire. He won, and it's just the speed, the confidence. I think he might sneak it, Levon.
All right. Well, if you want to join in the FTX Fantasy, the FTX Crypto Cup Fantasy Challenge, then you need to claim your free FTX crypto key. And if you just use your phone and scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen, well, then you can go claim your free key. And if you do claim your key, then a bunch of content, a bunch of cool prizes to be given out, a lot of money to be given out during the FTX Crypto Cup. So go ahead and claim your key. Now, in this game, a long pause now for Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, longer than any of the things we've seen so far. He's spent about 2 minutes now, and it is a big decision, maybe the first big decision of the game for him. And White is attacking a pawn. Maybe we can jump in and show the dilemma now for Firouzja. White's queen is attacking this pawn on b7. It's undefended. How do you defend it? If you push it 1 square forward, suddenly the integrity of Black's pawn structure is lessened. Suddenly these pawns are potentially a bit weak. They no longer fully connect. And, OK, he doesn't defend them at all. I was going to say maybe you could put your rook to a passive square, defend it from this side or this side, just to keep this pawn under guard. But Firouzja says, no, I'm going to counterattack. And the other factor here is that Black's knight and queen are actually on the wrong side of the board. They want to be over-defending their pawns, but by sneaking his queen forward, now Firouzja has set the trap that if the white queen gets greedy, takes this pawn, the black knight jumps in, and I think this is just going to end up in checkmate. The queen is going to take either this pawn, defended by the knight, or this pawn, defended by the knight, and the white king no longer has sufficient defenders. And the other idea behind Firouzja's move, of course, is that assuming Prag sees this threat and pushes a pawn, kicks back the queen. Now he can put his queen on the right side of the board. He can defend all of his pawns on this flank and also control the 7th rank. White's rook wanted to jump in, but Black's queen covers everything now. So a bit of a sneaky trap there set by Firouzja, but with a nice idea behind it. He just wants to drop his queen back and hold everything together.
Yeah, very nice, isn't it? Using tactics and attacking possibility just to kind of secure his position. I like what he's done.
Definitely, yeah. The queen was on the wrong side of the board, and getting it back seems correct. And well, were you both? Obviously, you've been playing the Olympiad. You're over there. Were you impressed by the Indian players? I mean, I know the answer to that because it goes without saying. But their preparation, their new ideas. This must be a new idea. Their teamwork, their fans. I mean, you know, it's incredible. It must have been an incredible experience. But there's so many good young players. There's not one or two. There's an army of them. It's incredible. But it must have been really, really, like, you know, just eye-opening. I mean, a great experience, at least, to be there. So.
Oh, absolutely. And like you say, you know, a lot of them come from the same area as well, from Chennai, thanks to Ramesh's hard work as a coach. And there we see the pawn attack the queen. I mean, it was really impressive. I mean, also the way that they approached the games with such energy. It was unbelievable. I've never seen so many talented youngsters on one team.
Yeah. I mean, and just the ideas they have in the opening, like, I know it's the Berlin, I know it hasn't got a good reputation, but this is an interesting idea, right? And just finding these ideas. I mean, David, if you had a Ramesh behind you, you'd probably be like 29.50 by now. So we need to get David a Ramesh. Yeah. So can we get David a Ramesh? That's the next plan after your brilliant gold medal.
Super coach, yeah. And I mean, the one thing that struck me about these Indian talents like Pragnananda is they all work together. That's the one big difference that India have kind of. I mean, they've just been working together since a young age. This whole generation, they're all between the ages of 16 and 18 now, and they've been working together for 5 years at least, all with the same coach. They don't mind sharing opening ideas. They don't mind analysing together, sharing their own strengths and weaknesses, but they push each other to greater heights. And compared to England, where we're from, maybe where we're all lone wolves, we all study separately, we all treat each other as rivals. The Indians, they don't have that kind of mindset. They just treat each other as inspiration. And I know that's the case with Prag. I would often walk around the hotel. I'd walk back at 2 a.m. and he's just playing table tennis with his teammates, and just the spirit there, that kind of propelled them. That's why they nearly won the Olympiad. And the winning team, of course, in the open section, Uzbekistan, they have that same mentality. The 4 of their players are between the ages of 16 and 20. They grew up together, they work together, they study together, and it works.
I thought it was incredible how they also got, you know, gifted so much money by winning. Each of the individual players, I don't know how much it was, but they got something like $60,000 and a car. So throw that in there as well, which is maybe. Well, I know the guy
didn't Abdusatoro when he won the was it Blitz World Championship? He got a house.
Yeah, he got a house.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that in England.
It's moved to Uzbekistan.
So, I mean, $60,000 is a lot, but that's actually, I think, over 30 times the national salary in a year. So these guys, they're rock stars now. They're celebrities. They're set for life. They can just focus on chess. They're just going to. The pressure's off them. They've achieved a lot already, and they're going to go on and achieve more. I think India, Uzbekistan, and maybe the US, those 3 are the dominant forces in terms of the young players coming through.
Yeah, and definitely, you know, David spoke about spirit, and I also want to say, you know, it is Miami time, and we're definitely enjoying, despite the weather in Oslo, enjoying a great chess spirit and party spirit. And of course, we love it at home. When you're at home, share with us all this excitement, and we want to see your selfies, how you're watching the tour. As always, you can tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps. And just to kick us all off, Abhishek says that it's a special day in India. They're celebrating 75 days of 75 years, not 75 days, of independence. And so he's flag hoisting, kite flying, and now the FTX Crypto Cup on TV. This is how India's 75th Independence Day is going to end for me. Good luck, Prag.
Fantastic. Congratulations to everyone in India on the Independence Day.
Definitely, and the Queen has retreated over to defend the pawn. And Nima Masadigadi is watching the Crypto Cup from Iran and cheering for Alireza Firouzja.
Yes.
And there, Pragnanda playing very quickly again. And again, with the nice kind of ideas. You know, he moves his queen, attacks a pawn, and potentially supports a rook coming to the 7th row. Rooks love being on the 7th line. And look at that. Suddenly, it's a little bit uncomfortable for Alireza.
Yeah, you're right, Jovanka. Dual threat here. Attacking this pawn, of course, which needs to move or be defended. And, OK, it doesn't need to move or be defended. Firouzja, this is why he's so good. He's full of tricks. He pushes his pawn forward here, blocking the white queen's diagonal. So this e7 square is no longer protected. White's rook can no longer use this square because black's queen could just capture any piece that lands there. And also, the secondary idea is that if white's queen gets greedy and grabs a pawn, suddenly her escape route along this diagonal has been blocked. So black's rook can just move across and trap her. She's lost here. She has to give herself up for just a rook. So white's queen should not get greedy here. In the current position, however, maybe one diagonal has been loosened up. White's bishop at some point will just sit in front of his king, fianchetto, and along this diagonal, a couple of targets, a lot of control. So computer, the evaluation bar really likes white's chances right now. I'm not as convinced as the computer, but it looks like Prag has found a way to at least create something against the Berlin.
I don't know if there's some tactical reason. Normally when a computer jumps like that, there's something wrong. But pointing out that bishop, the light square bishop, it does have great range coming there, just positionally. That looks like a good thing. But is there something more dynamic there?
Yeah, quite possibly.
Yeah.
I'm looking maybe. Yeah. Could you make an argument for capturing a pawn in the centre and now putting the bishop on this square, or maybe just moving your rook across?
Actually, incidentally, you know, Simon, you mentioned that there's tactics. If there isn't tactics, it's actually this reason.
Right,
the computer just says
this
positional.
Yeah.
This is going to be much,
maybe
much
white's
better
winning
for
a
white,
pawn,
because you can win. You start attacking the pawn on the a7 square, and of course the bishop is going to go to a beautiful diagonal.
It's quite a sort of. Not the first move you look at, pawn takes pawn, because you kind of ruin your pawn structure as white, but you've got a bishop, you want to open up lines, so it does make sense. So Prag's opening idea could really be working out here.
And maybe now is the only moment Prag can really profit from Firouzja's play, because the move that I wanted to play initially, the move that I'm attracted to at first, just fianchettoing this bishop, nice square, nice bishop, but after a trade of pawns, black can just push his pawn forward, solidify everything. These pawns defend each other. And maybe there's just no big breakthrough. Maybe white's queen now is a bit misplaced. Any rooks coming to the centre can now just be challenged, and black doesn't have any target, any pawns that white can target here. There are no weaknesses in black's camp. Maybe this is just fine for black. So maybe now is just the one moment that Prag can kind of initiate something, can create that.
He's played it.
Plays it. Of course he does.
I mean, nowadays you don't expect anything less from Prag. I mean, it's like you know he's going to play the best moves. I mean, I have to admit, like, you know, a year or two ago, you wouldn't expect it as much. He's improved so much over that period of time. It's like whenever we're commentating on Magnus's games, it's like, will he find this ridiculously hard move? Of course he'll find it. And now Prag, of course he'll find it. So it's, you know, he's a little Magnus on the upcoming.
I have to say, you know, when I tuned in to the commentary done by Peter Lecker and Peter Svidler on the Olympiad, you know, they always happen to be on Pragnanda's games. And there was that comment, oh, is he going to find it? And then, like, 5 minutes later, he plays the best move. They're like, of course.
Just how he rolls.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we do see Firouzja and his screen in front of him. He was actually hovering over his knight. He was going to take this pawn back immediately, but he stopped. He paused for 30 seconds or so just to check what Prag has in mind here. I guess we're all expecting Prag's rook in the corner just to shuffle across. That's the only piece not really doing too much. You could make an argument for white's bishop kind of moving to attack this black knight in the centre, but why not bring that rook into play? Line up your rooks with your opponent's queens. That's always good strategy.
It's very hard to save a pawn, isn't it, after that move, because you're threatening to... Yeah, I mean, you just got loads of threats. It could just be very strong. Has he played it?
Yeah.
Will Prag find the best move? Yes, he finds the best move. Yeah, surprise, surprise. So, yeah.
Well, the bar is now saying 1.2 advantage for young Pragnananda. Are you still saying that this is very drawish, or could you see this explode?
This has opened up slightly. Okay. I wouldn't say explode yet, but there's potential. There's enough pieces on the board. I think that's the key. No matter what type of opening you choose, whether it's a slow, grindy, boring type of opening, or, well, I say boring in honour of you, Simon, but yeah, whether it's that or a really dynamic, aggressive, direct opening. As long as you keep enough pieces on the board, there's always life. There's always chances you'll outmaneuver your opponent later. So, yeah, I don't think this one's boring anymore.
No, I mean, it looks just very tricky for black. And maybe, again, like I think you're like someone's, I don't know who said it, but you're playing the player, not the board as much, because you know that this opening could really throw an attacking player off kilter, and it kind of has, because Firouzja played this move in the centre of the board, c5, and it seems like just a bad move, basically.
Loosened his own position.
Trying to be active, trying to come forwards, but it's created a lot of errors.
Do you think that Firouzja is aware? Because, I mean, luckily, well, actually, to our advantage, we can look at that evaluation bar and we can go, actually, you know, White's has serious advantage. But Black, on the other hand, is doing really badly. But will he know? Because, you know, it's kind of like a visual thing. You know, the pawn structure is intact. He has a good knight in the centre, albeit loose. Will it suddenly dawn on him that, oh, dear, difficult?
Firouzja is a calculator, first and foremost, so he won't be emotional. He won't be thinking, am I worse? Am I struggling? Anything like that, until he's done a decent amount of calculation. Here, he'll be looking, how can I defend all my pawns as black? How can I stabilise? How can I get my queen off the same file as White's rook? He'll be looking at all of that stuff, and then, if he can't find an answer, then he'll realise, I think, that he is actually in a bit of trouble. And I mean, going back to that point about it not being his type of position, Firouzja, from when I've played him, from when I've studied his games, he likes to have 3 or 4 different moves where he can kind of calculate and try and test his opponent in all these different lines. But this is the type of position you probably have to be really accurate as black. You have to find only moves just to survive already, or just to keep all of your pawns intact. And it's just not his type of position, being on the back foot and having a really narrow path to survival.
So what is that only-ish move now, then?
I mean, I'm struggling to find one, to be honest. But
the only move I could see that doesn't lose a pawn immediately is queen b6. Because I want to get the queen off the rook. I've got to guard a pawn that's been attacked by the queen. I mean, this is the only move I can see, but there's also something a little bit funny about that move. I mean...
I think it does. White can still win a pawn by moving his rook up the board, attacking this knight, which is undefended, and behind it, this pawn. I mean, you mentioned it, Simon, earlier. This pawn is the big target, after all. And, I mean, now, for example, even if you try and defend your knight, now White's bishop can, for example, just attack it, kick it out the way, and then this pawn behind it will drop next. I mean, there are even ideas of pushing this pawn forward. And this is quite a common idea here. For example, if pawn takes pawn, we'll see that black's rook is overloaded. After a trade of rooks, this knight will just drop off. And it's the same. You mentioned that this move, maybe for black, is kind of the only way to keep things together for now. But it's the same, for example, if you try and push your pawn to this square, it looks like you're guarding everything. These pawns defend each other. He's played your move, Simon. But again, this pawn push is just going to capitalise on the fact that black's pieces are loose. The queen is under threat. The black pawn is therefore pinned on the c5 square. And if it's pinned, you're just going to capture this pawn, most likely win a pawn. It doesn't help that your knight is loose. And also, it doesn't look like much right now, but black's king is actually terribly placed in the corner. There's going to be all sorts of checkmating ideas against it. And if you have a king like that with no breathing space, not even defending the rook near it, then all the tactics are going to work for white. And there we go. Pragg plays the best move again.
Without any thoughts at all, so. And if the knight moves, is there some big idea there? Let's say the only try I can see. He has played it.
I'm wondering if the white pawn can step forward anyway.
Right.
And the whole idea is that after a capture, we will see a rook trade and then white's rook coming across to attack. Although, I mean, it still goes on. Maybe the black knight can try and counter-attack against the white queen. The black queen, of course, was attacked here. It's a double attack against the queen and knight. One of them looks like it's dropping, but it's hanging by a thread for black. Peter's evaluation is even going up. He looks very, very good for white now.
Pragnananda, he has a lot of experience on the tour, and it's looking like he'll get a good start in the FTX Crypto Cup. The bars in the other games have been roughly to the middle, but I think it's slightly over to Anish Giri's side in Game 1 against Magnus Carlsen. Very interesting. Roughly to the middle between Hans Niemann and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and also slightly over to Liam Le's side in his game against Levon Aronian. It's been a little bit of a slow start, but it's heating up here in the first round. The bar over to Prague side, playing fast again.
Yeah, he's playing fast and he's playing the good moves, and we're following into the line that David mentioned. And yeah, I wouldn't say it is a slow and steady opening, but it was very clever against Alireza. You know, well, how many moves in? 25 moves in, using something very quiet, and then suddenly we see that Alireza is in deep, deep trouble. I mean, he's got the psychology perfectly.
I mean, I don't think he can take that pawn. I mean, you can move the rook over immediately, either you just don't see any better take it. And if you can't take it, you're going to lose it. And it looks like a clear pawn, and you have a bad position, which is, at this level, too much. So, yeah, it's worked out perfectly for Prague. Prague's got everything he could dream of before the game.
You can tell that he studied this in detail. I mean, he's found all the right ideas. He's clearly kind of looked at this type of thing before. And also time advantage for Prague. That's quite a good start. Firouzja's renowned as quite a quick player. If Firouzja gets his type of position, he's just going to be like lightning, just every move coming down on the board immediately. But he's suffering, Firouzja. What a start that would be to his tour debut this season.
Yeah.
Suffering a defeat.
It's yeah, definitely. And one thing I kind of was asked about recently is like, is chess in its kind of death throes, you know, because with the advent of computers, you know, everyone is playing and preparing with these supercomputers, you know, openings are so difficult to break down. And kind of my answer was like, no, because you still have the psychology element. And we saw Magnus do this perfectly against Jan Nepomniachtchi towards the end of the World Championship match. You know, he was choosing openings to play against the man, to play against the person. And here, Prague has done it. You know, this is just excellent opening preparation from the teenager, who's now 17, actually. He celebrated his birthday on the, I want to say, I travelled on the 11th of August.
Yeah.
I think it was the 10th.
10th.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yes, it was the 10th. It was the 10th. I landed on the 11th.
Yeah. It could have been the 10th somewhere when it was the 11th somewhere.
No.
Is that right? Maybe.
Yeah.
If you were flying, then it could be. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
either way, he's 17 now, and Firouzja, I think, turned 19 just before or during the candidates. So these two teenagers still.
I mean, I think Firouzja is having a bit of a slump, actually. I mean, I know you mentioned the candidates he did average, but I think he did actually pretty badly. I mean, I think maybe this pressure has got to him of being tipped as the next big guy. And when the world champion says, I only play the world championships if this one guy is playing, you've got to be like, yeah, that's me. I don't know, you don't have to be, but it's like, it's a lot of pressure is suddenly on you. And it was very interesting to see everyone's kind of preparation for the candidates. Most players played tournaments. Firouzja didn't play anything. He literally stopped playing chess.
He just one tournament in 6 months.
Exactly, and he hasn't played hardly anyway. So I think he's now got to get back into proving that you know, he is the man, basically, again. He's obviously a fantastic player, a brilliant player, and it's maybe good that he's going through a rough period because it'll make him a better player in the long run. But he's up against it here, certainly against young Prague.
Yeah.
Well, two super teens. And look at that tweet. I love it. Not saying David Howell is Superman, but we've never seen the two of them together. And I think, is that like a David Howell costume or something like that in that picture? Very cool tweet from Ryan.
It's like looking in a mirror. That picture.
Oh, cool. And look at that. We do have the first result in the FTX Crypto Cup. A draw in game one between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. Everyone will start their games 2 on top of the hour in 23 minutes. That is so quite a long break now for Anish and Magnus before Magnus has the white pieces in their game 2, leaving the arena together. The two players, but this one definitely still going on, and now the bar is saying more than 2 advantage for young Prague.
Yeah. Prague is doing great, and here he can win a pawn in a couple of different ways. That black pawn that we've been talking about so much on the c5 square, it can be captured by the white rook that's under fire in the centre. It could also be captured by white pawn, and I'm not sure which way I would be inclined to capture. Either way, you're going to be a pawn up. You just have to decide, you know, do you want to connect your pawns? Are you happy with an isolated pawn in the centre of the board? It will be a passed pawn. It's a few different factors here. Maybe Prague's just calculating, seeing if he can maximise his advantage even more right now. What do you guys think?
I think he's going to capture with a rook. And the reason I'm saying that is because if I capture with a pawn, then the black knight is suddenly on a good circuit for preventing the advance of that pawn. But if you capture with the rook, the knight isn't on a great square. It can be destabilized, and so that would be my preference.
Yeah, next move, you just kick it away. You can almost pre-move, and this works because the black knight is actually pinned. The black knight cannot go and capture this pawn because white will just win a rook. And Jovanka, your move's on the board, and I like that one as well. This one's very tempting just because now you have a 3 versus 2 advantage long term, but why kind of worry about long-term factors when you can create immediate threats? And because of this pin, Firouzja shuffles his rook out of the way. And 2 tempting moves immediately come to my mind. One is just the most obvious, kick away the black knight. And the second one would be to just move your rook across 1 square, hit the black queen, the rook's defended by white's bishop, and after the queen moves, now you can enter the 7th rank, still a pawn up. Maybe this one's less tempting because the queen and knight might get active, they might start creeping towards this white king. I don't think they're creating any threats, to be honest, but yeah, maybe you don't want to allow anything, any counterplay, any glimmer of hope at all. So current position is this one. Are we going to have a vote? Pawn forward, maybe?
Pawn forward.
Or rook across?
Yeah, I like pushing pawns.
Yeah.
So, why not? You know, attack a piece, push a pawn, 1 square near a queening. So
Pass pawn?
Yeah, it looks logical, doesn't it, to push that one? So
and I guess if the black knight jumps into the centre, there's a couple of squares, but if it jumps into the centre, it can just get kicked around. OK, we do see this, and OK, the knight here would be unstable. The white queen, for example, could come and attack it soon. Instead, Firouzja moves his knight to this square.
Yep.
And again, plenty of choice. You can move your rook across again. You can just centralise your queen slightly. So many choices. And yeah, just a clear pawn up. The only thing you have to really be careful of here is that the knight doesn't jump in and start checking your king anytime soon. But for now, the white queen covers this square, covers all the squares. White's bishop can often dominate a black knight. For example, if the bishop kind of sits on this square, the black knight will always be controlled. So lots of choice. And for now, a decent amount of time. Firouzja in big trouble. Pragg should convert this.
It's strange because the evaluation bar obviously gives it as, what, 2.7, I think? But a pawn is like 1, right?
Yeah.
So it actually really thinks that white's nearly 3 pawns up, which I'm trying to work out. I think that's quite a high evaluation. It doesn't, I mean, it's obviously a clear pawn and white's doing very well, but to be that much up over a pawn is quite intriguing. There's a number of ways white can play this, as you said, David. I mean, you could play it slowly if you wanted to, and you know, just roll that pawn down a little bit later on. You have to be a bit careful, I suppose, if black can blockade the pawn when you're playing against the passed pawn. If you can get your knight in front of that pawn, that's a brilliant blockader. So if you can just imagine the black knight moving in front of the white pawn, which it can't do at the moment because it can't get on that route, but if it ever can do that, then black could get a blockade and it'd be quite hard to break down. Just worth thinking about these small things when you're trying to sort of looking at your opponent's pawns and how to deal with them. But he can't do that easily at all here. So I'm not sure. Would it play in white's done a very just centralising his queen there?
Very sensible.
Yeah,
controlling a lot of squares, and black defends the knight with his rook. And yeah, it's interesting what you mentioned there, Simon, the evaluation bar, because you're right. If this was a blitz game, which it pretty much is now, both players down to around 3 minutes. If it was a blitz game, I would just think, OK, I'm a pawn down. I've still got practical chances. I've got a knight and a queen. Together, they're really tricky. Great attacking combo. I'll swindle my opponent later. But evaluation bar thinks it's just gone.
It's incredible, isn't it? Actually, I'm just like, why? You know, why computer? You're always confusing me. I mean, I can understand like 1.5 pawns maybe, or 2 even, but like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So. And Ali Reza now playing much quicker, right? I mean, he realises he's losing this, so he's doing a very good practical thing. And this was actually in that book, Chess for Tigers, which we've all got, right?
Great.
We've all got Chess for Tigers. Have you got
that sounds like a good book.
Oh, it's a brilliant book.
My first reaction was, is this another Chess of Fishing?
Right, no,
But Chess for Tigers is an actual book.
Of course it is,
Okay,
Kaja. Of course
okay.
it is. I would never dream of tricking you again, ever in a million years.
Have I gotten back to you yet? I don't think I have.
No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that, please. No.
Well, what is chess for tigers? Is it something Vishy Anand? Isn't he the tiger from Madras?
Yeah, it was a book written by, I think, Simon Webb, and it is one of my favourite books. It's really just a funny read as well, so it's got a bit of humour in there, and it's about like practical ways to play chess. So how you should play if you've got a losing position, how you should play if you've got a winning position. So just like, you know, it gives you very good, not just about moves. It's a really fun read, and one of the things I remember in that book was that when you've got a losing position, as Ali Reza has here, that's kind of the only time you can speed up and try to win on time. Don't do that unless your position's bad, because why would you? But then you can try, you know, you want to try to hustle more when you've got a bad position.
And talking about hustling, this is the type of hustle move that happens, you know. Yeah, you know, ultimately it's probably not a good move, but it does carry some ghosts, and the ghosts could freak out Pragnanda. For starters, that black pawn could push one square further, just start destabilizing the white king. And, well, Pragnanda is like, no, I'm not fazed by that. This is the perfect strategy. And says, come at me. It's just a pawn. It's so tough to play against these players who calculate everything and who are so realistic and don't get flummoxed at all.
Yeah, he's ice cold, Pragnananda. I've learned that from playing against him. It's very hard to kind of get under his skin just to make him sweat. Yeah, he just cold-bloodedly calculates everything. And I think the best reaction, if your opponent does try to just throw pawns at you, throw pieces at you, if you can calculate everything, if you see you've got things under control, just stick to your plans. Just don't kind of start reacting, don't start going onto the back foot just for the sake of it. And yeah, black's pawn move, pushing the h-pawn. It's the typical motif nowadays, but it's not actually doing anything in this specific scenario. So white's rook on the 7th rank, eyeing up a couple of pawns. Firouzja, I mean, he slowed down again. It's as if he's trying to get some kind of energy going, but Prag is just shutting the door every single time. I just love what white's done. All of the rooks and the white queen, they're all protecting each other. White stacked up on the c-file. The white pawn in the center of the board blockades, kind of blocks all of black's army. I also like the fact that he just pushed a pawn near the white king earlier, white's h-pawn. The black knight now cannot creep into white's half of the board. He's trying to play for control, for domination, and it's succeeding so far. Firouzja down to 1 minute, just unable to find any kind of idea right now.
Yeah, this is a problem, and there's really not that much he can do. He doesn't really want to be curling up into a ball because, of course, Pragnanda is material up. And he's gone for the defensive. This is a bad sign. I thought maybe he would just abandon this, throw caution to the wind and give him even more material just to generate some play. But, OK, well, maybe there's still hope for Firouzja.
Yeah, maybe. It's all about that blockade that Simon mentioned earlier. So ideally, a black knight would be blockading white's pass pawn in the centre, but now it's the black queen. Queens are actually not good blockaders in general, but at least white's pawn can't go anywhere yet. So big question is, do you trade queens? Do you get rid of that blockader, the black queen? Or do you just sit on black, just say, OK, you're not doing anything, you're having to play passive moves like bring the black rook to a bad square? Do you just shuffle? OK, he does try and trade the queens by force. If the queens disappear, though, white's pawn structure slightly compromised.
Yeah, I kind of like that move, though, because I suppose, you know, the only way that black could have got counterplay was by using the h-pawn, pushing it one square, creating some opportunities, even though they're very small opportunities. They're still a little bit annoying. Get rid of the queens, get rid of the danger is kind of the terminology, you know. When you swap the queens off, you swap the danger off. So, of course, Ali Reza does not want to swap the queens off, even if it did damage white structure. It was pretty grim ending, that one, so he keeps the queens on here.
Just to show, Simon, you're right. I mean, it's minimal damage here. OK, it's doubled pawns, but the big factor is that white has the active rooks, this rook especially, and now no more blockader of this pass pawn. So this would have been winning. It might have taken a while, but this would have been winning long-term for Prag. Instead, Firouzja, he's kind of seizing the wisdom from Chess for Tigers. He's just keeping the pieces on the board, playing quickly if he can. At least now he's hinting that the queen is on the same diagonal as the white king. There's no real threats yet, but if the queen can combine somehow with the black knight, the big question again for Prag is how to keep control, how to progress your advantage. If I had a lot of time on the clock here, if I was playing a long game, a classical game, I would maybe calculate pushing this pawn forward.
He has.
He plays it, of course.
He doesn't need a lot of time, David.
I was about to say, if I only had 1 minute, maybe I would just play a non-committal move, just maybe improve a rook or something, but nope, he's going for the win. He does have a time advantage, and 2 squares away now from promotion. Also, the white bishop, look how it's opened up on this diagonal. It was blocked previously by its own pawn, now no longer. So even if this pawn drops, white is probably doing very well, because white's bishop is more potent than the black knight.
Yeah.
And okay, queen in the center makes a lot of sense. These look pretty good now, but how long will it last? White's queen.
Swap off.
Yeah, insisting on the trade.
Clinical stuff from Pragnananda here.
I mean,
that's just perfect.
And the D pawn looks very dangerous, doesn't it? Jovanka there as well, so yeah.
The white pawn is going to step forward. It has come at the cost of this pawn, however. Black's queen getting greedy, grabbing a pawn. I don't know how relevant that is, to be honest. For example, white's pawn can step forward now. It looks like you're about to make a new queen, or at least you'll win one of black's pieces in return for this very strong pawn. But is there even better? What is Prag going to calculate? I mean, he'll be looking at all sorts of things. The one thing he has to worry about is a knight fork. The black knight is threatening to jump in, hitting the white queen and hitting this rook. So one threat.
Well, I think if you do that, you might get checkmated, actually, Dave, because there's that horrible queen swinger, isn't there? So
you're right, Simon.
You might even be able to force that knight away here, can you?
Oh, wow. In the current position, yeah.
Possibly.
I didn't even see this, but this is the type of thing Prag will spot. If the knight is hit, even if it does jump forward with this fork, remember, then Simon, you spotted it. Queen takes pawn. Now he regrets pushing his Harry pawn forward. Check. And wow, every move so perfect, so accurate by Prag. This is a check, and okay, another pawn will drop, and eventually the black king will perish. This is just game over. This pawn push, Prag is going to win. It's almost guaranteed at this point.
Yeah.
It was under 20 seconds, and it's ticking down, and there's just no hope for survival for Firouzja. He retreats his knight, and knight is the king's best defender, but futile stuff here.
Tantamount to resignation here. The black king has moved across, but I mean, for example, the white bishop can come into the center, threatening stuff along this diagonal. Black has one check, but it's just one check. I think the white king can just hide safely in the corner. I mean, this is maybe not the safest way of doing it, but this would end the game. What else could you try? You could try pushing this pawn forward. You could just centralize the white queen if you just want to cover any checks from the black queen. Spoiled for choice now, Prag, and okay. The most direct move.
He's always playing the most direct, doesn't he? I mean, even though, to me, that move looks like, oh, the white king's a bit airy. I might not play that because I can probably keep it safer, but it's just pure calculation and the most dynamic moves. And it's a killer, and very impressive game by Prag. Very impressive. I mean, he's been in control, very clever opening, and I don't think there's any way back now for Alireza. He has to play this horrible-looking move here.
Look at these two black rooks. They're so passive, stuck just defending pawns. I mean, here, a really sadistic move that I would be tempted by as Prag is just shuffle the white king in the corner. No more checks. On a light square, can't get attacked. And then you just kind of laugh. You're threatening here. Queen takes knight. Because of a pin here, the black pawn is not really defending that black knight. If you play it immediately, at least black has a check. And we'll win this bishop next, so you don't want to take that knight yet. Okay, of course he plays it. And yeah, the white king now, no more ghosts to worry about. And even though black's queen can come back and defend, you can push this pawn, you can just... I mean, there must be plenty of winning moves here. It looks like he's just putting the finishing touches on a great game.
What a fantastic start for young Pragnananda. A very long game, this one, played for they started 10 minutes late, I forgot. So actually, it only lasted 42 minutes so far, this game. And they will have a 10-minute break after this game to get ready for their game two. Remember, best out of 4 rapid games in each match. This is only game 1, but it looks like Pragnananda will take the lead, and that means Firouzja, he has to make a comeback at some point. If they are tied after 4 games, then we head straight to tie breaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon chess. Odds are we will see some Blitz chess every day and some more moves on the board.
Some more moves, and Prag still in full control. He brings his queen across now. I mean, he's only 1 pawn up, actually, in the position, but it's a pretty big pawn. That white D pawn just immobilizes all of black's army. And, okay, this is a fishing expedition for Firouzja. The black queen just attacking 1 pawn here, maybe 1 pawn across on the 3rd rank as well, but shouldn't be enough. At least he's maybe putting some, at least making Pragnananda backpedal slightly. The white king stepping forward now. there we go. There has been a result between Duda and
Yeah,
Niemann.
look at that. And we see some technical stuff going on. A massive win for Hans Niemann against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. I know this guy. He's a technical guy. Has something happened if you look at the board, David?
Something must have happened because the position looks very balanced. It looks roughly level. So I'm not sure the result is correct. I'm not sure Niemann has actually won. Maybe something happened and Duda's clock ticked down to 0. But either way, there has been some drama. Neither player looks like they're ready to leave. They may be assuming the game will continue. Ooh, first day nerves.
Yeah.
First day problems.
Yeah, and talking about continuing, this game is over. Praggnanandhaa has won. He's beaten Alireza.
Wow, what a start for now. 17-year-old Praggnanandhaa winning game 1 against the best junior in the world, Alireza Firouzja. Bad start for him to the 2022 Meltwater Champions Chess Tour season. This is his first tournament and a loss. We see Praggnanandhaa heading out to Sverige. So let's hear some reactions from young Prag.
Prag, it's a perfect start for you in this battle of the teens.
Yeah, I think I played quite well today, like in the first game, and yeah, I'm very happy about it.
Because usually when you win, you say there's things to improve, but in this game you felt like you played the perfect game?
Yeah. Okay, I think I could have finished better, but okay, I didn't lose any advantage, so I'm happy about it.
Good luck for the rest of the match.
Thank you.
A great start for Prag, a fantastic game. You guys were a little bit hesitant at the start of the game. It looked like a little bit of a drawish game. Something happened, David. So take us through this first game.
Yeah, I just want to praise Prag for actually taking advantage of a tiny little mistake from Firouzja, and it was quite early on. We were writing this game off as a bit dull, a bit dry, but it was in this position. Firouzja has just pushed the black pawn forward to the c5 square, and it's imperceptible, almost barely. It's barely possible to notice, but this is a big mistake, and Prag's move, I mean, we were just super impressed by it. Just capturing a pawn in the center of the board. This is actually a bit anti-positional because here White has an isolated pawn, a bit of a backward pawn that can't move forward yet, but Prag had spotted that after White's rook slides across, Black's queen is just too uncomfortable. Black has 2 very weak pawns as well, this guy and this guy, combined with the fact that Black's knight is undefended. All of the tactics worked in Prag's favor, and it's just a sign of true quality when you break the rules, when you know when to kind of worsen your position temporarily for dynamic purposes. And here, as we saw, after the black queen moved out of the eye line of the white rook, this was a bit of a killer. Moving the rook across, and after Black's knight had jumped out the way, just pushing this pawn. Here, simply Black lost a pawn. We saw this later on. Firouzja was a pawn down for the rest of the game and couldn't save it. The whole reason was because after a capture, White's rook would just slide across, hitting the black queen and hitting the black knight, and this would have bagged Praggnanandhaa a whole piece, some big material. So spotting this sequence, just judging it, evaluating it correctly was very, very impressive by the youngster.
And Prag, he goes up by 1 point, but drama happening in the match between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Hans Niemann. It looked like the game was going into a draw, but you know what happened? So we have rumors from Miami saying that Duda's computer actually ran out of power. They had not connected the cable, I guess, correctly. So his computer ran out of power, and now we're waiting to hear what will be the end of this story. Obviously, he will not lose this game, right? They will have to somehow keep playing.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you want to get things set up again. You want to continue from where you left off, but both players now will be... I mean, they won't be kind of happy. They won't be satisfied. They won't be focused anymore. So will they just agree a draw maybe? It was a very balanced position. That's one outcome. That would be a very sporting outcome if Hans Niemann agrees to that. I don't think Duda can lose just because of some tech problems here. And yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping the game continues, to be honest, just to see how both players react, recovering from this setback.
Yeah, I do see news from Miami that they will restart the game. How do they actually do that? Like, technically, are they able to sort of, I don't know, restart the game? Is it possible?
I think so.
Yeah?
Should be possible.
They should be able to. I guess it's the time. Will be the tricky thing. what time was Duda on before his computer ran out of power. I've never heard that before as well. I have to laugh at it a little bit. Computer running out of power is like, it's like, that, oh yeah, the dog ate my homework kind of up there, isn't it, kind of thing. So
I've been there a few times, like lying in bed, playing on my laptop, playing some blitz or bullet chess, and then suddenly the laptop battery dies. But yeah, in a professional tournament.
But they're not playing on laptops though.
No.
Yeah. So
strange stuff going on.
It's peculiar.
Maybe the power
league came out
or something.
Getting too excited, and sort of,
maybe that's
wiggling the computer, and
maybe Hans just like. Oops.
Oh, crafty.
Yeah. I did read about an esports event where someone's controller did run out of battery once. I guess it was a handheld controller and physical batteries. So that has happened before in esports. But, first time on the tour.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, well, we are waiting for this game now to resume. We do not know what will happen with the other matches. Will they start as planned in 1 minute, or will everyone now wait for this first game between Hans and Jan-Krzysztof to finish? Now, we are waiting for them to start. Hans looking at his clock. So let's hear some reactions from the players that have finished their first round games.
It was quite a lot of fireworks there for a while, Magnus.
Yeah, it was. There were a lot of forcing lines. I mean, to be honest, I just missed the idea of Bishop G2 when he went for that. It was a nice in-between move, and I was lucky that the position wasn't worse than it actually was. I think he had the small advantage.
Are you still
game as well? But yeah, he was running out of time.
But it was quite intriguing. There were a lot of fun moves being played in that game.
No, it was incredible. Just all tactics, and personally, I was just playing a little bit by intuition. But when I saw this idea of putting the bishop on like a protected square, it was very attractive.
That's a good start for this FTX Crypto Cup.
Yeah, hopefully it's a sign of things to come.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's a tough start for you here, Liam. How do you feel about striking back in this format?
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's just the first game. I think I had a good position after the opening, but I messed up somewhere in the middle game. And once he got this rook to d7, it was already very difficult, and it was also low on time. So I suppose there should be a way to hold, but I didn't see it. But okay, I'll try to come back in the next game.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Perfect start here, Levon. What went right in this game?
I think the position was very complicated, but my opponent was down on time. So I think this was the main factor. So.
Does this change the outlook for the remaining 3 games of the day?
Yeah, well, he has to win more than I do. So I think it's a good start, very good start of the tournament.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm standing here with Alireza. He's trying to get some lunch here because this is where the lunch table is at. And do you need that to get back into the mode after this first game?
Yeah, normally I need to eat lunch in general. So, yeah, you should eat something. Yeah.
So we can expect a fully fed Alireza Furusha to strike back stronger.
Hopefully.
Good luck to you, Alireza.
All right, well, important to get your energy up with some food. Hans Niemann looking a little bit low on energy. He did kind of win the first game because Jan-Krzysztof Duda, his power ran out on his computer, but they will restart the game from where Duda lost power. It was looking drawish, and is this the live of these two getting ready to finish off their game? I think it is. And we can take a look at the results from the first round. The other matches obviously did finish with results, and we did see Pragnananda win game 1 with the white pieces against Alireza Furusha. A fantastic game by Young Prag. Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen, they played a draw. Magnus will have the white pieces in game 2 coming up, And Levon Aronian, a great win for him against Liam Le. With the white pieces, Liam, he has to strike back. 3 more rapid games to go to decide the match. If they are tied, they will head straight to Blitz tiebreaks. Hans Niemann and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. That one hasn't finished. They will finish this game. They are sitting in the arena. I do see some other players. We are wondering if they will start shortly as well, or if everyone is waiting for game 1 between Duda and Niemann to finish. We're gonna follow the end of this game. Do you expect them to finish it quite fast with a draw, David, or do you expect them to fight it out?
Still a lot of life left in this position, so I think they will fight it out. But who's been kind of using the break better? That's the big question.
Oh, yeah.
Who's been maybe trying to calculate in their heads what's been going on? We saw that they weren't sitting at their board, so they weren't necessarily studying the position the whole time, but they have had time to calculate, to kind of think over some ideas. It's like that awkward moment in football when it's like VAR, they're just, is the goal been allowed or is it offside? They've had that awkward moment, and now actually it turns out the goal was disallowed and Niemann didn't get the win in the end. It's just about how you recover from that and how you kind of put yourself back into the game. And personally, here we see the position in front of us. Personally, I prefer White's chances. White does have a rook here for Black's bishop and 2 pawns, so it's level material, rook versus bishop and 2 pawns. But if one set of rooks disappear from the board, I think Niemann has decent chances.
Okay. Well, it's going to be interesting to see. They should start or restart this game shortly, and we do see the other matches finished game 1, but I think most of them now started game 2s. Giri with the white pieces against, Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Anish Giri, and Levon Aronian against Liam Le. They should start game 2 very shortly, or if they actually have already started. We're going to follow the finish to this game. Will it be a draw, or will they be put off by the drama? Power going out of Duda's computer.
All 3 results are also possible in this situation. If the rooks do disappear, White does only have 1 remaining pawn on the queen side, on the left side. If that pawn falls, Black has decent chances too. Some Black pawns might start running. Black does have a lot of those pawns, so yeah, all to play for.
Very peculiar stuff going on in Miami. Some technical issues. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's definitely looking over this. Very interesting what you said, David. Who will have spent the break the smartest?
Yeah, and who will have not let this whole scenario, these shenanigans affect them? That is the key. You don't want to be kind of mentally put off. You don't want to be...
I would say very quickly that the game between Magnus and Anish is looking very interesting.
Yeah. Okay, is it?
So maybe rather waiting for the power to come back on.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, really interesting opening by the looks of it. So that is another option. I mean, depending, but it's, yeah.
Also, I'm not sure that we're getting the updates from this game. It looks like they're back in the action, they're making moves, but I'm not sure the moves are updating. So big drama over there in Miami.
It is. There is technical issues with this game after it was halted. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to let these 2 finish out. It looks like a draw. That's what you told me, the position. So I think instead we're going to follow Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri. Magnus with the white pieces in game 2. The first one was a draw. So we're going to jump into this game instead and see if one of them can get a win in this one. What are we looking at?
So it's early days, but I want to go back to the start of this game and just talk through what has happened so far, because as Simon mentioned, it's really exciting, really dramatic. If we pull up the board, we're only on move 9 right now, but if we go all the way back to the start, to the starting position, Magnus with white opens with his king's pawn, and here Anish Giri practicing what he preaches, playing the Sicilian Najdorf, the opening with which he made a very successful chessable course. And here we see the open Sicilian. We see Black's knight coming out, hitting the central pawn, White's knight defending, and here is the Najdorf, Black's little pawn push, guarding the key b5 square, as we see later, another purpose behind it. And here Magnus playing a well-known move, but maybe not the most common move. White's rook just sliding across 1 square, and it looks like it breaks all sorts of rules. White's king cannot castle on this side now, but the whole idea is to push a pawn forward. And I have actually played this one myself a few times online. It's very tricky, some very specific ideas behind it. The idea is to push this pawn, and therefore Giri said no, pushing Harry the H pawn. stopping and any pawn push, controlling the g4 square, and now after a bishop came forward, we see this position, and Magnus has just made the committal decision of capturing this black knight. So now black has the bishop pair, but black has a bit of an odd structure, and black's king is likely to remain in the center forever. That being said, what is white's rook doing on the g1 square? And does white have time to maybe move the queen out the way and then just get castled as quickly as possible? If white's king can kind of shuffle away to this side of the board, nice and safe behind some pawns, then Magnus will be very, very happy. But Anish has the long-term potential of the bishops. And despite black's weird pawn structure, I like the fact that he's ready to maybe play on this side of the board later, maybe ready to push this one down the board as well. Flexible for black. And,
yeah.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, very, very interesting position. It resembles like a bit of a classical Sicilian, I would say. You get this exchange that Magnus has played quite often, but to my eyes at least, it looks like black might have a good version of it. Both kings are kind of in some danger in these positions because the black king can't really castle kingside. It's too open. The white king can't castle kingside, so that leaves the queen side, and there's all sorts of things going on the queen side. So that means it's going to be a very exciting game. Lots of pieces on the board with two exposed kings in the middle. So this is I think going to be very, very interesting. And I mean, Jovanka, I mean, would you take white or black in the current position?
I find these positions so complicated because, you know, it looks upon first impressions that maybe white is doing quite well. After all, the black king is going to be saddled in the center of the board. But then on the other hand, when you kind of try to go deeper, you realize that it's not that easy for white to attack black's pawn shield. And also, if you do overstretch, then suddenly the black bishop pair would also come into play. And so it's almost, I know it's not quite called the hedgehog, but this is kind of like a hedgehog strategy. You know, curls us up into a little ball and says, come attack me, and then I'll show my spikes. I have to say, I think it's very balanced, and I would just say, I can sit on the fence. I don't know what's happening.
Answers for both sides.
Yeah, that's
unclear. That's the...
Whenever you read these books, chess books, which you know, go back, if you ever got a chess book, probably older than like 5 years, they don't allow it anymore. If you ever see the assessment unclear, that means that the author either doesn't like the position of the opening he's recommending. So if it's like winning with the, I don't know, winning with the English opening, and he gives a line where he leaves it as unclear, it means he doesn't like it, but he can't say it, or it just means he doesn't know what's going on. So you do get that sometimes in the old chess books, unclear assessment of the position, because it's just like, well, I don't know what's going on. Before computers could assess well, probably going back more than 5 years actually, 15 years or something.
You're right though, Simon. We're just going to have to call this one unclear. Yeah. And now Magnus has pushed his pawn forward, very natural. The whole idea is that black at some point wants to put his pawn on the e6 square. He needs to somehow just kind of keep this pawn formation intact. As Jovanka mentioned, it's a bit like a hedgehog, where kind of these are the kind of prickles. What do you call them?
Spikes.
Spikes. And they will prick you if you go too far forward, but you want to undermine this structure. They control everything, these pawns. They control all these squares, and it's just hard to kind of break forward here with white, but Magnus's idea is to destabilize these pawns if they ever do advance. So instead of committing, Anish does just bring his knight out. I like this idea because now after the knight trade, we do talk about bishop pairs, and bishops, when they are as a pair, they gain strength the more pieces that leave the board. They'll have more open diagonals if there are more trades, more exchanges. But Magnus has used the opportunity to bring his queen into the center of the board, and now he's ready.
Sorry, Dave, what about rook b8 here? I mean, my first thought is, as black, I want to get the queens off, which I don't normally like doing. But if I can get the queens off,
Simon.
I'm getting old, you know. It's those bishops. And, you know, I think white always has the better attacking chances. So my first thought would be, like, get that queen to that lovely square, get the queens off, and then I'm feeling quite safe as black. I've got loads of pawns in the centre, got the two bishops. I'm actually maybe preferring my position slightly. So just like maybe rook b8 is an idea.
This is really clever, Simon, as well, because you're kind of making a mockery of white putting his rook on this square. If the rook wasn't on this square, white could just step back and say, OK, no trade for you. But unfortunately, this rook would be hanging. So, yeah, you can pretty much get the queens off by force with your move, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, you know, rather than allow your king is quite weak. You can obviously do, maybe there's more aggressive things. I mean, it's not really me, is it? Giving that maybe. I'm kind of like, what's going on?
You're getting inside Anish's head. Anish loves getting the queens off the board.
He does. I'm playing like the player, not like the position. So I'm just getting those Anish vibes coming towards me. I mean, maybe could you push the pawn 2 squares as well? I mean, is that okay? Now I'm kind of trying to make up for it. Yeah, I'm trying to like, right, I've done my normal move. Now I'm going to do a stupid move, like E5, because I kind of do want to get my dark square bishop in, and I don't know if I play that though. But I mean,
I'm not sure. I mean, you do leave some weak light squares behind that White's knight can maybe use later on. It's possible. Not. I mean,
I've got to follow up with the bishop coming to H6. I mean, this is the only way to make this idea.
For example, if White's queen chooses a bad square, then at least you create a pin. You get your bishop into the game. Yeah, makes some sense.
Yeah. Somehow, like, I like both those ideas. You know, your second one, you know, the pawn push. You know, it does ask White to solve some problems on the dark squares.
Yeah,
and
the queen could come out as well, doesn't? I mean,
exactly.
Even in the position with the bishop here, the queen. But yeah, they're very different approaches, aren't they? What's Anish going to pick, Jovanka? Is he going to go?
He's going to go for your first one. I love your first one. You know, when you suggested it and you're like, get the queens off, I was like, oh, that is it, Simon. You've hit the nail on the head.
David, what do you reckon he's going to do?
I agree. I think we'll see this rook move, but maybe we can see the stockfish evaluation. Simon has mentioned 2 very tempting moves there, moving the rook across or pushing the pawn up to immediately kick away this queen. Ooh, which one is Anish going to play? Big question right now.
We'll see.
I just checked the computer. The computer goes, no.
None of those ideas.
None of them.
OK, right. Fair enough. It just doesn't like any of my suggestions.
Yeah, but the structure, very solid, as we mentioned earlier. Black controls all the squares in his half of the board now. And Magnus, I have no doubt, wants to castle queenside at some point, and we'll see a lot of tension ahead.
Cool.
This one's shaping up nicely. I have a feeling we're going to see a decisive result. It's so imbalanced right now with the pieces and with the pawn structure.
Ah, how cool. Sounds like it's going to be a cool game. There's game 2 between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. They are tied after the first game. Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Hans Niemann. We're all waiting for updates. It's technical issues with that game 1. So I'm not 100% sure what's happening, because it is it's not possible to actually look at that game because of the power going out of Duda's computer.
We need our people on the ground to keep us updated.
Yeah, we do.
I think it's Microsoft is just doing its normal updates.
Maybe
it's still going on. 10 minutes, half an hour later, you know, update to Windows 6.
Yeah.
So.
But
oh, sorry, carry on.
No, I just nothing. Oh, he's gone rook b8.
Yeah, I was going to say, Simon, it's your move. You must be happy.
One move too late, though, because now when the queen tries to offer itself up for a trade, well, you know, Magnus has that one move to preempt it.
And you guys asked for it. Some updates on the ground from Miami. The game has finished, game 1 between Duda and Niemann, and we now have an interview with Hans Niemann after that game. Let's hear from the American.
Describe it. Well, it's completely fucking ridiculous that the laptop is just running out of power, and because the laptop runs out of power, of course he has all the time to think in the world to find all the best moves, and he has 20 seconds, and then he sits there for 5 minutes, gets to find all the best moves. So the fact that the laptop runs out of power completely threw me off, and it's just completely ridiculous. It should not be happening. Like, plug the fucking laptop in, and I shouldn't be losing a game because like he gets 5 extra minutes to think and finds the best moves. And okay, couldn't recover psychologically, but match isn't over. Thank you.
That's a brutal interview. Hans Niemann, super angry. He ends up losing game 1 against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, saying himself that it's down to those 5 minutes. Jan-Krzysztof Duda was able to think about the game and find the best moves.
Kaja, are you sure he lost? He didn't say he lost there. He never mentioned it?
He said losing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Losing a position
I
like
wasn't
that
sure if he lost.
We should apologise for the language there as well.
We should apologise for the language. We should have had some beeps in there. But we can also understand Hans Niemann being super frustrated because technical issues when the game started. He wasn't able to save that draw, and a win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda in that first game. I think these players now will have 10 minutes before game 2 starts. Can you somehow understand the frustration, though, David, for Hans?
Yeah, we've all been there. Everyone here in the panel, probably everyone at home as well, when we've lost a difficult game, especially when we knew we were doing well, especially when we felt we shouldn't lose the game. Yeah, it can be heartbreaking, and we all react in different ways. When I was younger, I used to be very much like Hans, very angry, used to blame the world, everything. I think maybe players with more experience, they realise, OK, you've got to channel it correctly, you've got to focus, you can't let it affect you too much. Still 3 big games ahead. But, yeah, understandable from Hans, and he'll bounce back.
And he did say match isn't over. It definitely isn't. Still 3 rapid games to go in their match today, and he can still strike back. And the rain is starting again in Oslo. We can hear it pouring on the roof, and moves are coming out in Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri.
Wow,
game 2.
massive move, Jovanka.
It is a huge move, you know, and that is a very thematic sacrifice, actually, jumping in with the knight to the centre of the board just to open up lines to attack the Black King in the middle. And, well, I thought the Black King was safe as houses, but it's not now.
Yeah, we must add here that this sacrifice, the computer hates it. It's very typical. Wow, we can hear thunder above us. It's like Thor, the god of thunder, has arrived here in Norway.
That's great timing. He slams that move on the board, and you get the lightning as well.
The Norwegian Magnus Thor slams his knight on that square, and that's when we hear the thunder.
We need chess with the sound effects, for sure. And let's jump in, because this knight sacrifice, as Jovanka mentions, it's very thematic, it's very typical. In this opening, the Sicilian, the whole idea is to open up lines. There is also a direct threat of knight takes pawn, defended by the white queen, and that would be deadly to the black king. So the acid test of this sacrifice is to accept it, capture this knight, and after Magnus recaptures, firstly, an attack on the bishop. Wherever the bishop goes, I guess Magnus's idea is to give a check, and problems for the black king. Do you run and try to hide? For example, you could step into the center, but now white's attack will be very much long-term. White can simply just develop pieces, and the king will never really find safety. Black is a piece up, but this bishop is blocked. This bishop is still at home asleep. So decent practical compensation here. The problem as well for black is that how do you block this check? If you don't run away with your king, the only kind of safe block is to move your bishop, but now you have to worry about white taking this pawn. For example, utilizing a pin along the e-file. Black's bishop cannot capture the white queen. You're also attacking this rook in the corner. I'm not really sure what the follow-up is here for Magnus if black's rook just moves out the way to any safe square, but it does look mightily scary. And the thunder's still raging above us, the rain's still pouring, and that would be the case for the black king here. All of the elements facing against it right now, it looks very, very scary. And Giri yet to accept the sacrifice. If you don't accept this knight sacrifice, what else do you do? This pawn is under fire. Do you really have to just move your bishop to defend this pawn? Bit of a sad move to play. I guess Magnus could even leave his knight here, but at the very least he could retreat it to maybe this square or this square, and the game would go on. What do you guys think? Take that knight or leave it?
OK, don't judge me, but I'm a chicken. I don't like playing with my king so exposed, and especially when I look at the clock situation, you know, 10 minutes, not that much time to navigate such a minefield. I would develop the bishop.
OK, you would ignore the gift of a free piece.
Yes, and what about you, Simon?
I'm the same. I actually hate being attacked. I love giving away pieces.
You want to be white here, Simon. You don't want to be worrying about.
Yeah, exactly. I just wouldn't want to be attacked like this. So I would. Whoa!
Oh, that's scary.
Thunder! Wow!
Do you want an umbrella, Simon?
No, I'm wondering that as well. But we'll deal with that one later, shall we?
Are you guys scared of the thunder?
I'm OK, but
not normally, but when it's raging right above us.
Yeah,
that was very close.
With so many technical stuff around us.
Were you also not taught by your parents, you know, when there was thunder and lightning raging above you, you run and you unplug the computers,
everything.
all the technical stuff.
Yeah. And here we are with everything going on.
Might be our final podcast, guys.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Can we now have a serious drink before we go? So, like,
But I just have to say, you know, we were discussing about how we were just not brave enough to accept the sacrifice on offer. But Anish, he is showing some serious courage because he's taken that piece.
Yeah, but it's slightly worrying for me that he took the piece and then he stopped. Surely you have to calculate whether you can take the piece and then work out the details later. But Anish, closing his eyes there, is he still in opening preparation?
No,
you don't think so?
No way. No, he can't
calculating?
be. He can't be.
He is the
hang
master
on
of the
a second.
Najdorf.
Really?
That posture says to me
You think so?
he's trying to remember.
I can't believe it. Really?
I've played Anish plenty of times. Normally when he's looking down or off to the side or not at the board, he's trying to remember something.
But isn't this normally where he makes a move out his hands now? He'll do that magic, the magic move with his, you know, I don't know. We have never worked out how he did it.
Yeah. Dozens of cameras watching him this time, though, so we'll figure out if he's using his magic wand to make those pieces move. but yeah, in this position, if you do know what you're doing, then you take the knight, then you kind of continue playing. You move your black light squared bishop out the way now, you're a piece up, you defend. But if you're just kind of freestyling, if you're just working things out for the first time, you don't take that white knight. As you guys mentioned, you just move your bishop, the game goes on, you continue as normal, and it's still balanced. But I don't know, I have a feeling just the way he played, that black rook move came one move later than we were expecting. He kind of pushed all his pawns to the 6th rank earlier. Just the way he's doing things, I have a feeling Anish kind of half knows what he should be doing here, but can't quite remember. And that's often a tricky spot to be in. You know what the computer says, you know what the computer recommends, you know the evaluation, it might say 0.0 or here +1 for black, but you can't remember the exact moves.
And Magnus Carlsen's ghost has came out of the picture there to have a look. I don't know if you saw that as well.
I felt like it was like some Matrix Reloaded thing.
Yeah, he's
Creepy stuff going on.
The thunder here in Oslo is affecting the connection in Miami.
Well, talking about connection, so we did have a very interesting result between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Hans Niemann in Game 1. It ended with a win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda after almost 10 minutes where they could think about the game because his computer ran out of power. They restarted the game and Duda won it. We heard Hans Niemann. He was so angry. Let's also hear from Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Quite a drama unfolding there, Jan-Krzysztof. How would you describe the situation?
Yeah, the situation was for sure very unfortunate. Luckily, I mean, it didn't have fatal consequences. The position was kind of technical nature, and actually it didn't matter that much. I mean, how much time we've got. Obviously, it was my advantage because I was lower on the time, but at least it wasn't like, you know, I couldn't find force win because there was none, of course, in such position. So yeah, and my position was, I mean, so nice, you know. I tried to be fair and not to calculate too much. I mean, when my computer went down, but it was just too interesting to me, you know, and I had to just too tempting to analyze it because it was kind of for sure it was horrible for him, but I mean it was also in a way, you know, very interesting for me to find if I have any real chances actually to pull it off.
Did you ever consider offering a draw?
No, I mean, I had such a nice position. I mean, I didn't risk it all, so not really.
Thank you, Jan-Krzysztof.
Thank you.
Dramatic Game 1 for Duda and Niemann, ending up with a win for Duda, and Game 2 for these two will start shortly. We are following Game 2 with Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, and Magnus is down to a little bit less time on the clock. What's happening? What will be the result in this game, do you think?
Who knows? Yeah. Kaja, right now, Magnus is a whole piece down. He sacrificed that knight. He just got 1 pawn in return. That's not sufficient compensation. Black does have the 2 bishops as well. If the queens ever come off, Black is just winning. If any pieces get traded off, Black is just winning. So Magnus needs to deliver checkmate to win this game. He needs to get both of the white rooks kind of lining up together, attacking the black king. He needs to get the white bishop into the game. The most obvious move in the position might well be a mistake here. There's just so many options for Magnus. Can he navigate this kind of maze where he needs to be super accurate? The pressure is on him. The onus is on Magnus right now to create something. If Giri gets 2 moves, Black is just going to consolidate his extra piece. And maybe we can jump in and try to kind of brainstorm some ideas here while Magnus thinks. What is going through the world champion's mind? Is he going to utilize this pin? I mentioned that taking this pawn looks very tempting, hitting the rook in the corner, but if the rook just moves, I'm not sure which square it should do, to this square or to this square. What is the white queen actually doing?
It's a problem there, David, that the white pawn in the middle is not defended anymore.
Yeah.
Is that the issue you're thinking of? So, I mean, queen takes pawn looks so natural, doesn't it? You win a pawn, you create a threat, but maybe the issue is that if black can move this bishop and capture the pawn, it's not just winning a pawn, it's a great defensive piece, I guess, yeah?
For example, yeah, the black bishop now can slide back at some point to block the e-file. Also, I'm a bit worried that you take this pawn, but at some point you will have to retreat your queen. Your queen eventually will come under fire, and you've just lost 2 moves to gain a pawn. And winning a pawn here is not the #1 priority. It's going for checkmate. I'm also worried that the black king will just start running away to safety at some point, just hiding on this side of the board, hiding in the corner. You have to be really accurate. I think it's maybe more of a priority to activate this rook. If you imagine this same position, but white's rook was kind of magically on this square, the 2 white rooks ganged up against the black king, you'd far rather spend 2 moves, 2 tempi, lining up your rooks than grabbing a pawn. So, yeah, that's my worry. Exactly, Simon. What other moves could we consider here?
Yeah, I like your idea of just activating the rook. I mean, this is such a Magnus move as well, because he's really uncomfortable with playing the position with some pieces out of play. So I think that's what he has to do.
Invite this piece to the party.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I was just thinking move the rook up two squares.
Move this one up.
Yeah, so maybe you could even think about at some point of actually going bishop takes pawn. At some, okay, you have to be very brave and calculate it, but maybe that's in the air as well, and the whole idea is just to line up the 2 rooks.
Yeah. Interesting, Jovanka. Line up the 2 rooks together. This is definitely one idea on the cards. You could maybe start by moving your bishop out the way and then stacking up your 2 rooks. Also, at some point, you could consider pushing this pawn forward to open up the rook this way by brute force. After all, that was the reason Magnus put his rook on this square on move 6. Normally, the idea is to open the rook up kind of vertically.
It's a very Tau-like sacrifice. This reminds me of Mikhail Tau, the way he played. He'd often, and he does go for this, which I think this is a great move, actually, because if the black king tries to run, you can maybe also make it a bit annoying by checking it at some point. But it's actually quite long-term compensation as well. It's not just you have to win quickly because you're a piece down. You can also try to stop black from moving. And I think a lot of people forget about this when they're playing chess in general, but when they're sacrificing, they're only thinking about their own ideas. But you've got to get into the mind of your opponent. If your opponent doesn't have many moves, you can control the game. OK, so now it's really heating up now. Wow, very interesting.
He's trying to open his rook on the G-file. This rook is fantastic on the E-file. And I would be terrified here as black, I've got to say. Earlier, when you guys were voting against capturing the knight, I was thinking, OK, he has to do it. I want to see him capture. But if I were black, I think I would have done the same. I would have not been tempted. This black king, after all, is a terrible piece. And you mentioned not being able to move, Simon. In the current position, this black bishop literally cannot move. The black queen is tied down, kind of defending that piece. This black bishop is just staring against a defended pawn. These 2 black rooks as well, they need several tempi, several moves in order to activate. So
he has to do it, actually. He has to activate his the rook standing on b8, because otherwise white will just move the rooks and stack them up and suddenly start attacking the bishop.
Yeah, definitely. And just the G-file's becoming quite dangerous. That pawn that's pushed is maybe going to move forwards, or it's so much nicer to play these positions as white unless you're playing a computer. If you're playing a computer, the computer is like stone cold, but Niche is going to have to play like a computer here, right, to survive here. So
this is also really stone cold by Anish, you know, just opening up another line towards his king. I wasn't expecting that at all.
OK, I was going to say he's going to take here, and maybe white can use this route in as an infiltration towards the black king, but Magnus says no. Why waste a move kind of pushing my rook up the board when I can simply push this pawn instead? And now the queen is the one that wants to do the damage. The queen wants to slide across and start going towards the black king. And, I mean, this is a deadly threat. One more move, and black's king is in massive trouble. The only reason I don't like this pawn push for Magnus is that it does block his own bishop. Simon, you mentioned maybe that square was a great one for the bishop. Now your bishop's staring at your own pawn. So that's a downside. So if black can defend over the next few moves, maybe he's going to survive, but big if there. I'm not sure what black should do.
So why is the computer liking it for Anish?
The computer sees that black has an extra bishop, and
that's all it sees.
That's all it sees. Maybe it sees that black can defend for the next 10 moves, and that's the computer's horizon. It will say, OK, black will emerge with an extra bishop. Black should be winning with best play. But remember, these guys are human. Anish, he's got the psychological kind of difficulty of having to defend against the strongest player in the world. A really difficult position. OK, he moves his rook across, so now white's queen cannot use this line. And any trades, any rook takes pawn, would just result in black simplifying the issue. For example, a capture here, a capture of rooks, and I do think black's king at some point will be able to run away. Black will just have an extra piece. You can't afford to trade anything off. You're a piece down as white. So, yeah, maybe the computer's right here, though. I don't see any follow-up for Magnus in the current position. I like Anisha's last move, making a capture here impossible, or at least unattractive.
If Nish can survive this, it's brilliant, because we've all said we would hate to be facing this attack, especially from the world champion. And they're sometimes the most tricky positions to play, right? When you're defending. If you play every move perfectly, maybe you're okay. But it's really tough to find the right move. So he's done so well so far, right? Just to get himself into a position where he's not getting checkmated.
And I've highlighted the king a few times, but it does look pretty safe for now, tucked away behind its own pieces, behind its own pawns.
Yeah, certainly so wild. And now it's up to Magnus to see whether he can generate some play. I did wonder whether, in this particular position, whether Magnus could maybe start pushing your favourite pawn. And just kind of go, hey!
That's so calm, isn't it? It's so calm. It's not maybe the kind of thing you're going to do. I mean, this is a position where if you haven't got an immediate move that works, you've got to see what's my opponent's next move. OK, he's going for immediate option.
I wasn't expecting this because I really like David's idea of just trading rooks and then kind of doing a pivot manoeuvre with the king, just head to the centre.
I mean, the question is as well, I mean, at some point you definitely have to start running with your king before it's too late, but can you just capture this pawn coolly and say, no threat? The reason I don't want to run yet is because if I run now, maybe there's a check. Maybe white can grab a pawn. At least here, white has 2 pawns for the piece. Black is still a bit stuck. But if you can, for example, slip in this capture first, next move you definitely want to start running. And the key is that your bishop defends this pawn that was captured in that variation. OK, moment of truth. What is Anish going to play here? Big moment. If he can defend 3 or 4 more moves, he is safe. White is running out of firepower.
I like your idea, David. In for the penny, in for the pound, as we say in the UK. Take that pawn.
Yeah, might as well. You've been greedy once, Anish, on that square. You might as well be greedy again.
He's been so brave so far that why not continue being brave in this game? And also, if you can't see a reason not to take a pawn, you take a pawn. Yeah, especially here in a position like this, because it improves your defensive chances.
Bar has definitely jumped up for Anish Giri, and in the other matches, game 2, Liam Le, is he about to make a comeback? Levon Aronian won game 1, but the bar is over to Liam's side in game 2, and look at that, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Hans Niemann. Game 2 has started. Game 1 ended with a dramatic win for Duda, and the bar is now over to his side. I bet this is a situation where Niemann could tilt a little bit. He was so angry after losing game 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we did see him tilt in the FTX road to Miami. You know, he lost a few games and it just all went wrong for him. So definitely there is a big danger of that. And he just needs to calm down and he just needs to accept that, you know, it happened. Nothing you can do about that. Play the game.
Yeah. Let's see what's happened. And in this one, moves on the board. What will happen in this one?
Yeah, moves on the board. It's still hard to predict this game because there will be thrills and spills ahead. But I really like what Anish is doing, I've got to say. At least in practical terms here, he's just trying to force all the pieces off the board. He still has that extra dark squared bishop. Doesn't look great right now, but the #1 priority is to defend. And there we go. One set of rooks left the board just 3 moves ago. Now a set of bishops have left the board. He's inching closer to safety. And if we do a quick count, white is down a piece. I think is it level pawns right now? Yeah, level pawns, so a whole piece down.
Yeah, I mean, this could be massive as well. I mean, if Magnus loses with the white pieces, it's going to be really hard for him to come back against Anish, who's incredibly strong with the white pieces. Big game. And the problem with sacrificing in a beautiful way like that is that if your opponent often defends perfectly, you can never really see if it's a working sacrifice or not. You have to really go with instinct. And it can just backfire. You know, your opponent defends, you don't get a chance. You run out of pieces, and to my eyes, at least, he seems to be running out of pieces here.
Yeah, so that's why Tal's sacrifices were so beautiful, right, Simon? Because he would do this kind of thing as white, and he would make them work. Yeah, not everyone's capable of that.
So hard to do, wasn't it? I mean, because you have to play so energetically, you have to think outside the box to make these ideas work. You can't just play natural moves sometimes because they don't work. And it seems here that with great defence from Anish, Anish must be in a great position now if he can just keep holding on.
Yeah. Incidentally, Tal was actually a great defender for precisely the same reason that he was a great attacker, because whilst he was doing these fabulous attacks, sometimes they didn't work and he was forced to defend this type of position, material down. And Magnus doing a good job so far. I mean, we have to remember Anish's king is still unsafe.
Yeah, it looks like Anish is about to go on the attack, though. He was about to bring his queen out, the black queen, to line it up on the b-file with the black rook. Yes, the black king is unsafe, but it still takes white 2 or 3 moves to create serious threats, at least. So maybe Anish now wants to turn the tide, change the momentum, and go for the white king. Takes a while, but I like the idea of bringing black's queen out. Which square will he use? He was hovering over the b6 square for black's queen. Will he play that move? He's got a couple of minutes, Anish. Is he going to trust his instincts? I guess you still have to do a bit of calculation here, right? It's not the kind of position where you're a piece up, you've saved, kind of defended everything, you can just kind of glide to victory. You still need to be very accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to push the pawn in the middle of the board, but then a queen swing really scares me. So there are moves that are very scary here still, that white can play, even though you're a piece up. It's like, as Jovanka said, the black king is weak. So
if you could pick up the white queen and put it on the h8 square in the corner, then it's checkmate still. So
that's right.
Still some very scary ideas.
Got to watch out for that.
I do like the move that he's thinking of playing, just lining up the queen and rook together. And then maybe the queen can actually transfer herself over to the f2 square if we're lucky. But and
he's still thinking Anish. He's changed his mind. He clicked off his queen. So he's kind of just, not trusting himself, Anish, right now. That's actually when the mistakes tend to happen. Anish has been forced to find good moves by Magnus so far, just to survive. Oh, he's gone back to it. There we go. The queen and rook do line up, so a big threat against white's b2 pawn. But that's when the mistakes often happen, at least from my experience. You find all the best moves when they're forced, when you have a narrow path, and then as soon as you're given 3 or 4 choices, you kind of go down the wrong, you go for the wrong plan, or you relax too early. And that's one pitfall that Anish has to avoid. And here, Jovanka, you mentioned maybe the black queen can jump in. You've got to be maybe slightly careful here. Black's rook, bishop, maybe they can improve. What is he going to play? He hasn't clicked on anything yet. Anish Giri, now for the first time in a while, he's under Magnus on the clock.
And that's very important, the time. I mean, it's not safe yet. He's played very well, but it's still complicated. And, one mistake he will lose. I do like the idea of going active, bringing the queen right in. But in general, activity is good, but
maybe a small trap if the black queen jumps in. I'm just wondering if white can give up his rook temporarily just to lure the black king forward. And now a double attack would win the black rook. And you've gained interest in the process. You've won a piece with white. So the thunder strikes above us. That can only mean there's going to be drama on the board. What is Anish going to play? He needs to coordinate these 3 pieces. He needs to get the black king somehow over to safety towards his pieces as well. Still, all 3 results definitely possible, despite what the evaluation bar says.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, this is the kind of move I wanted to play because I wanted to free up the position, free up my bishop, which was purely a defensive piece, and I wanted to try and activate it. Is he thinking about a re-sacrifice here?
Yeah, maybe, Simon. I mean, the queen takes this pawn.
Yeah, I mean, does he want to give the bishop away? Say, like, you're not Tao, I'm Tao. I am Tao. I'm the real Tao. Have some of that, Magnus. I mean, that looks very tempting, right? So
suddenly the white king is the one in all the danger. There's not even a check that you can give to the black king.
Yeah.
What a turnaround that would be if black is doing the attacking.
Definitely.
And if he doesn't play that, Magnus, if he doesn't take this pawn, what else? Do you have to slide the queen the whole way across? You threaten checkmate, after all. But the black king can start its journey, it can start running. I like what Anish has done. He's kind of teamed up these two pieces. He's protected them. So now any check can just be met by the king moving. And look how everything's defended for black. The king defends the bishop, and the queen and rook defend each other. And this is basically forced in this position, surely. Black's king has to run now. And it does. White's queen steps forward to this square, at least holding on to an idea of capturing this pawn. If the black king continues running, then queen takes pawn is possible. But what do you guys think? Is there a way to defend? Still 1 move before white can do anything. Do you run with the king? Do you jump in with the black queen? What do you do here? big question for Anish.
It's kind of tempting just to solidify the position and play this move, protect everything. And yeah, he's gone for it. Give back material, just keep the king safe. And then, Black still has the opportunity to open up the white's king by just using the a-pawn as a lever.
Yeah, he could have pushed this pawn potentially, but instead he gives a check first, hitting the white king. I think the idea is if the king had moved to the b file where it wanted to hide, then there would have been a sacrifice here, and Black would have actually won on the spot because this is a check, and the white rook would have dropped. So Magnus now has been forced to put his king on a really kind of ugly square in the center of the board where it will get hit from all sorts of angles. Anish gives a check. Is he going to try and force a draw?
No, come on. Don't do
Anish.
that.
Okay,
he doesn't have much time on the clock, sorry, yeah.
No, I was going to say he can repeat the position if he brings his queen back to this square. That's the second time we've seen that position, and it will be a draw. Oh, gosh. OK, Anish, second time we've seen it now. Jovanka, what do you think you were going to say?
I'm just going to say, he's got 30 seconds on the clock, and ideally, if he wants to keep the game alive, he's probably going to have to actually retreat the queen back to where it came from. And then, he's lost some momentum, some time. I think he might bail out.
Yeah. Could make an argument for maybe giving a check. I'm not sure which square exactly when the white king moves. Now you can just defend your bishop, maybe. Oh, but he's going for the draw, Anish. Let's go back to the players. I think we're going to see a result. Yep. If Anish brings his queen back to the f4 square, then we will see a draw. Magnus looking away from the board now. He's pretty confident he's saved this game, but Anish, play for the win. You won't get a better chance against the world champion, and he takes the draw.
It is a draw, a dramatic game, but a draw in game 2 between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. Still tied. Both games so far ended with draws, and they're actually, we haven't seen that before, discussing the game, probably.
I find that quite off-putting myself. If you know you've been winning, and I'm sure Anish is a bit annoyed with himself because he knew he's probably winning there, and your opponent suddenly tells you when you should have won. He's like, well, you could have played this, you just won. Why didn't you do that? And then walks off. It's like, oh, I really didn't want to hear that, So maybe a bit of a psychological ploy there.
Yeah. And let's head down to Miami and hear from Magnus Carlsen.
No, not at all. I feel like it was an interesting game, It's probably, sacrifice was probably not correct, or almost certainly not correct, but I always felt that I had decent practical chances, so I wasn't that worried.
But were you surprised by some of Anish's responses?
No, not particularly.
Good luck to you, Magnus.
Thank you.
And Anish Giri, well, he's still in here looking over this game. Will he be annoyed with himself now, somehow?
Yeah, I would not do what Anish is doing right now. He's on Chess24. I really like that this feature they have where you can see the computer evaluation after each move. He's going to see that even in the final position, he had a big advantage. Yeah. And he's going to see that actually most of the whole game, he had the advantage as Black. And it was just bailing out, which was understandable at the end. He didn't have too much time on the clock, but if the match turns against him now, he'll pinpoint this one moment as his big chance against the world champion. And there we can see, even on his screen, the evaluation bar was all the way down on Black's favour. So, yeah, I wouldn't be checking on this game. I would just be looking ahead to the next one. He's got white, after all, in the next game, and he will have chances. Just forget this one, move on, and still 1-1.
Yeah, and here he is, leaving the arena, Anish Giri. Let's see if he stops by Sverre to hear from Anish Giri after a draw against Magnus Carlsen in game 2. Here he comes.
On the evaluations here, Anish, it looked like you had a few chances. Did you feel that way yourself as well?
Yeah, I mean, he sacked a piece. I think it was kind of desperate in a sense, because otherwise my position is just very comfortable, I thought. That's at least how I saw the sack. I didn't think it was crushing or even good, but he has practical chances always. I mean, I have a weak king, so in a classical game I would bet on myself, but okay, in a rapid game it's not so simple. And in the end, I got so excited. I saw this queen d4 rook before. I gave this check, and afterwards, queen f4 rook before. He went king d1, and I thought why did I give this check? Because probably I'm winning a move before. It's not easy, but I think I probably am winning before. And after this, I thought maybe I can play for a win with rook e8 still in the end, but he goes king b1, and then I have to make a move, and I have no time, so I didn't really like my chances anymore. So I think, you know how it is. I assumed I was winning at some point, but it's a practical game, and I have a weak king, so it's not easy.
Before the 2 last games, do you have a good feeling now, or are you happy with your play?
Yeah, plays all right. It seems I missed some chances in both games towards the end. Also in the previous one, I didn't really realize I'm better. And I thought I could be better, but I didn't really see how, and I saw I had some chance. So, yeah, I'm kind of happy that his play is not great, because this gives me some hope for the next 2 games. But with Magnus, it's always very hard, so, you know, I'm not, like, super optimistic or something, but I'm, yeah, so far I'm kind of happy with the way the games go. I think I'm, you know, compared to him, like it looks like a good match so far, so that's good.
It's an intriguing match. Good luck.
Thank you.
Anish Giri, I have to say, looking sharp in his blue suit, and he's talking about a practical game. Weak king, Magnus Carlsen sacrificing a piece in this game. Let's take a look at it, David.
Yeah, there was thunder on the board in this game, and there were fireworks. Magnus going aggressive, sacrificing a piece. But I just want to pick up on one moment that Anish mentioned in his interview there, and it was around here where Black had great chances. It's Black to play. Anish, he has the move, and there are plenty of tempting options here. He chose to give a check to the white king, and we'll investigate this in a second. But maybe the most simple here would have been to kick the white queen away from a really nice square. White can't afford to trade queens here. White is a piece down. And after the white queen moves, you can start with an idea that Jovanka mentioned, just starting to kind of chip away at white's pawns. The target is eventually the white king. And the difference here is that after the white rook moves up the board, Black can simply give a check out of the firing line, and now after just a calm defensive move, actually white has no attack at all. If anyone's king is weak, it's the white one, and after you start removing some of the pawns in front of it, Anish would have won this game most likely. Instead, going back, instead of this rook move, which probably would have netted him the full point, he gave a check, and after the white king moved, the final detail he mentioned is that here he could play for a win with Black by moving his rook across, but the difference from that line is that the white queen can start delivering some checks. And he didn't like the look of this after the king moves. White can just kind of take a time out, keep the white king nice and safe, and here it's just very, very unclear. Black's bishop tied down, pinned. Black's rook also tied down, and this would have led to all 3 results being possible. Anish didn't want the risk, so he took the draw.
So they are still tied, Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen, after 2 games, 2 draws. Game 3 will start in 10 minutes. Anish will have the white pieces in that game. 2 games in round 2 still going on in the Miami arena. I have to mention Pragnananda. He did lose game 2 to Alireza Firouzja, a comeback by Firouzja. So they are now tied after 2 games. And in this one, Duda won a very dramatic game 1. And is he also winning game 2? The bar slightly over to his side against Hans Niemann.
Yeah, this one is very, very complicated. I'm trying to do a quick count here. So white has 1 piece less, Black has an extra bishop, but white has a whole bunch of pawns. In the current position, white has 7 pawns, Black only has 4. So white has 3 pawns for the bishop. Whose king is safer? Black's king looks a bit open, but safe for now. It's all about whether white can start pushing his pawns on this side of the board. And it's not easy. It's so hard to evaluate this one.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the worrying thing, though, from my perspective, and Jovanka said we saw it in the last tour, is Hans Niemann on tilt. I just don't think he's very good. He's a very emotional player, which is very understandable, because that can work very in your favour when you get a roll going. But when you have a very painful... Look at the speed he's moving. It's like he doesn't really care. You know, this is, to my eyes, just too much tilt.
Is there tactics as well on the board? I'm just looking at this position. I'm seeing all the rooks lined up along the D line. Maybe there's some rook takes pawn.
Jovanka, you spotted it. A winning move from Duda, and he plays it. Wow. And you're both right there. I mean, Jovanka, you spotted the winning move, but Simon, the speed with which Hans is just playing, it's reckless.
It is
it's
reckless.
Suicidal. You're just giving away the points.
It's a massive tournament. You know, it's a big tournament. It's the first round in Miami. You know, you're going over here. OK, you lose the first round. That's really painful. But you've got to try to get in the second round, and you've got to try to adjust. Very hard to do, but it's a skill that Hans can work on, isn't it, here? Because, you know, he's just blundered a pawn and blundered a game. You know, he was probably doing OK. It's like, yeah, just emotional chess.
Emotional, and we have to jump in to show why this was such a big blunder from Hans. Just at the moment we joined, and it was in this position. Duda had been doing some clever, sneaky stuff, and Hans here should move his rook out the way. You can move it, for example, to this square or the other side of the board, depending on your taste. But instead, he retreated his bishop, and as Jovanka also mentioned, there's too much tension on this file. And after rook takes pawn, The d-file pin is just winning for white. If the pawn recaptures, the white rook wins the black rook, and both bishops attacked, everything under fire on this 8th rank. Black's position collapses. Well, more thunder here in Oslo. And meanwhile, it's the same. If black's queen takes, then we just see a queen trade, and at the very end, white will win one of the bishops with 3 extra pawns. So, yeah, this was decisive, and instead of capturing this rook, accepting his fate, he decided one last trick, bring the black queen in, and Dudas just says, okay, I'm going to retreat, keep everything nice and safe. White has won that very important pawn. Next move, white will bring his rook to a nice square, nice outpost, and black is losing on both sides of the board. Simply, these are 3 passed pawns. One of them is going to start pushing forward soon, and the black king very, very open. Looks hopeless, to be honest.
It does look hopeless. I remember reading a book by John Nunn where he talks about piece imbalances, and he was like, well, 3 pawns are never enough for a piece. You need to have something more. So it can be like 3 pawns and they're super far advanced. That means they're very dangerous. It can be 3 pawns and your opponent has an unsafe king. And here it's like he has 3 pawns, they're far advanced, black has an unsafe king. It's like this is a dream scenario for Duda, and also
he's even got 4 pawns for the piece.
Yeah, 4 pawns, even one pawn more, and I don't know. And I also take a look at the clock situation. Hans had well over 10 minutes when he made that blunder. I mean, we've all been there. We've all played rashly and emotionally, but Hans really needs to recover, and he needs to use this time now just to calm down and just get himself future focused.
Yeah, it's very easy to get tilting. I'm a very emotional player as well. I mean, for me, you know, it can affect me one result over the next couple of days. But it's something I should work on. Hans is such a fantastic player, you know, he is. But it's that aspect of his game which has clearly been visible in the tour. He loses the game, he can't recover. And he's just got to maybe just slow down, I guess, is one simple strategy, right? You lose the game, slow the tempo down in the next game. That's just a very easy way that he can try to, you know, just improve his situation. But after he loses this one, it's going to be very difficult to win the next 2 today.
Do you have any tips that you've picked up along the way just to kind of readjust, get out of that tilt?
I used to just go and have a beer, to be honest, after a bad loss, just to get it out the system, because I'm very tense. But also going for a long walk, just thinking about it, just some way to get it out the system, you know. But when you've got games so quickly coming up the next round, it's hard. But you look at Magnus, and he's brilliant at bouncing back. He nearly always wins the next game after he loses. He just comes back straight away. So he's the guy to ask, definitely. You know, ask Magnus how he does it. It'd be fascinating to hear his answer, I guess.
Yeah, and the one thing with Magnus, we've seen him very emotional. Often he gestures, he kind of shouts, he gets it out of his system. And the next game, it's a completely different game. It's a fresh start. It's always as if he's back to square one. If he wins, he forgets, he moves on, back to the board. Hans, he takes it all with him, all that baggage. And I think the one thing maybe he needs, and the one thing I'd recommend to everyone at home, is just having someone there with you. I mean, Pragnananda, he has Ramesh just to calm him down, to keep him level, to keep him unemotional, to make sure he's in a nice kind of relaxed mood. And Hans, I know him a bit. I've chatted with him many times. I know he does study chess with a couple of people, but I don't think he has that mentor figure to just say, okay, get it out your system now. Now, next game, move on, take it slow, pause at the critical moments. Don't let last game affect you now. And I think it's the same. Everyone at home, have a sparring partner or have someone maybe a bit more experienced just to chat to between games. That can be just a nice way to kind of fast-track the recovery process after losing.
We do know Magnus Carlsen often brings his dad, so, I mean, not necessarily even a great chess player.
Exactly. Doesn't have to be a chess player at all. Just someone who kind of recognises the emotions in you, recognises the good habits, the bad habits, who can kind of just put you in the zone. And Magnus has his dad and a whole bunch of people who he knows and he trusts to kind of help him reset.
Yeah.
I mean, very quickly, how you're both great players. I mean, how do you both handle a loss? I mean, you asked me, I'm just very interested. I mean, is there a quick response you can give to that? I mean, David or Jovanka?
I used to be very, very bad at recovering from losses, but I think it's only in the last few years.
You just don't lose anymore.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't remember what it's like.
Basically, he just okay, that's David. He just wins every game instead. So yeah,
I think it's just the fact that I do other stuff now, so there's less pressure on my chest. So even if I lose, I think, okay, life goes on. I've got I'm commentating on a really fun event next week. So be it. And I think being slightly detached, like invested, but slightly detached is a good state of mind.
Yeah. Well, you know, my results this year haven't actually been good, so I've had a chance to put this into practice. Basically, I started to do meditation.
Okay.
So, you know, I just, you know, and if you're after a particularly painful loss, you know, a performance coach, Benji, he kind of taught us a technique where you actually can break down the story and the emotion that you're telling yourself. And this was super powerful because behind every loss, there's something negative that your mind is telling you. Like, it could be your shame, you know, your shame, you're letting everyone down, blah, 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 blah. But when you actually break it down, you're like, hang on a second, that's been very unkind to myself. And then you feel much better. And I actually got over a very, very painful loss in January by doing this technique. And the next day I won. So I was like, yay.
Working.
It works.
Okay, so take notes on that good tip from Jovanka. Yeah. Well, Hans Niemann, he looks like he maybe is on a little bit of a tilt after losing game 1 in dramatic fashion. The bar all the way over to Jan-Krzysztof Duda's side here in game 2. And clock's ticking for both of them. The game started a little bit late. But most games in the next round will start in 2 minutes. Although Liam Le and Levon Aronian, they are still playing game 2. That has been going on for a long time.
Yeah, both marathon men there, Liam and Aronian. And I just want to highlight, because there is an important moment on the board right now with Duda and Niemann. Duda's found a really clever way to maybe just secure the win. And in this position, White's rook actually just came from this square. It was attacked by a pawn, but he dropped back, and it looked like he needed to stay on the 4th rank. It looked like he needed to kind of stay defending this pawn, but Duda has calculated that after the black queen, which is now under fire, retreats, and okay, it doesn't take the pawn in the game, but if it had done, then after a trade at the very end, this motif wins back the piece with interest, and yeah, again, one of the black bishops will fall. So in the end, Niemann decided he doesn't want to go into a hopeless endgame where he can prolong it and drag it out, but the result is inevitable. Instead, he drops his queen back, and now I'm expecting Duda to, for example, improve one of his rooks, maybe lift this rook up the board and start eventually trying to swing this rook across towards the black king. It will take time still to decide this game, but Duda still in full control on both sides of the board.
All right, let's see what the result will be. If Jan-Krzysztof Duda wins this game, then he will only need a draw in game 3 to win this match and take all 3 points. If this is a loss for Hans Niemann, he has to win game 3 and game 4 to take it to tiebreaks and get any kind of points out of this day 1. So it's dramatic for the American playing at home in the US. He wants to do good, but it's looking bad for the young American.
Yeah.
He slowed down, which is the right thing to do, but he should have done this 5 moves ago when it was still roughly in the balance, the position. And Jovanka, thoughts right now?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that's just really painful and not very nice position for Hans, and he's perhaps just prolonging the inevitable. But I think that this is maybe a good psychological strategy just to kind of get yourself in the right frame of mind for the last 2 games. And it's been so exciting, though. You know, I haven't been able to share any selfies. Oh! So whilst the players are thinking about this particular position, well, I wanted to share with you some pictures. Bagath Singh says that they're watching from Pune in India. Oh! And they're sending us a selfie in landscape mode. We do love our selfies in landscape. And there they are. And Doug TK is listening to the chess talk whilst working from home. One of the benefits of working from home. And Maritza is sending us all the cheer and all the tea from Mauritius. Wow. So it's incredible. Mauritius is such a beautiful place.
We have viewers all over the world. Fantastic.
I know, absolutely. Yeah. And, well, what's happened there?
Well, we did see 2 players leave the arena. That's Liam Le and Levon Aronian. The game finally ended with a draw. That means Levon Aronian is still up in that match. He won game 1, and game 3 between these 2 will start in 10 minutes. But game 3 between Praggnanandhaa and Firouzja and game 3 between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen will start very shortly. And we did see the selfie from Pune in India. She can look forward to round 3. We're going to follow game 3 between Pragg and Furusha. They have won one game each, and game 3 is starting very shortly. But we're following the ending to this game, and it's probably going to be a win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
It looks very likely. Still some finishing touches needed, but as well as having the advantage on the board, this is also a very Duda type of position. The one thing I've learned about Duda is that he likes imbalances. He likes it when there's some crazy stuff going on. He doesn't want symmetry. He doesn't want a dull type of endgame where it's really dry. He has to grind things out. He wants action always, and he's very good at calculating and navigating those murky waters. So not only is Niemann up against his opponent in a dominant position, he's also up against his opponent in a very in his comfort zone, essentially. And okay, Black's rook attacking the white queen, expecting that white queen to sidestep. There's a choice of squares. This square hits a rook and it hits a pawn in front of the black king. Double attack. And okay, look at Duda's rooks. They're just going to start sliding up and they're going to slide across towards the black king.
It's our favourite swinging operation there.
Exactly.
So when the rooks come over to harass the opponent's king. And
it's like that Robbie Williams song, "Sing when you're winning, but swing when you're winning."
Yeah.
The white rooks are going to swing across and checkmate the black king.
Yeah, no, I liked your slide. They're going to slide up, step up, and slide across. That should be like one of these
dance move.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, when you kind of clip people talking and then you make it into a little beat.
I'd rather see David dance it, to be honest. Yeah. You fancy doing that, David?
Not right now, but
no? Okay.
We'll see. Maybe if Duda's rooks all swing across and checkmate, and if it's a really pretty checkmate, maybe I'll do a dance.
Well, certainly dancing in. Hang on a second. Write this down.
Let's pin David down.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely. The David dance incoming. Whoa.
So all we need now is for Duda to establish a very nice checkmate, and David will dance.
Okay.
Hoping Niemann resigns before that arrives, but... okay, Duda thinking the one saving grace. Okay, one of the rooks has slid across and swinging across now. But the one saving grace potentially for Niemann is that Duda is slightly low on the clock.
Yeah.
Both players low on the clock, and that normally means there is some kind of variability. There is room for error, just slightly more chaotic. And it's actually often more tricky to play when you have 2 minutes and your opponent also has 2 minutes, rather than having 2 minutes versus 10, because if your opponent has more time, you know you will get pauses to think. Here, it's just going to be fast and it's going to be furious. And okay, Niemann trying to get one rook active for black. How can white apply the finishing touches here? Still not that straightforward.
No, I can't see anything obvious. I mean, you can't get your bishop into the attack, so you have to use your queen and the two rooks. And it's, you know, I think the computer evaluation is a bit misleading, because it can still, I mean, it is winning for white, but and it is a Duda position, as you say, but you can over push, play the wrong attacking idea, and get counter punched here as well.
You lose control and maybe lose one of your pawns on the left side where white has all those runners. If you lose one of them, things could start to unravel.
Yeah. But I was wondering whether maybe because there's nothing concrete for white to attack the black king, then maybe now is the time to start advancing your pawns.
Makes a lot of sense. Pass pawns are there to be pushed.
Yeah.
Push that white A pawn forward, hit the black rook. One move I'd be tempted by is to just shuffle the white king into the corner, into the H2 square, just to free up the white bishop, as you mentioned, Simon. But that's just too much finesse. And also, that's not a Duda type of move. He's a bit more direct than me. So, plenty of choice here for Jan-Krzysztof, but he just has to keep one eye on the clock.
Yeah, his time's getting very low. And I mean, I know they're all brilliant players when they've only got seconds on the clock, but your play does decrease when you get very short. So, got to be careful.
Again, he's just increasing the randomness of the position if he's dropping down under 1 minute here. He spent more than half his remaining time on this one move, and okay, looks good.
This is a Duda move, isn't it? Direct, going straight, creating threats, trying to take a pawn with check, and maybe the other rook can swing over. So, do we have to see, just to clarify things, do we have to see checkmate on the board for you to do a dance? Is that the only way?
It has to be checkmate, and it has to be a beautiful one.
Oh, there's no way that hands will allow checkmate. I think you're safe there. Can we say, like, checkmate in 3 on the board, and we can see a David dance?
I don't know, Simon. Hands...
I mean, what do you think? Do we want to see a David dance?
I think if he manages to generate a checkmate, and maybe it doesn't really matter whether hands allows it or disallows it.
I'm with you, Jovanka. I'm with you there.
If it's all forced with it.
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
no branches,
Cool, the things you get roped into, David. You know, it's,
Get ready, David, because there's a cluster of white pieces.
There is. But they're both very short time now, aren't they? I mean, about 1 minute 16 left, so this is really getting to the wire.
Okay, and Hans, it looks like he's clicked on his dark squared bishop. Is he just going to put that... the black pawn is on f6 is undefended. Is the black dark square bishop going to defend it? Okay, he did click on that piece. One thing I've noticed from Hans, I've watched many of his streams, is he likes to kind of click on the pieces as he's kind of talking himself through the moves, as he's looking at all the different options. And I've seen him mouse slip a few times. Okay, he does move his dark square bishop.
It's quite strange, because you wouldn't do that in an overboard game. You couldn't, like, touch a piece and then move it to another piece and then, like, keep moving around while you work it out. I mean, it's an interesting approach.
Yeah, and maybe that's just for his streams, maybe in... kind of online chess, he'll do it differently, kind of the more serious time formats, but still. Okay, that black bishop is plugging the holes, but now everything has swung across towards...
I can see a beautiful checkmate in 3 coming up now. I just can see it. Oh, what about rook g8? Play rook g8, please. You know, just play the rook g8. I'd love to see.
I don't see the checkmate there, Simon.
There's no checkmate.
OK, don't play rook g8. I thought there's a queen h6. Play something that allows checkmate, but, yeah, see, I can't even find a checkmate when I'm trying to. That's bad.
Checkmate is coming, though. The white rooks, one of them wants to slide up to the 6th rank, maybe, and then capture a pawn. Black's bishop alone is not going to hold this one together.
But the one thing, though, is that it's become a little bit less clearer, because I really liked what that white rook was doing in the centre, which was breaking the coordination between the queen and the f6 pawn. And now the queen centralises itself. I just don't see the checkmate.
It feels like it's close, but not immediate, perhaps. And, yeah, Black's queen, now that she has joined in the defence, the kind of momentum has been lost slightly for white. If Duda takes a timeout now, then he might start to regret it. He's kind of committed to a checkmating idea.
Big threat on the board. The queen has got her eye on the rook sitting on e8 square, so this means that rook can move to attack the queen, and, well, Black will have to lose material if he allows this.
Yeah, big threat on the board. Just to show this one, Jovanka, white's threat is to slide the rook across, and that would be a skewer. The black queen would be hit, and the rook behind it would fall. And in the previous position, this wasn't winning on the spot because Black's queen could have defended her rook, but now that was the case. And now this rook, which was the target, has just sidestepped. And Duda, this is why it's his type of position. He's throwing all these 3 pawns forward. That is scary. And, OK, Black has a pass pawn of his own. It's a bit of a race.
Hans is doing well to hold on. You know, he's done best he can in a terrible position.
But, yeah, I mean, look at this bishop. It's just completely dead right now. And these 3 pawns will eventually win the game. They'll just act as the distraction while white goes for a checkmating attack against the black king. White's just winning on both sides of the board, unfortunately for Niemann. And I was about to say a very sadistic move would be to block Black's only chance of counterplay, which is pushing this pawn. He blocks it, and, yeah, now Black has just barely got any moves. 1 check is not enough, unfortunately. The white king is super safe on the side of the board. And here there would be checkmating ideas coming as well. And, OK, the queen slides back, but this won't save the game. White can simply move his rook up and start grabbing some pawns. This one looks over now.
Is he about to resign, Hans Niemann?
Body language looks like he is. He just leaned back slightly. And normally when you lean back, it's like, oh, the hope is gone. OK, Duda just shuffles his king to the side. Very safe square for the white king.
But maybe what he's been doing, as Jovanka said, I think he realised he's been lost for some 30 moves, you know. But maybe it's just getting psyched up, you know, trying to get over the loss of the last round, realising that he has to win the next 2. So I think it's wise to do that now, because he doesn't have much of a break to do it for the next rounds. Maybe that's one thing he's trying to do here. And white still has to win this position. You might as well force your opponent to win the game rather than just give up.
Yeah, never resign while your opponent's under 1 minute on the clock, right?
No, no.
And talking about time, it is Hans who has no time on the clock. You know, he's got just 20 seconds.
Yeah.
But he's, you know, finding ways to survive, and that's what it's all about. Just being able just to live for 1 extra move. And, well, Jan-Krzysztof just simply pushes the A pawn. But still, those pawns will not be able to advance for too long. I mean, they've gotten pretty far up the board. But
Hans under 5 seconds. He's got to stay alive. He's got to make a move. OK, made that move with 2 seconds left. He's just yo-yoing back and forth now. Lost another pawn, however. White now has how many pawns? Is it
5?
5 pawns.
5 pawns for just a bishop. And look at Black's bishops. Both those Black bishops are trapped, completely trapped.
And also the White bishop is now coming into its own, which it wasn't able to do before. So that's a 4th attacking piece. And this means the checkmate ideas will now be impossible to stop with the rook coming over. And yeah, I mean, there's probably a number of ways you can finish off here.
Probably swing the rook along.
Yeah.
Join.
Depends here whether are you an artist or are you an accountant like me? Do you just collect everything? Do you just swap everything off and look at the final numbers? I'm up a piece at the end. Or do you go for checkmate?
Checkmate incoming.
Checkmate and free. Checkmate and free.
No, it's not the most beautiful checkmate ever. It's
That's
quite
true.
mundane.
Wriggling out of it here. So.
There's
6 pawns
on the board. 1 trap on the board. There's 6 pawns for 1 bishop now, but I don't think you can take this bishop. Or maybe you can.
OK, he thinks he can.
The white rook is pinned.
OK.
Oh, actually, yeah, you can. Yeah. This is also winning.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Am I going to
dance? Now the beauty prizes are...
Now the Black Queen is deflected away and Black's defences crumble. Hans is about to resign any second. Checkmate is coming.
I'm free.
In a few minutes. OK, he keeps it going. Oh, it's not going to be checkmate, I have a feeling.
Hangmate, he's got all the pawns.
Literally.
He's got 7, but he's 7 pawns up.
White has 7 pawns.
That is incredible. And you don't often see that, do you? Yeah. 7 pawn advantage.
No checkmate, no dancing, but Duda takes the win.
Wow. Another win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, going up to 2 points lead in the match against Hans Niemann, who is now in a must-win situation in the 2 final rapid games in their match. If the next game, starting in 10 minutes, is a draw or a win for Jan-Krzysztof, he will win the match and take all 3 points. Hans Niemann does not want to talk to Sverre right now, still annoyed, losing now 2 games. But let's see if Jan-Krzysztof Duda stops, and he does.
Duda, how do you feel about your chess today?
Yeah, of course, I'm very happy with the result. Yes, I mean, I don't have a feeling I'm playing particularly well, but I'm successful, and that's, of course, the most important thing.
Does it feel like your opponent has been thrown a little off balance by everything that happened in the first game?
Yeah, it's easy to assume so. Even though, I mean, he's played this variation, I mean, which is kind of understandable from his viewpoint, of course, that he must win some games, but I have always found, I mean, this position much easier, to play much easier for White, because it's always easier to push pawns than struggle with extra piece, but I mean with extremely passive pieces. At some point also I mean he wasn't that clear though, and at some point I mean he just blundered this rook takes c4, and I could have, I mean I missed that too in the first instance, could have of course taken straight away, would have been better, because after. But I just played very quickly some different move, and after that I must have been winning, but it was there was some challenges.
Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I'm just pouring some coffee for Simon. Yes, taking the opportunity. It's a hectic day here, day 1 in FTX Crypto Cup. We had some technical issues and we had a lot of drama. These are the results so far. All the matches have finished 2 games. Pragnananda and Firouzja won 1 game each. They are tied heading into game 3. So are Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen, 2 draws. And game 3 has now started. Hans Niemann and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. That's a dramatic one. Jan-Krzysztof Duda won 2 games, and with only a draw or a win in the next game, he will be the winner of that match. The Vonoronian, he is up by 1 point against Liam Le. So Liam, he as well, he has to win either game 3 or game 4 to take it to tie breaks. We're going to jump into game 3 between the 2 youngsters, Pragnananda and Firouzja. They won 1 game each. Will we see another decided game? We are 16 moves into this game, and what are we seeing, David?
So it is still early days, but we're seeing quite a pleasant position for Pragnananda, for White here. Firouzja's last move does weaken the Black King somewhat, but I think it was just really, really urgent to kick away this White Knight. We always come up with these rhymes. The White Knight on f5 will thrive, and it just looks like great attacking potential for White with this piece. And, OK, Firouzja's pushed this pawn, Simon kicking away the White Knight, but even if the White Knight steps back, this type of position has a good reputation for White.
Yeah, I mean, White has a little bit more space, and generally in chess, you've got a bit more space. It gives you an easier game to play. And as you say, Black's king is a real target here. He's moved some pawns around that king. White's pieces, the knight is great, but a bishop in the centre of the board. And even on the queen side, you see this annoying white pawn. This actually reminds a little bit of the game you had against Firouzja, I think, doesn't it? A little bit, didn't you? Weren't you able to do something similar, I think, with your pawn, and it ties the rook in the corner down because you'll lose a pawn. Yeah. So there's kind of slight problems on both sides of the board. It's not the end of the world because Black's very solid, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if you're going to play into this, if you're going to play this opening, you have to expect this middle game. And all the pieces are on the board. I mean, maybe he wants a more dynamic position. That's why he's gone for this opening. Yeah, I mean, it's a big decision right now for Praggnanandhaa. Both sides have plenty of time on the clock. His knight has just been kicked away, but it always feels like such a shame to move your knight away from its dream square. We talk about f5 so much, but if you move it away, if you retreat, then suddenly your knight is a bit dominated. Your knight can never jump forward again. This pawn controls any squares it wants to jump forward to. Yes, the white knight protects your central pawn, and you still have a very pretty position, as Simon mentioned. You have more space in the centre due to this pawn. You have more space on the queen side due to this guy. But yeah, it feels like such a waste to retreat. And with that in mind, one of the first moves that came to my mind was perhaps counter-attacking against the white knight, against the black knight in the centre. I'm not sure whether this is kind of just too risky, whether it's too loose for white. But if you can get away with stepping forward, kicking away the black knight, then it is very tempting. Here, for example, if your knight is captured, you might be able to slip in what we call an intermezzo, an intermediate move, just capturing a pawn back, hitting the black rook. And when the rook retreats, only now taking the black knight. And it's just about weighing up a position like this. Is the black king more open than the white king? Here, I would say yes, potentially. And is this a good trade? He doesn't go for this in the end. It's understandable pushing this pawn forward, for example, if black retreats. It's very risky, it's very loose. These pawns in the centre of the board might come under fire later. So instead, Pragg decides to just take a step back. And it's interesting he uses this square. I guess his idea is to maybe reroute back here later. At least the knight here isn't fully dominated, but it is on the side of the board, so you will have to spend a tempo a bit later in the game to re-centralise it.
Huh.
Yeah, it's in the balance for now.
It's in the balance. All right. Well, these two are also in the balance. They are tied after 2 games. Firouzja, he made a comeback in game 2, winning that game. And Praggnanandhaa, he did stop by Sverre for a comment after losing game 2. Let's hear from him.
Pragg, you started out very well today. Now Alireza fights back. How would you summarize it?
I think I had good chances to make a draw. I played c2 and then probably still after rook c7 I had something, but I couldn't find. Like I played bishop a6 after knight g4. It was already lost. So yeah, I just want to play my best in the remaining rounds.
Do you have a good feeling?
Yeah. I think first game I played well. I think second game, till some point I was playing well, but then with little time with the king weak stuff.
Thank you, Pragg.
Yeah, thanks.
Alireza, you strike back immediately after losing the first game. Do you have a good feeling now before the 2 last ones?
Yeah, I think even the previous game was an interesting game. He played very good, but I didn't know the opening, so it was about the opening. But yeah, this game I'm very happy, of course.
You haven't played that much with Pragg before. How would you summarize this match?
It's going very interestingly. First game he won very convincingly. Also this game I won very convincingly. For now we are just trading, so we will see.
But it's good joy for us audience to watch this match, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It is definitely good joy for everyone to follow this match. 2 young players really fighting it out on the board. Will we see a winner in game 3 as well? And Pragg's clock is ticking down to 8 minutes. What kind of game are we watching here?
I think it's just both sides just kind of feeling each other out after the kind of all the drama of their first 2 battles, as Firouzja said. Both convincing wins by either player. I think it might be the calm just before that final storm which decides the match. And Pragnananda here, he does need to play with a bit of energy. I'm very worried by putting that white knight on the edge of the board. Black's knight kind of copied and put itself on the edge of the board as well. But it definitely feels like the onus is on white now to kind of back up his last couple of decisions. Maybe the white queen can find a better square. Maybe the white rook can lift up the board at some point. I'm just looking for ideas, and it's not 100% obvious for Prag. Any committal pawn pushes, especially in front of the white king, they're very double-edged. So I don't think Prag will want to go for that unless he's 100% sure. We've seen him make those kind of committal decisions in the past, but that was when it was very concrete. Here it's more kind of general. There's no direct win. There's no direct way to attack yet.
I like what Ali Reza's done, though, just in the fact that we saw him lose when he played the Berlin. It didn't suit his style. And often you go into opening variations, the top players do, that they know are slightly inferior. They're maybe not openings which, you know, are going to be equal. They're going to be a little bit worse, but they play those openings because it suits their style. And I think that's exactly what Firouzja has done here. He's gone into an opening where he keeps all the pieces on the board. He keeps some tactical opportunities. He probably knows he's a little bit worse, but he's waiting for his chance to strike. And this is something I think you have to bear in mind at home if you're trying to improve at chess. Don't always play the best openings. Play the openings that suit you. And that might sound a bit weird, but you'll play a lot better if you play openings that suit your style and you enjoy playing. They don't have to be officially the best. Otherwise, everyone would be playing the Berlin, and we don't want a world where everyone is playing the Berlin in every game, because that would be a terrible world, I think. Yeah. Would you like that world?
I wouldn't like that.
No.
Both colours, but OK. Pushing this pawn just one square forward does stop the black knight on the edge of the board from re-centralising itself. It also defends the white knight on the edge. Yeah, I mean, this move, I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. And white, at some point, will start getting ready to push the f-pawn forward to kick away black's knight from the middle, from the centre of the board. Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like both players just feeling this one out, edging forward, not really wanting to make too many decisions.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I thought this pawn move was quite clever because black perhaps was threatening to attack the knight that settled there on the edge of the board. And so this way, you know, that knight has a nice escape route. And at the same time, you know, white is perhaps waiting for the right moment to expand there on the right side. So, I mean, the primary threat that I was worried about was maybe the bishop coming to attack the knight. And if the white knight had been forced to retreat, then it's good that it has a square to go to.
Yeah, and at the very least, it could retreat to this square, perhaps. You still have to be careful of some light squares around your king, but at the moment, the white queen, for example, defends this square, so the black knight can't jump in there. And yeah, you're right, Jovanka, you do control a lot of squares, and in general, you know me, I love controlling the opponent's knights.
I love this move, by the way. It's the same idea. Yeah, I guess it's the same idea, right? That you're eyeing up the knight and you want to bring your knight in, but you maybe bring your queen over, right? Just towards the king side. I mean, it's...
Maybe you're setting a trap. If the white queen steps forward, you go queen takes knight, bang! Give up your queen and a knight fork. But, of course, Prag would never fall into that one. Black would win a piece here. And instead, Prag just slices knight back, as Jovanka predicted. And Simon, you want to get active, you want to get aggressive.
Well, yeah, either there or f6. They both look a little bit artificial as well. You know, sometimes, OK, he's played another move, he's just retreated his knight for now.
You wanted to jump in, I guess.
Yes.
Maybe the downside is that you're on the diagonal of the bishop, and eventually white will try to kick you away. But, yeah, a knight retreat instead.
The players are mirroring each other, you know, like... White is like, oh, I'll just move my knight back. Firouzja's like, I'm not going to be outdone by this subtle manoeuvring. I'm going to do the same myself.
Yeah, that's true, Jovanka. In this position, white put a knight on the edge of the board, black put a knight on the edge of the board, white's pawn stepped forward. OK, the queen dropped back, but now white retreats, black retreats. Yeah.
They're dancing.
They're dancing.
They're dancing together. To come back to the dancing theme again.
This is romantic stuff.
I'm so upset we didn't see the David Howell dance. You know,
the tournament is a long one, Simon. There's time.
OK. Yeah.
And this is another very instructive type of move. The white king steps forward. There's only really one undefended kind of weak spot in white's camp, and that's actually this pawn. It's not defended right now. You could imagine a black queen later attacking it. So rather than react to any attack against this pawn later, you might as well, while you have the time, just solidify everything. So the white king is on a nice, safe square, nice, safe haven for it, defending these two pawns. And now, at some point, you are maybe ready to start pushing these pawns forward. Black's knight steps back. Interesting stuff. I was going to say, after white puts his king on this side of the board, maybe black could do the same, just put his king opposite, just the dance continues. But Firouzja's tired of dancing, he just steps back instead.
Dance macabre.
All right, well, game 3 between Hans Niemann and Jan-Krzysztof Duda also just started, and this is a dramatic one. Must-win situation for Hans Niemann after losing 2 games. The first one very dramatic after Duda lost connection. The game was restarted and Niemann lost it. He also then lost game 2, and he did stop for a comment before entering game 3. Let's hear from him.
How much of that second game, Hans, would you attribute to the first game and what happened?
Completely. Thank you.
All right, that's a short comment. But he does say that all the drama in game 1 was what tilted him, basically, in game 2, what we was talking about.
Yes, they're never boring with Hans, is it?
No.
I love his interviews. I mean, for better or worse, he's very entertaining. And I say for better. I mean, having personality like that is great for chess.
Absolutely.
So I think we need Hans interviews every round, no matter what.
But okay, but we saw him being very emotional in that one-word interview. I mean, it was quite a feat, but he managed it. But I mean, when it comes to emotions, is this good over the board? Because these days I've kind of come round to the Pragnananda approach, which is, you know, you've got to be cool-headed about playing chess.
Yeah. I mean, it's clearly not good for his chess, as we saw in that last game, the emotion, just unable to control things there. But for a spectator, it's really refreshing. I'm used to watching football, and all the footballers after the match, they've had their media training. They all say the same stuff. You know, there's cliches.
I so agree.
It's nice to see someone be honest and open.
Oh, I love it.
Even if it isn't really benefiting their own chess.
Totally agree. Yeah, I mean, you want to see that passion, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just good for the spectators, and that's what we want, definitely. So,
definitely.
Yeah.
You know, that's what had me change from being a football reporter and sports journalist to only covering chess. It's so much more fun with these players. You're not talking to their PR teams. You're talking to the players and their emotions. I love it.
Yeah, you'd never get that one from, you know, Lionel Messi.
No, right? Yeah. No, we love it. And in that game, so game 3 has started. Remember, Niemann, he has to win that game. That's the only result taking it to a game 4, and the bar is roughly to the middle so far, but it just started. We are following Prag against Firouzja after 21 moves. The bar is very slightly over to Prag's side. So is this a calmer game than the 2 first ones between these two?
For now.
Okay.
But it's got potential.
Yeah, I would say not. I mean, the first game was kind of calm. It was a calm win, right? I didn't see the second one. But this one, all the pieces are on the board. It's kind of, like you say, it's just brewing, right? Yeah. It's ready to erupt, like the weather outside here, you know? It's just ready to come to life.
It's like the clouds are gathering, and soon they'll...
Definitely.
The rain will pour, the thunder will...
Do certain players ever remind you of other great players? Because I often get that with Firouzja. He just reminds me so much of Garry Kasparov. I mean, I don't know if that's right or not, but even this reminds me of a Kasparov, like King's Indian defence, where he's moving around, waiting for his opportunity. And a lot of his other games, he just reminds me of Kasparov, basically.
Yeah.
But
it's interesting you say that, because I was just reading in the New and Chess magazine how they compared him to Fischer.
Fischer, right.
But physically, they said, you know, he has the kind of the same gait as Fischer, and he's getting tall.
Right.
The way they walked is just scarily similar, Fischer and Firouzja. The names also begin with F. And it's just the hand gestures. Earlier we saw Firouzja kind of with his head on his hands, and there's photos of Bobby Fischer doing the exact same. I know that Fischer was still alive when Firouzja was born, but otherwise I would think he's reincarnated. Chess style, slightly similar as well, or at least it used to be when Firouzja burst onto the scene, kind of smoothly beating these grandmasters, just like Fischer used to. Finding it a bit more difficult now, Firouzja, but yeah, it's interesting, Simon. You're right. And Pragnananda reminds me a bit of Viswanathan, just a little bit. Maybe less of a force of nature, but just the understanding, the clarity of his games.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just interesting. I mean, just sort of definitely see some chess similarities with Firouzja and Kasparov, especially when those tactics happen. So many of the games that Firouzja wins is when the position just comes to life and he gets the initiative. When he gets the initiative and he attacks, he's like incredible. I mean, just like Kasparov was. And we still see this manoeuvring thing. It's quite interesting, still waiting. I mean, the one thing that white would love to have that he doesn't have is a light square bishop. Like the white king, it's kind of safe, but it's one of those positions where your king could be weak later on without a light square bishop. So, I mean, I guess it's in the balance here, but I normally like the side with more space. But in this position, I might, with the other rook maybe coming in, I might, if it's easy to come in, I might prefer black somehow, but I don't know. It's so hard to pick. Yeah.
Such a tense position, because whilst black would love to line up two rooks, he has to always be aware that white has the potential to step forward with the pawns and start attacking pieces. And of course, there's also that kind of psychological pressure from that pawn sitting on a5, which is just like clamping down on the left side of the board. And it might not seem much now, but I can tell you, in an endgame, it's going to be a problem.
In an endgame, it might step forward at the very least. These two pawns will feel uncomfortable with white's pawns so nearby. And I will say, from my experience, I've had a lot of these from both sides, but with white, I need time to figure out a plan. I need time on the clock to figure out when to push these pawns forward, or this one forward, or where to put my pieces. With black, you just kind of curl up in a ball, as Simon mentions. At some point, once you've done with this pawn, kind of dealt with this one being under attack, at some point you just slide your rook across, you just sit there and say, okay, if you come forward, you'll leave weaknesses behind and I'll attack you. And, okay, this is a bit mysterious from Prag. Does he want to support a pawn push, potentially? That's the question. But, for example, if black just waits and black just puts a pawn on a square, it's not attacked anymore, what does white do? And next move, this one is autopilot.
Maybe play it straight away, David, now that the pawn is also, maybe, I don't know, possibly.
Right. Move the rook across, attack this pawn.
Consequences.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Prag's idea was to move the other rook into the centre, but then it's actually black who can potentially grab a pawn.
Yeah, this
still very complicated because the pawn... OK, he's gone for your move there, David.
I mean, both those moves look very natural. OK, he moves this pawn forward. And again, just looking at the clock times, Prag is 1 minute down on the clock. This is black's next move. Firouzja, OK, I was going to say, Firouzja can pretty much autopilot play that move. But Prag, now he's going for it. He's decided 2.5 minutes, he needs to do something. Can't just sit and wait forever. Maybe it's a good moment, because this knight, you never want to fianchetto your knight. You never want to put it on this square. Normally, you want a bishop on that square, but at least now it can come forward in some scenarios.
This is where it's about to jump into life, this position, because now Prag is going for the attack, right, and he's going to get that knight in, so... Oh, counter.
Yeah, attacks don't have to always be met by retreats or by running away. Sometimes you can counterattack. Now the white queen is under fire. If the knight is removed, then black's rook can also enter a safe square. Very nice for black here. So I think the white queen is going to step away from this threat.
I'd love to sack my queen here, but just for the giggles.
Just give away the queen, but...
just for the giggles, you know. So
probably doesn't work.
Probably just lose a queen, but, you know, it's still, you know.
You only get a rook and a knight in return. No follow through, it looks like. You can only grab one knight here. Unfortunately, you can't grab both. But yeah, you're right, Simon. It's the first move you look at.
First move I look at, but I've probably got some problems there.
Yeah, so the white queen likely to run, but where? Big question. And once she does step away, I'm not sure what square, but will the black rook retreat, or will black swap off a set of pawns here? Still so much happening, and I do have a feeling that Firouzja's extra minute might count. And okay, he took off this knight, but now this looks really nice for black, unless there's something immediate. Black has full control over this e5 outpost. We see a trade here. White's knight jumping. Okay, clever from Prag, attacking this pawn. Firouzja, he just needs to stabilize, but maybe Prag has found a clever way. I thought the black king would just defend these pawns, and black has full control, but Prag's idea, is to drop his knight back, kick away the rook, and maybe black's rook doesn't have any good squares.
Yeah, I mean, positionally, it's good for black now because he's got this control of the centre of the board, which Prag is now trying to break down. But it's just whether Prag can do something quickly, I guess, here, with black's pieces slightly misplaced, the black king on the line of the queen as well. But it's a very risky decision from Prag there to give up the dark square bishop and give up the central square. It's a bit like a Sicilian now. And here we go. Firouzja was on the attack.
You predicted it, Simon. Suddenly, this white king lacking defenders. You can imagine the black queen sliding across as well, teaming up against this pawn. Oh, Prag has lost control. Still in the balance, but Prag down on the clock, and facing some threats.
Well, he won one game so far today. Praggnanandhaa also lost one. Maybe he is the player that you think will win the FTX Crypto Cup. Remember, today only you can cast your vote in the FTX Crypto Cup Fantasy Challenge. So what you do is you claim your free FTX Crypto Cup key, and you go to Discord, and you cast your vote in the Fantasy Challenge. And by the end of the tournament, when we see who wins, everyone who answered that player will share $15,000. A lot of money up for grabs. So do grab your crypto key and join the Fantasy Challenge. You have to answer today who you think will win. The competition ends, the competition ends when the tournament ends, but only today you can cast your vote. So go ahead and grab your key and join the challenge.
And I just want to say, so this one is really heating up. This is a check now. White cannot capture this knight because the H-pawn is pinned, so White's king moves out the way. We'll see a trade of knights, but two other things that are happening. Firstly, it looks like Magnus is winning a wild game against Giri. It's just been completely crazy from start to finish. Secondly, Hans Niemann, he's falling back on one of your favourite openings, Simon, but also something he did a chessboard course on, the Jovanka London, in order to try and make that comeback.
Yeah, I have to say, we've both done courses on Jovanka London, and his course is really, really interesting course. I mean, I did mine before his, and his has got some updating, very aggressive attacking ideas there, and he plays it regularly as well. So it's, I like players who play the openings they write about and do, because it shows they're serious about it. So, yeah.
And meanwhile, I mean, taking a look at this position, it just looks like Firouzja has just consolidated and is now comfortably much better. Yeah, and he has the better minor piece, and also he has a target to attack, that lone pawn sitting on the e4 square. So this is looking so nice for Firouzja. And, OK, well, Praggnanandhaa has to mix it up. He has to generate counterplay, so he's now threatening to perhaps put a rook on the f7 square.
Yeah, there's two weak pawns in the position. White's A pawn as well. We talked about it being a strength, a thorn in black's side, but that white A pawn now is just on a dart square. It can even be captured by two black pieces. And as Jovanka mentioned, maybe the more important factor in the position is that White's central pawn is isolated. White's knight on a terrible circuit. Black's bishop defending everything. It's got great potential on this diagonal. Look at Black's rook in the middle of the board on a permanent outpost. You can never, ever kick it away from that square. Yeah, it's all stacking up in Black's favour, and just Firouzja trying to keep control with his rooks. And yeah, this pawn puts another pawn on a dart square.
Is now the time, right, to start exploding things open in the middle of the board, push the pawn in the middle?
Totally agree. Yeah, it's the first move that springs to mind. Just push that pawn. Maybe you're winning a pawn, open up the dart squares. And he's played it, Jovanka. Yeah, well
and we have a result here in round 3. Magnus Carlsen, a win against Anish Giri to take the lead, putting Anish Giri in a must-win situation in game 4, starting in 20 minutes. Magnus Carlsen taking the lead. All right, and this one.
It looks like Firouzja is going to take the lead as well. You guys called it. This pawn push broke through because the white central pawn is pinned. This knight would fall. If pawn takes pawn, the knight drops with a check. So instead, we saw the knight try to ride to the rescue, try to defend this pawn, but Firouzja just says, OK, I'm calmly going to move my queen. So many targets here. This pawn is under fire, almost indefensible, and also a capture in the centre. Any opening of the position is just going to favour the bishop over the knight. And here, Prag is just trying to curl up into the ball. He's playing quite well defensively, but it's desperate times. Here, OK, Firouzja just triples up in the centre. Slightly surprised by that one. At least now White can alleviate some pressure, but I guess the problems persist. This knight not on a stable square. If the knight ever moves, then Black's rook is going to come in with some nasty checks. And also, even in an endgame, look at these two pawns. They're on dart squares. They will be easy pickings for Black's dart squared bishop. So short-term and long-term looks very good for Black.
I think very clever game from Firouzja. I think he picked an opening which is probably a little bit worse for Black, but it suits his style. If you compare this game to the first game where Prag just ground him down and he didn't get any chances at all, in this game he got a position he likes playing, all the pieces on the board, dynamic chances. Maybe he's a little bit worse, but he's taken his opportunity and he's jumped out when he's got the chance, and now he's got a great position, tripling on that open file. Can he get in now, David, or is it time?
I mean, he can give a check. I guess Prag's idea is to block this check either with his knight or with his rook. Maybe the rook slides back to try and offer trades. I think Prag, okay, we will see this happen on the board. Instead, the knight blocks rather than the rook. But yeah, I was going to say, I think Prag just has to hope somehow he could trade off the rooks and leave the queens on the board. The white queen and white knight might team up quite well. But the problem is, it looks so superficial, these rooks. And all black needs to do is somehow add his bishop into the attack or add this rook into the attack. I'd be tempted to start trying to swing the queen across. I don't know. There's plenty of ideas here. But Firouzja is spoiled for choice. Prag, as long as he can survive the next few moves. OK, this move, oof, cutting the position in half. This one's quite nice. Normally, you don't want to put a pawn on a dark square, blocking your own bishop. But now white's rook has lost its connection to these queenside pawns. It's hard to even find a move here for white, to be honest.
And the queen move that you suggested, swinging across, attacking pawns, that's still very much in the air. It's a nice clamping move, that pawn push in the middle.
Yep, looks like maximum control for Firouzja, and Prag down to under 20 seconds. Difficult on the board and the clock for the young Indian. It started so well today, but Firouzja just showing his quality.
OK, he's moved his queen away. He's desperately trying to get the queens off, but black, I'm sure, won't take the queens off. I say that now, and I'm thinking, hang on a minute, it's probably still quite a good move.
Even if he does.
Yeah, I'm sort of regretting saying that so quickly. And he doesn't. OK.
It's not Firouzja's style.
No.
Here, at least, white's knight could potentially blockade. You mentioned this concept earlier, Simon.
Yeah.
Blockade a central pass pawn. Maybe some chances long-term to survive, but yeah, when in doubt, if you're the side with the safer king, then keep the queens on and target.
4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds.
Prag's got to move.
He's got to move.
Oh,
Did that with 2 seconds to spare.
Doesn't look like that should work somehow. Black's rook can come in. You can take a pawn. There's so many options that are very tempting here for black.
Worst comes to worst, you take this pawn. You mentioned the other move, coming in with the rook. This looks so scary. Look at how you've just entered white's camp, entered white's position with your rooks. Deadly.
Yeah. And I was thinking maybe rook takes knight works if the queen comes in, but I mean, this is something that Firouzja's in his element. He's going to calculate extremely well here, and he's got a bit more time to do so as well. He's got the extra minute on the clock, so he's just got to work out the win. Tough game for Prag and the last one, because he started so well. He's got to win the next one to equal it and take it into a tie break. Still chances there. But Firouzja is showing his class again now.
Yeah, and with the black pieces as well, as you've mentioned.
And he has hardly any experience with playing 4 games. I remember from Oslo Esports Cup, Prag kept winning his matches after 3 games.
Yeah, and he always lost his matches in 3 games as well.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think he played a single match.
With 4 games?
Maybe 1, but I don't think he did.
Incredible.
I don't think he did.
He will definitely play 4 games today, Prag, and he most likely will have to win Game 4. It's going to be exciting. Only 12 seconds left on the clock here in Game 3. Alireza Firouzja with 30 seconds left. Will the Frenchman win this?
Yep, it's looking good, but the clock is ticking down. Perhaps, he's just confused by the promising choices that he has available to him. Simon's highlighted quite a few that look great. And now he's under 20 seconds on the clock. And I always find this very worrying, because personally I struggle with such little time on the clock. But these guys, you can rest assured, they are pros. 7 seconds, come on, you have to make a move. And he plays a very defensive move, very solid.
Yeah, OK, but he's now below Prag on time. OK, he's played this move, the rook coming in. White is totally tied down now. I mean,
paralysed.
Yeah, really horrible. I mean, if you can get the yes.
Can he not just take the pawn as well?
You can take the pawn, but he's got 5 seconds now. Don't Windows update now, computer. Not a good time to do that update.
Oh, look at Prag. He's panicking. He's only got a few seconds on the clock. He nearly didn't swap the
But look at the bar. What's happening?
What's going on now?
Is he surviving, Prag? The queens have come off.
What happened?
OK, at least he's got his rook to the 7th rank. Whether or not he survives this game now, Prag, the queens are off and he cannot get checkmated.
He's got more time as well, David.
I would take black still. I have an extra pawn as black, but you're right, Simon, momentum has changed. And if black has to take a timeout to just play a king move,
incredible.
He's going to pull a hat out of the bag here. Miracles, do they exist? Suddenly, Black could have this same position, but with the queens on. And Black had the safer king. White's king was vulnerable on the diagonal.
Maybe it was Firouzja who basically, under in time pressure, they went wrong.
Went down to 3 seconds there, Firouzja.
Wait 1 second now. Now it looks like White could be the one who could potentially push for more, because I'm just thinking suddenly the rook can align themselves on the 7th row. And, OK, well, no, the players are just making own decisions. It's safety first chess.
Any free result surely here is possible now. I think it was looking like just a Black win, but the time got short and things are really heating up now.
White is a pawn up now. I mean, what a turnaround. I mean, he was just gone. He was busted, could barely move. But now, queen's off the board. That's why we talk about queen trades being so... I mean, you need to be sensitive to these things. They're so important, judging when to trade the queens, when to take them off the board. Firouzja misjudged that, and now he's begging for a draw, Firouzja.
Dear.
Worst comes to worst here as Prag. You just trade the rooks. You're out of danger. You can never lose that game.
It's so horrible playing a move like this as well. When you know you're winning, suddenly you have to go into an ending, a pawn down. I mean, psychologically, how do you deal with this? I mean, this is very difficult, because only White can be better, right? As you say, David.
The king is now out of the way. The pin has been broken for the first time in the last 15, 20 moves. White's knight can rejoin the battle. White's knight has been stuck there for so long. And yeah, I'm looking at that 2 versus 1 advantage that White has on the left side of the board. And if White's knight can start moving towards that pawn, if the rooks disappear, it's just game over. White will win. So can the White knight just step forward now?
Yeah, I was going to say, have a look at that Black king. It's still not safe. Yeah. And I'm just thinking your knight could centralise itself, as you suggested, and then jump to G5 square. But OK, that's not going to happen.
I was looking at that direction as well, Jovanka, just to show this might happen. OK, not anymore, but this might occur, I was going to say, over the next few moves. White's knight jumping in, attacking the Black rook. And if it moves, then checkmate patterns all over the place. The Black king is trapped. But instead of this, Prag put his knight on this square, and now Firouzja has taken the opportunity to break his king out of prison, out of jail. At least the king has some breathing space if it needs. I think that's a good defensive move from Firouzja. If he can get all the pawns off the board, it will be a draw, even at the cost of his bishop. But, OK, what can Prag do? Wow, he's going straight for the kill, straight for this pawn. He's not messing around. And I guess this endgame is less... it's still very, very tricky for Black here. Black is a pawn down after all. White wants to slide his rook behind the pass pawn and push it in order to win, and also some nasty checks in the air.
Maybe you can take the pawn first and then go for that, possibly.
Yeah.
On h4 and try to... But even, like you say, even that's a little bit tricky, right, to hold.
Should be a draw now if you just slide your rook behind the pawn. OK, he's going for this, but oof, it's Firouzja fighting for his life.
Wow.
Yeah, and the time, 10 seconds each.
What a match between these two.
Great match.
Yeah, great match. And I want to see Prag's body language under... He went down to 2 seconds there.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you can just see the struggle on Firouzja's face. And for Pragnanda, this is just a simple stroke of luck, because when you judged his position a few moves before, it was hopeless. Now, is he going to win? Is Pragnanda going to do it?
I don't know. This rook, as long as it gets behind the pass pawn, it should be OK. I mean, it's on a knife edge, though. One slip and Firouzja is gone. So the problem here is that if you go with the white rook and capture Black's remaining pawn on this left side, one of your own pawn falls. Rook's pawns, the A and H pawns, they're actually the worst in rook endgames. You don't want those corner pawns. So it's a difficult decision for Prag. I would probably try and keep those as many pawns on the board as possible, but not easy to achieve. 2 seconds for Prag. He needs to move.
I mean, it should be a draw, shouldn't it? Because pawns are coming off and the white king's got to come across to do anything here if you just wait. But maybe Black can just start hitting those pawns. OK, he hasn't yet, but OK, you can go wrong. You're a pawn down. So.
Yeah, and I can see the white king now joining the aid of the rook. So come on, he's going to attack the rook. And then the question is, like, how is Black going to defend? Is Black going to just keep his eye on the c-pawn, or is he instead going to go chasing other pawns and try to get some counterplay that way? Decisions to be made, not easy when the players have got just seconds left on the clock.
One thing I have seen is Prag's endgame play is just phenomenal. I mean, he's so good, and he's won so many endings in the tour in the past from positions which probably should be a draw. We haven't really seen much of Firouzja's endgame play because he hasn't played any tours, so this is going to be his first challenge.
What are you looking at, David?
I'm just trying to read their usernames on Chess24. So Prag calls himself Indian Anand.
Oh!
And Firouzja calls himself Fantastic Star.
Oh, you've given it away now. You know, their secret names.
I mean, they were up there on the screen. I was just reading, Simon.
No, you haven't, of course.
Fantastic Star. He's like pumping himself up. You can do this. You're a fantastic star.
Back yourself.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have too much time on the clock, just under 20 seconds. And it is a race.
And this one should be a draw, even if Black's pawn didn't exist. That would be very tricky, but White's pawns, because they're disconnected, it is possible to stop them. So I'm expecting this one to be a draw. Black's pawn will act as a distraction. Still some work to be done, though. White is the only one who can win. White's rook will now slide across behind that black pawn on the next couple of turns.
Yeah.
It should be a draw, but what do you guys think?
I don't know. I don't think it's so easy. My vibe is that, I think Black has to tread a narrow tightrope in order to survive this game. And when they only have 14 seconds, I think it's easy to go wrong.
Maybe you start checking the king here to try and discombobulate. But I agree. I mean, I'd say this should be a draw. I mean, theoretically, it should be a draw, but whether you actually get there or not is a different question.
And it's always a matter of debate. Have the top grandmasters actually studied these theoretical endgames with kind of disconnected pawns? For example, if Black's pawn didn't exist, has Firouzja studied that one? I mean, a lot of the top GMs, especially the Soviet GMs, they will have studied that one in detail. They will know exactly the drawing motifs. But Firouzja, I'm not so sure. He will want to calculate his way to the draw. He won't want to rely just on knowledge that has to take hours and hours to understand. Okay, he's checking the king, as you mentioned, Simon. This is a good idea. He wants to force the white king in front of its own pawn.
Yeah.
Where else is the white king going to hide from these checks?
Has to go there, doesn't it? And I think with the king there, I was like, should be safe. But I did have to a little bit. It's very handy having the extra H pawn. Of course it is, because if white ever tries to exchange rooks, you have to think twice about that kind of idea, which is the normal kind of way to try and win this ending, I think.
Yeah, and Firouzja now down to 10 seconds. He has two possible ideas here. One, he can bring his rook up to the 4th rank, guard his own pawn, guard the black pawn. Okay, he gives away that pawn. I was going to say he could go behind White's C pawn as well, start attacking some pawns there. But look at this, the computer valuation swings the whole way. And is that just a losing blunder? Can White now just remove this black pawn from the board? That one is hard to evaluate, I've got to say. But
it's either very clever or not.
Wow, OK, there's only one winning move in the position, and Prag can win immediately by starting a race. White can just give up his A pawn, move the white king opposite the black king to the B7 square, and that is winning, the only winning move.
Wow.
That is not easy.
OK, we said it before. Will Prag find it? Will Prag find that move? Will he? It's unbelievable how he finds that move.
We've got to call that Prag style, because he's just finding them time and time again. This check, you need to calculate, but can it be met by a block with his rook?
Yeah.
He has blocked with his rook, and now it's a race, but White will win the race. If there's a rook trade, White's pawns are going to queen first. There's going to be a check, and...
You can also check the black king away if you want to here.
Kick away the black king.
And that, I mean, OK, he's just pushing instead.
Yeah, I mean, now, again, you've got to calculate with, as Prag, under 20 seconds, can you push the other white pawn? We might even see a weird situation where both sides make queens at the same time.
Incredibly hard ending.
Yeah.
Well done, well called, Jovanka. I thought, easy draw. And no, definitely not an easy draw, as been demonstrated here.
What a move by Prag. We did see, it flashed up on the screen there. Stockfish said there were 3 winning moves, at least for White. Prag found one of them. The white rook now has slid back. And the problem for Firouzja is that Black's rook cannot go and capture the white C-pawn, because White's rook will slide across, give a check to the black king.
Brilliant endgame play. I mean, absolutely brilliant endgame play in this very to give any chances at all.
Look at White's rook. Look at White's rook. It stopped any potential checks. Firouzja, he's getting angry as well, getting frustrated. White's rook stops checks, and it guards Black's pawn from advancing.
Yeah.
Perfect endgame technique.
Totally.
Yeah, incredible.
And also take a look at the white rook. It's beautiful. It's a maximum checking distance, which is a term we use just to say that the rook will check from far away. And now this is important. Give a check to the king, drive it away, and then you can pick up the pawn.
Yeah, he picks up the pawn. And yeah, this one, I'm just seeing it's popped up there. Grind like a grandmaster. This is a grind, an endgame grind worthy of anyone. Pragg, his endgame skills just, wow.
Let's just remind everyone that means that's your chessable course, which people can now buy, David, right?
Yeah, and we'll talk about that soon, Simon.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's won this endgame, Pragg. Full 360 turnaround from a losing position, and he won.
Incredible by Praggnanandhaa. He takes the lead in the match. Game 4 will start in 10 minutes. Will any of them stop? Pragg stops for an interview. Let's head to Miami.
Congratulations, Pragg. This ended up being a game of twists and turns and some good play and some not so good play. Is that how you would summarize it too?
Yeah, I think in the middle game I played very bad. I think, completely lost at some point, but okay. After the queens got exchange, I got some chances with rook f7. With little time, anything can happen, I think.
Well, I mean, your opponent today is known as such an aggressive player, but was that aggression what got the better of him in this game?
No, I think he was just completely winning, so I just got lucky in the time trouble phase.
Good luck to you in the final game.
Thanks.
What a game by Praggnanandhaa. He takes the lead. The two teenagers here in the tournament really fighting it out. And Pragg, he now has a 1-point lead heading into game 4 that will start in 9 minutes. And what a game. So here comes today, Lisoveta learning point.
And rook endgames, they are the most common type of endgame in chess, but they are also the most tricky endgame. They do have a drawish reputation, but as we saw in this game between Pragg and Firouzja, they are often just incredibly difficult to draw, especially if you're on the defensive side, a pawn down. And this is the moment where Black, Firouzja, had the move, but he let it slip. He made a mistake, and it wasn't immediately clear why. Here, he put his rook in the corner, and now Pragg seized his opportunity to get the white king out of jail, and this pawn is simply going to decide the game. As we saw, a rook check was simply met by a rook block, and here a rook trade would not have saved Black. A pawn race would have been initiated, but White wins the race by gaining time with a check. White will next just make a queen and soon win the game. I recommend playing through this one at home to go through in more detail, but in order to kind of learn from these rook endgames, we need to understand why mistakes are made. And if we go back to this position, where Firouzja made the mistake, moving his rook away, here he needed to keep cutting off the white king. The way to draw was to just pass, to just move the king across, for example, keep the white king in its cage, unable to participate. Even if the white rook grabs the black pawn, this one is a draw. You could just put the king opposite your opponent's king, and white will never win this game. This pawn is likely to drop, and white's king is simply in the way. But the reason he lost this one, Firouzja, is that he moved his rook away. He moved his rook away, the white king, no longer cut off, could simply step forward and guide its pawns home to victory.
And that's how you do it, you guys. Learning from David Howell. Hans Niemann, he is in huge trouble against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and he has to win this game to take it to a game 4. The bar is roughly to the middle. Clocks are definitely ticking. Hans now under the minute. Any chance for the American to win this game?
I'm going to say yes,
okay.
Just because it's so chaotic, and I'm looking at it now, it's so hard to understand. If we do a quick count, white has an extra piece as well. So Hans Niemann has something to hold on to. It's white to play. If you look at all of the white's pieces, they are all bunched up on the king side, all on this side of the board. He's pretty much just gone all in against the black king. The white queen, the white rook, the white knight, bishop, they are all lined up towards black's king. No immediate breakthrough that I can see, but while you have an extra piece, you have chances. And I'm trying to work out if black has a threat. I don't see it yet, to be honest. The clock is, however, against Hans. And here, white needs the energy. Okay, retreating pieces does not necessarily give your position more energy, but there is a threat of white's knight eliminating the black bishop, which actually acts as a good defender of the black king. A retreat, however, is not liked by the computer, and this bishop move does dominate this white knight. Big turnaround potentially, but Hans, he's doing the right thing. He's making it imbalanced, and he's going all in.
Bar jumps up. We did see Levon Aronian and Liam Le leave the Miami arena. A draw in game 3. That means Levon is still up by 1 point, and Liam will have to win game 4. That will start in 10 minutes to take it to tie breaks. In this one, I guess it looks like now that Duda will decide this after 3 games.
Certainly it looks like this. I mean, these two seem to play very chaotic games. You know, I've rarely seen it, but one match has on every single game some kind of piece imbalance. And here we've seen it 3 times. And now, sadly, for Hans Niemann, yes, he might have an extra piece, but take a look at his king, so exposed on the dark squares, and that extra piece doesn't really count for much when the white king just doesn't have any protection. And, well, here comes trouble because the rook now is on the 3rd row and it's threatening to take a pawn and, well, just checkmate the white king.
Yeah, and desperation for Hans. Under 10 seconds, he's just given back his extra piece. His one kind of consoling factor was that he had that extra bishop, but now it's gone. He's banking everything on being able to break through to the black king, but I don't see it. Just the black rook can just go and grab a pawn now. The white a pawn is under fire. Black's rook can just kind of zigzag. It can take the a3 pawn, come down to the a1 square, and that is checkmate.
Yeah.
How do you stop it? It's too slow.
Way too slow, yeah, you can't do it. And, well, Hans Niemann has 22 seconds to do Mission Impossible, and so he just pushes the pawn forward. OK, this is one way forward.
Yeah, it's the only attempt, and Duda, he's trying to win with style here. He gives away one black rook, and a bit of calculation is needed. This rook will be captured. What else can Hans do? He just has to ask Duda to show him the checkmate. I guess the idea is to break open the diagonal for Black's bishop so that some nasty checks will come. I think this one is winning, but show it on the board. Hans, don't resign. OK, he just trusts Duda. He runs out of time and the match is over. 3-0 to Duda.
And great sportsmanship there. A handshake congratulating Jan-Krzysztof Duda, winning the first match in the FTX Crypto Cup, taking all 3 points after 3 games. It's been a dramatic match between these two. Some technical issues and a little bit of a tilt by Hans Niemann, but great play by Jan-Krzysztof Duda to gain all 3 points. And let's see if he stops for a victory interview with Sverre in Miami.
Congratulations, Jan-Krzysztof. It ends up being, well, in the end, an easy win today.
Yeah, well, I mean, what can I say? I'm very happy to have a good start because it's usually an issue, you know, when you travel a lot. And I think the games were quite interesting. Even this last one. I mean, I didn't have to play in such a way, but of course, draw was fine enough for me. But no, I felt like, you know, it must have been working for me. So maybe, I mean, Bishop B5 probably is not that great, but was thinking there for a long time and couldn't have found like a good follow-up. But anyway, I mean, I was very confident. Also, I was like ahead of the clock, so that clearly helped.
So, reigning major champion with plenty of confidence, winning the first match. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda, a happy man. 3 points to start out the FTX Crypto Cup and a fantastic final game, I guess, David. You have something you want to show us.
Yeah, I wanted to show a really nice finish. It would have been our first checkmate of the day, but Hans Niemann resigned instead, and it was in this position. Just if we rewind one move, Black here is threatening a really nasty checkmate. The rook would have been defended by the bishop from afar, so this would end in checkmate if White hadn't guarded against it. Niemann did push his pawn forward, but the final touch was rook takes pawn, forcing the white pawn to step out of the way, and now the checkmate would have appeared on the board. If Niemann had continued, this would have been a check. The white king only has 1 safe square. Another check with the black queen, and the final touch, a checkmate. The white king trapped in the center of the board. Duda finishing with a rook sacrifice, finishing in style.
Fantastic. Should we, for the FTX Crypto Cup, have a checkmate dance? If we see a checkmate, will we have a little dance?
Yeah.
We'll all do a little jig.
I think so. I'm down for that. Are you down for it, Kaja?
I'm down for it.
What about you, Simon?
I've got my doubts.
You can just kind of cheer us on.
I'll cheer and I'll be the cheerleader.
We need someone to sing.
Where were you looking? You don't want to hear me singing, honestly. No.
We're launching the checkmate dance. We rarely see checkmates on the board, but if we do, we're going to have a little dance. Now, Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen playing game 4. Magnus Carlsen is in the lead. He won game 3 in this match. It's a must-win situation for Anish Giri with the black pieces. And first, we're just going to hear from Magnus what he said after winning Game 3.
At least no one can claim that you're not creating entertainment in your games today, Magnus.
No, this was good. I think he made a pretty serious misjudgment at some point when he decided to give up the second bishop. I feel like as long as there's nothing concrete for him in terms of attack, I'm just better positionally. And maybe there was something, but he couldn't quite find it, and then it fell apart surprisingly quickly.
And is this also a result of you having such a wide array of opening repertoires?
Yeah, sure. I mean, but he was also out for a fight when I decided to play something fighting. He tried to play for a win as well, so that was fair enough. But I think, yeah, as I said, position was pretty normal. I think quite fine for me, but then he just misjudged the position.
Draw with a white would secure the match. Does that mean that we're going to see something a little more sane in this last fourth game?
We'll see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, a draw is enough for Magnus in this game. Are we seeing something sane?
Something sane, but not drawish. Magnus definitely keeping the game alive. All the pieces still on the board. It's really nice to see. A lot of the top players, when they just need a draw with white, they're quite cynical. I've been the same myself in the past. Just if you need a draw, just swap off all the pieces, get all the risk out of the position. But Magnus, okay, first trade of the position, he's just playing chess. And what do you guys think of the opening here?
Yeah, I also think Anisha's played a line which he has to play. Normally when you fianchetto early on, it means you're in fighting mode and you're trying to win as black, I say. Like the King's Indian Defence, the Perk, these kind of openings. And Anisha's done that. And I always prefer white's position in these type of structures, because it feels like black's pawn over on the king side has gone a little bit too far. And there's a lot of holes around that area the white piece can come into. But you need to win. You've got the two bishops. That's a good start. And you've got a lot of pieces on the board. So I think Anisha's picked a line which he must have played here. So it's interesting.
You're right, just the knight for bishop trade early on that happened on this square a few moments ago, and the kind of double pawns here, it's enough imbalance to give some hope long term. And Simon, I know you released a chessball course recently on an opening called the Hippopotamus Defence, and Anishi's trying to adopt a similar setup, right? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's released today, actually. I just did the videos for it of this very interesting book, The Hippo. And this is very similar to the Hippo setup. Generally, black's pawn is one square back for a while. I know you play it sometimes in Blitz, David, occasionally. Too much in Blitz.
And it's a really flexible and kind of fun opening to play. It just keeps the game alive. So who knows which side black's king's going to castle? Probably queen side. Where's the white king going to castle? It's quite a lot of decisions to make here. Yeah, and the reason I like this type of Hippo setup, it's just so flexible. The position, if it opens up, will favour the black bishops, and any attempt to open up one side of the board is just met by a block. For example, if white pushes here now, it will just be blocked up. And instead, Magnus decides to just push his queen forward. I'm guessing black is going to do the same. Black will move his queen to this square, and you're right, Simon, it's just a guessing game. Here we go. Black is just wallowing in his first couple of ranks, right? Just sitting, waiting. And is white going to be brave enough to castle this side? Is black going to be brave enough to castle this side? Plans are so complex. It's a bit of a guessing game.
And definitely, I mean, it's so tense. I mean, I use this word a lot, but we've seen so many games that have been very, very just tense is the right word, nervy. And here, I mean, white has a lot of space, actually. Black, on the other hand, is quite cramped. And I love what Magnus has done, actually. Look at him. He's been a real maximalist, just taking extra space in the centre and, again, saying, what are you going to do about your light square bishop, which is bad. And you cannot even resolve the tension that is there in the middle of the board, because then you give squares to the white knight. Yeah. That's a killer blow there.
I have to say, Jovanka, I mean, like, just talking about that knight that you've mentioned, when I've had this kind of setup as white, I'm never really sure where to put my pieces. And I really like this idea that Magnus started knight c4 to e3. Certainly something I'll remember for the future, because the knight on e3 does seem like an ideal square, because black's pushed his kingside pawn a bit too far. So I'm going to remember that idea for the future. Get the knight to that square. Very nice square for the knight.
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, this is one that English Grandmaster Mark Hebden taught me when I was, I don't know, 10 years old. He said, if your opponent goes for this early trade, pushing the pawn forward, this is the ideal setup for white. Put your knight on this square, your knight on this square, bishop and queen on this square. And this is actually quite a well-known motif. And look at Magnus's time. He's barely paused for thought. The reason this is so clever is, as you mentioned, the knights are flexible, but also this kind of diagonal is so important for white. Black, if he could, would love to castle on this side of the board, but he never can because now a pawn would drop. And this is why you kind of leave your queen and bishop on this diagonal, eyeing up this pawn. You're just tying down Black's rook. And yeah, in the current position, this one, if Black's king can't castle this side, definitely doesn't want to castle on the other side. White has a semi-open file here. Then what is Anish actually doing? He's just completely stuck. And yeah, as long as you keep this battery, Black can barely make a move. At some point, we'll see white push this pawn forward, go even more maximalist. Often in these types of positions, white can castle this side if he needs to, but one other plan that I've seen is to kind of put the king on this square. Just kind of leave your rooks in the corner, because white's rooks are actually great on these two lines. So yeah, looks promising for white.
I love your king run. I was actually thinking that Black could try and do the same, but then I was like, no.
Maybe he should.
Maybe he can. Yeah, I got to put it somewhere, I guess. So
yeah,
I had a similar thing against Jovanka in a like online tournament, and he just castled kingside in the end. So, but you don't want to play that. But I love how just remembering one little simple thing, like you said there, David, the great Mark Hedman told you about this setup, can just cure a whole opening. Basically, if you know where to put your pieces, like queen there, knight there, bishop there, you're done.
Yeah.
And actually, that's all you need to remember to get a good position. I love little bits of advice like that, because you don't have to memorise things. You just need to know that these pieces are doing the good job and why they're doing that good job, and you can play the opening probably for the rest of your life quite well then.
Yeah.
So, or certain variations. So that's a really nice bit of advice there, yeah, that setup.
I mean, at the very least, you can play your first, 16, 17 moves on autopilot. Like Magnus, he's barely paused for thought until this moment. You gain a big time advantage on your opponents. You're more familiar with the plans than your opponents. Yeah, these real nuggets of information, they do exist in different systems, in different opening systems, when it's not necessarily about calculation, when it's just about piece placement. And I think that's why I'm attracted to those types of early middle game position. Just all about planning, knowing where the pieces belong, and then you work out the order. You go from there. And Magnus, look at the computer, the evaluation bar. It's already all up in his favour. There's no big breakthrough. There's no immediate win. But just because he's put his pieces on good squares, more harmonious squares than Black, he has a big advantage already.
Yeah. So what is Anish sort of thinking and feeling sitting here? He knows he needs to win this game. He knows he's playing world #1, and obviously he's seeing the board. Is he getting stressed that he's going to lose this match?
I think he's maybe not even thinking about losing. I mean, I think he's just in survival mode. He recognises that his position is bad because there's just no clear thing what to do with the king, and you kind of lose that kind of thing that you have to win. When you're in that kind of mode, you're just, okay, just survive. I'm just going to make a move and just hope for the best.
Yeah.
And then what happens, what happens. I mean, it does look like in this position that Anish has perhaps got some pressure on the pawn in the middle of the board. But actually, when you kind of look deeper, you see that actually he can't even take that pawn.
Yeah, so for example, if white just waits, we mentioned this king maneuver. I'm not sure it's the best move, but yeah, your point, Jovanka. This capture only allows white to jump forward, and this is deadly, hitting the queen, hitting the bishop. If the queen moves, then you create a discover check, and I think you're going to kind of create a huge attack against this black king. There are other tempting moves for Magnus. You can bring your knight forward. You can even castle right now. I'm not sure which side, this side or this side, both are tempting. As you mentioned there, Anish is basically like a boxer who's just been hit and he's just trying to dance around and try to avoid another knockout in this game. If he can keep the game alive, if he can keep the match going, for example, if the white king moves, if black decides, okay, maybe you can castle this side, as long as he can survive, keep pieces on the board, keep the two bishops there for as long as possible, then he might have chances 20 moves down the line or 30 moves down the line. But right now, it's bad news for black. And I'm not sure what I'd play here, to be honest. I'd be looking in Magnus's shoes as at the most direct moves first. For example, bring this knight to attack this pawn, as Jovanka always mentions, and that I've learnt from you. Each move has a consequence, and Black's knight does not protect this pawn anymore. So this would be very tempting. If not, then just castle the king, or move it.
Yeah, I mean, you could also go for your pawn pushers as well.
Yeah.
Start throwing them. There's so many tempting moves but to play here.
Yeah.
Just putting Black off castling kingside there.
Yeah, now you definitely don't want to castle into the eye of the storm.
Whoa. You bit too much there. So
capture. And
you'd have to be a brave man to do that.
So, there's brave and there's foolish, and that one would be...
It's a fine line, isn't it? Between...
more foolish than brave, probably.
Yeah, certainly.
And you called it, Simon. It's the Dutch player in you. You just want to push your F-pawn.
I love pushing the F-pawn, old Freddie up the board. And I also like the idea of pushing the E-pawn. You know, at some point, I want to just kill Black, basically.
Blow it open.
Yeah, because, you know, the Black king's in the middle. I know my king's in the middle, but my pieces are better placed because of this lovely positioning of the knight that you've mentioned.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I mean, like, that push at some point could be scary.
Yeah, this looks very scary at some point if you can achieve it. I'm not really sure what Anish's plan is with this queen move. I guess his whole idea is to capture this pawn without running into a knight jump, but wow, Magnus. I mean, the safer option would probably be castling this flank, castling this side of the board, but he chooses to castle the other way, and I mean, he's not scared. The white king, Black needs 10 moves to attack it. In the meantime, he's going to go for what you mentioned there, Simon. He's going to try and explode things.
Yeah.
Either this way or just by trading a set of pawns, opening up a line for his rook. And still, Black has this dilemma. He wants to castle this side, but he can never do that because of this queen and bishop battery. Black would simply lose a pawn.
What can he do?
Well.
Where can he put his king? What move can he play even? You know, I mean, you need to find a move as Black, and finding any move is really difficult actually here, because you can't castle. Moving your rooks is pointless. You can't move.
Yeah, you can't even curl up into a ball and just go, come get me. I'm waiting for you to attack me. Here, every single move just has something negative in its favour. And
you capture this pawn in the centre, it's still the same problem like this, right? The knight attacks the bishop. The bishop, I don't know what you do with it. If you move, then bang, check, and game over very shortly. I mean, this setup, I think we all got to memorise it in this opening, in the Torre. They call this the Torre attack, this opening variation, but this setup for white, it's just kind of...
Very nice, Very strong setup. Yeah.
It's the dream square for your pieces.
That's beautiful, isn't it? And it also makes a nice...
little box.
It does, yeah.
Centralization, it's the key, right? We talk about it at lower levels, but here it's working at the top level. White has centralized his pieces and therefore has a decisive advantage.
Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. Well, it's getting dramatic for Anish Giri. Must-win situation here in Game 4. And actually, what a start to the FTX Crypto Cup, because all the matches that are now playing Game 4s, there's must-win situations for Firouzja and for Lee Emle to take it to tiebreaks. Anish Giri fighting for his life in this first round against Magnus Carlsen, and a bunch of moves.
A bunch of moves, yeah.
I was going to say he has to use his magic wand here, and maybe he has with that move, pushing on the queen side, trying to break open that area of the board.
Yeah, he's waved that wand, but yeah, will he be rewarded? Because Black, despite pushing this pawn, he still needs several tempi to break through to that white king. I mean, even if White doesn't touch anything on this queen side, on this left side, what is Black actually doing?
Yeah.
It's not 100% clear.
But I mean, even I was just thinking... Yeah, I was even thinking, you know, you're completely right. You know, it's not really clear what Black is doing, sorry. But White can even get greedy and just kind of go, well, you know, it's just a rook that's coming at my king. It's not that scary, especially when you look at this beautiful construction of pieces that are ready to defend the white king. So,
just greed is good.
Greed is good.
Yep.
Take this pawn. Magnus hasn't taken that one, but here, for example, you could just give a check. The black king moves, and you're right. You could, at the very least, just park your king on this square, put a knight on this square. You'll never get checkmated. Yep. But Magnus,
he wants to checkmate instead. He wants to finish it off.
He wants to see us do that dance.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to power through now, Simon, or is he going to get greedy?
I think he will just go e5 and checkmate. I mean, like, look at the black king. White's pieces are now ready. I mean, I'm not even calculating that move. I'm just like, you know, it's just such a natural move to play. Check with the bishop, clear the lines open, and kill. It's probably like, you know, as simple as that. But
You're right. This check is the killer one. You give up a pawn, but like you said, Magnus won't even calculate this one. He'll just see that, okay, he's given up a pawn. He'll check the black king. There we go. He plays it instantly. And wherever the black king goes, it's going to be stuck in the center forever. And with all the heavy pieces on the board, with all the ammunition, the rooks, the queens, eventually this king will, it's just not going to survive. And, okay, interesting from Magnus. I was going to say just open up even more, just take this pawn, put a rook opposite the black king, and eventually you'll break through. But no, he wants to play for squares for his pieces. This is instructive. He just wants to break through on the light squares. He wants to get his knight to its dream f5 square. And the black king's already actually in a mating net. The black rooks can never connect. And Magnus, I think he's listening to music, but he's bobbing his head up and down, loving position, loving life right now.
Can we see the players' music list?
Be nice if we could say it. Wouldn't take maybe future rounds. So
Let's ask the Miami people.
Yeah.
They've had a lot off their hands technically today on day one. So we'll give them a break on day 2, but on day 3 we'll ask them to give us the music list. That would be so cool.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Because I remember last time we could see the music list, and I remember that Liam Le, he was into classical music. He had a lot of Chopin.
Ooh.
And I was thinking that was quite a smart choice.
Yeah.
Magnus had a lot of like pop hits.
Yeah, like 90s sing-along kind of songs.
It'd be cool if they've all got social media accounts so that you can post your Spotify list on Twitter, can't you? If they all could post it so other people could listen to their...
Exactly.
That'd be quite a nice idea.
That's a good idea.
I'd like to hone in on the power of Magnus, you know, so you probably know his playlist, David, do you?
No, I mean, I know his taste quite well. I don't know the exact songs. I mean, I think he likes to be surprised himself as well. But how about you guys, if you could choose maybe 3 songs to get pumped to just before a game or during a game? What would be your 3 Desert Island discs?
I think a bit of Prodigy would be a good one. Bit of Firestarter, Twisted Firestarter. Maybe a bit of something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll just pick one. That'll do. Firestarter's a good one. Yeah.
For me, I really like movie music. So I would have some Hans Zimmer, some time, you know.
Yeah,
I'm
the
quite
big ones,
yeah,
the big moments.
Exactly. Build them up.
Yeah.
And then they suddenly come to this big crescendo, and you feel like you're doing something special, don't you?
I like it. Yeah, that's cool. All right, well, Magnus has been digging some music. Must be a little bit annoying for Anish Giri because he can see Magnus from above his computer. And he knows Magnus is liking what he's looking at on the board. Any chances for Anish here?
Looking minimal at the moment. Black is trying his best to break through towards the white king, but if you look at attacking pieces, Black has no attackers around the white king. And, okay, Magnus doesn't even capture a pawn back. I was going to say as well, before this game, one thing I would love to see in the tour is a beauty prize, like the most brilliant game prize for each event, and Magnus is trying to achieve that now. Okay, a pawn was captured, the white queen swings across, and look at the white knights, look at the black king, the white bishop's beautiful, the white pawn on the e6 square. It's just, I mean, like you said earlier, Simon, you don't even need to calculate this type of position. Put your pieces on good squares and the tactics will work in your favour no matter what. I don't really see a move for Black.
That's the other problem. I mean, Black can't... OK, if you have to make a move like this, you're...
He's setting the pieces up ready for the next game.
Yeah.
Putting his bishop back on its starting square.
You still got to finish this position off, but, you know, there's...
Bring the rook into the d6 square, bring the white rook across. I don't know.
So many tempting moves.
That looks great. I mean, just don't trade off queens. That's the only thing I would say. Learn from Firouzja's mistake against Pragnananda. Don't trade off queens. Not necessary.
Unless it wins immediately, which it's nearly close to doing, isn't it? You know?
Is it? Oh, no.
It's very, you know, with the rook coming into d8.
Yeah, maybe we can show this.
It's, you know, I don't think it does, but it's very close.
Even if he
might do, I don't know.
Even if he breaks all the rules, swaps off the queens. I mean, you're attacking. Has he done that?
He's done it. The curse of the commentator comes. Just don't swap on queen, and he's done it. That was, but yeah, that was just unfortunate. So,
it's a killer.
Yeah.
The problem is Black has 2 pieces under attack. If you save the rook and continue defending your bishop, I mean, White can win in a few ways here. I think you can win with giving a check, but for example, even if you trade off here and then just plant your knight into its dream square, you're just going to push this pawn forward and it will become a queen. Again, Black is completely stuck. Black just cannot move. And there we go. Magnus plays the simple approach. He trades off, and this pawn is going to win the game. We'll see a result any moment. This pawn will step forward. You're actually threatening, for example, if black moves a pawn, you're threatening to give a check with your rook. And here, a fork. Sorry, I'm just being flashy here. A fork, and the king moves. You make a new queen, and you checkmate shortly. We'll see Anish Giri resign right now. It's just complete domination. Magnus, he's upped his level the last 2 games.
Yeah.
Beautiful game.
Yeah, just masterclass this last one. In the opening, this is why we learn openings, just to get a position you understand well, put your pieces on good squares. Middle games, we come up with plans. Here, Magnus came up with this attacking plan. And then, yeah, just a bit of calculation, and that will finish it off. Anish is not even looking at his screen right now. He's ready to resign. He knows this last game has been a bit brutal.
Yeah. Going to be interesting to hear from Magnus Carlsen. So in the first major in the Oslo Esports Cup, Magnus was struggling a lot with being sick. He was sick the first 5 days or something of that tournament, and he didn't win it. He was struggling with his form. We know he is out to win this tournament. And what a start to the day. It's over, winning also game 4. Magnus Carlsen takes all 3 points in this big battle against Anish Giri. What a start for Magnus Carlsen. He's walking out of the Miami arena towards Sverige, and I'm excited now to see what kind of mood Magnus Carlsen will be in. Let's head to Miami.
Magnus, it ends up being a comfortable win at the end in the last game, but how would you summarize the day as a whole?
No, it was a lot of fun. We played really fighting games, you know, finally I managed to break him in the third, and then in the fourth, I've had so little success, like playing for draws in last games as white, so I thought, let's make sure that we just get a complicated position, because that's what's been working for me so far. And yeah, fortunately, I think I played a little bit inaccurately in the opening, but he didn't exploit it. And after that, I just got a very good position, and it was pretty easy.
So all in all, this has been a good day of chess for you?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been perfect, of course, but it's been a lot of fun, and my strategy was to try and play aggressively, put a lot of pressure on him, and it worked out pretty well.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And tomorrow, Magnus Carlsen will be up against Hans Niemann. Great start to the day for Magnus. And Anish, is he still sitting in there? We don't know. Anish losing day 1 to world #1. It was a good fight, but losing 2 games in a row there. Anish Giri, we'll see if we can get some reactions from him as well. But let's take a look at this game 4. A great win for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, we've been praising Magnus's opening, his middle game, all parts of his game in this final effort. But it was just this one moment where he broke through and secured the win. It looks very complicated on the face of things. Black has just finally started motoring on the queen side, trying to go for the white king. But this next sequence was very instructive. Magnus swapped a set of pawns. He opened up the black king on a diagonal that we'll see in a moment. And by exploding open the center, gaining time against the black knight, he ensured that he would give a check. And now the black king is forced to commit. It can never castle again. It tried to hide out on this f8 square. It was hoping it would be safe here, but as we showed, as Magnus showed, sorry, later on in the game, if we fast forward to the final position, there was simply nothing to be done. Even with the queens coming off, look at this black king. It's still stuck there on the f8 square. And not only is it a target here, a king, an uncastled king in the center is always going to be a target. But the reason we hate moving our kings, the reason we always try and castle in chess, is because rooks, they need to be connected, they need to be in the game. Black is essentially playing without this rook. It can never break out, and white has maximum control. This pawn stepping forward is simply going to kill the king, win the game, and that's how Magnus won his match against Anish Giri.
Yeah. 3 points for Magnus, 0 points for Anish after day 1 in the FTX Crypto Cup. We are wondering, will we see tie breaks today? We do have 2 more must-win situations going on here in round 4. Levon Aronian is in the lead against Liam Le, so Liam has to win game 4 to take it to tie breaks. And Alireza Varuzha, he also has to win this game against Pragg to take it to tiebreaks. Pragg has won 2 games so far. Alireza Varuzha, he did win 1 game, so all 3 games so far has ended up with a winner. And will we see that in game 4 as well?
It is complicated. Varuzha is doing the right thing. He's in a must-win situation. He's really going for it now. White also, if I'm counting correctly, is a pawn up, at least temporarily. But I would probably take black here if you had to make me choose. I'm looking at the light squares. I'm looking at white's king as well. Very airy right now. Black's light squared bishop pointed down towards it. It feels like the margin for error is tiny for white, whereas for black, even if you're a pawn down, you will have compensation long term. And which side do you prefer, guys?
I was quite liking white's, just glancing. Probably because I'm like, OK, he has to win. He's got just the kind of position for it. If he can get his dark square bishop in to attack the queen, for example, then I think white would be quite happy. But it is a mess, and that's what he needs. He needs a messy position with pieces on the board. In the last game, he got that. He should have won. I think he's got to try to avoid the queens coming off if possible. We see some exchanges here, and yeah, I mean, it's just everything to play for, isn't it? Real complicated mess.
I'm surprised by this last move, taking this white knight. I loved the potential of the bishop along this diagonal. At some point, you could even line up your queen, your bishop, try to sneak in, try to checkmate the white king, which is very vulnerable. But OK, Pragg, maybe he thought there were no better moves here, maybe no good retreat squares for this knight, which is under fire, so he trades off. And what is his idea after queen takes bishop?
Maybe it's just to put his knight on the edge of the board and then just park it there.
Park it there, maybe secure it with a pawn. Yeah, I guess this guy in the centre of the board, white's extra pawn, might be falling at some point. If you defend it now with your bishop, the black queen steps forward. Suddenly some ideas of knight checks. Maybe still along this diagonal, white is very vulnerable. Lots of holes in the white position. Maybe you actually put the queen on this square just to be a bit safer. But yeah, this knight check coming in, at the very least, black can kind of go back and go after this pawn at some point. Yeah, I still don't like it for black, this decision by Praggnanandhaa, but he's trying to kind of force the draw, or at least force a variation where he knows he can reach a position that he can control. So, OK, this is the current position, and we're expecting black's knight to kind of just lurk near the white king, if possible.
I think you've got to avoid going passive, which he has done. He's got to go forwards. I mean, in such sharp positions, just try to avoid going passive. I think is a great bit of advice. I see too many club players doing that. They go into too defensive mode. Yeah. This idea is much more proactive.
Yeah. For example, retreating Simon, never a good idea, especially if you're pawn down.
Yeah, it just doesn't look right.
Yeah. So
I think it's equal. I think it's equal pawns, but it has been a long. It's been a long day.
White has 6, black has 5, I think. Oh wait, there's no pawn on A2.
Yeah, You kind of assume there's one there, don't you? But then I was like,
it's been a long day.
You confused me there. I was like, oh my god, hang on, there might be.
I need new glasses, clearly.
Hallucination.
It's level pawns. Yeah, Pragg's fine then. I thought he was fine even if he was a pawn down.
Pawn down, so he must be doing pretty well then. It's a very messy position, but I don't think there's any danger to Pragg's position. Yeah. Problem is, white doesn't really have any pieces to attack. I suppose if you do go G5, then the white knight potentially has a way in at some moment, and you probably have to go for that. But I mean, maybe.
But it's like somehow, white is kind of crippled by the fact that he has one eye on attack, but at the same time he has to be, keeping an eye on defending his king, and all the while, like Pragg has an asset up his sleeve, which is just simply the A pawn. He can just push it up the board, and I don't know. I like Praggnanandhaa's position actually.
You both liking Pragg?
Now that I've realised he's not a pawn down, I love Pragg's position. There we go. As expected, G5. It does anchor the black knight, just supporting the black knight on an outpost. Edge of the board, but a nice outpost.
So I don't mind white's position. I just that white knight now comes to the centre next move and then try to get it near. Just throw everything at the black king and see what happens. I mean, it's messy.
Yeah, it's definitely not the safest way to play for the draw as Pragg the last few moves, right? Because suddenly, as you mentioned, Simon, white has this anchor, this white bishop now on a great square. Can't really get kicked away white's knight when it centralises itself. will look pretty good. The two knights will kind of balance each other out once the white knight arrives in the center. At least Firouzja has some stability and no direct way for Pragg to force the draw. And that's always difficult psychologically, right? When you're in the lead, you know that you just need that draw, but you start playing negatively, taking passive decisions. Yeah, all three results definitely possible in this one. And okay, the white knight is under fire. We're expecting it to centralize itself to the d4 square.
All right, well, must-win situation for Firouzja in this one. So was the situation for Giri in Game 4 against Magnus Carlsen, but losing that game. Anish Giri, he did lose today's match against Magnus Carlsen, and we now have an interview with Anish.
Anish, it's a tough day to start this tournament. You end up losing this match against Magnus, but how would you summarize it?
Yeah, so the first two games were like kind of good. I had chances. I should have used them in hindsight. And the third game, there was one critical moment where I actually had to go for this knight sacrifice, which he shouldn't take. And I somehow, I should have spent more time on it. I didn't really like this version, but compared to what I did, it was really, really fine. And so that game was a pity to lose. And the last one, I went for something which I knew was very, very risky. I thought it was kind of, double-edged, but it was actually, this particular version is just really bad. So it was just outright bad what I did from the opening. And then also, at least I should try to, create some counterplay quicker, but the way I played was a very bad opening position.
But based on those first two games, do you at least bring some kind of positivity with you?
I mean, by now I've played so many games. It's not like one or two games can alter my perception of myself. So I know I can play well, and I'll try to do that tomorrow.
I know it's only been one day, but is winning this major, do you think to win it you have to beat Magnus in your match against him?
No, I don't think that's necessary. But right now, I played one match, I lost it. So, and every match is tough. I mean, I've had somehow in this particular format, I've had just bad results in both the events so far. But I hope to turn it around this time. But it's just not easy for me, these matches. I don't know exactly why, but in any case, tomorrow I think I think I play Prague, so it's going to be an interesting match. I've had some ups and downs against him, always very interesting. So I think we'll see tomorrow. I think if I win tomorrow, I'm back in business. If not, then should ask someone else about winning the tournament.
We look forward to seeing it, and we hope that you can provide as much entertainment in the chess games because it's been fun today. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not getting much easier for Anish Giri tomorrow. He's going to be up against Pragnananda and Pragg. Well, he's not too far away from winning this match against Alireza Firouzja. The bar is in the middle, but it did jump up for a second there during the interview with Anish.
Yeah, and we were just kind of looking at each other like, why was the bar on black side? We didn't really understand. I mean, it looked like Firouzja played a bit of a loose move, as we call it, just kind of loosening his own position, but there was no way to punish Firouzja. So I think the evaluation bar is in the correct place right now. And we did just see some tactics. Maybe we just have to quickly go over them because some very clever stuff, I must say, from Pragg. In this position, White's knight has just centralized itself. And I think if White had one more move, White would have maximum control. But Firouzja, Pragg has spotted that he could play a tactic. He could give up his bishop temporarily and capture with the rook, because queen takes rook would walk into a family fork, a royal fork, hitting the king, the queen, and the rook. White's queen would drop next move. So this rook was poisoned, it was taboo, and after knight takes pawn, we see the position has really simplified itself. And now that I know that it's level pawn still, I still think Pragg should be holding this game. Black's king is slightly open, that's the only worrying factor, but White's king pretty open as well. And after the rook slid back, you guys also mentioned this pawn is a runner, potentially later on. It can be a kind of distraction, and I just don't see how White is ever going to build up an attack against the black king. Whoops, my arrows have just gone crazy there, sorry. But yeah, the black king is pretty safe for now. I love what Pragg's done with his rook, just minimizing the risk, putting it on a nice safe square. The queen's on a safe square too. White's king is open. Who would you choose here? Do you see, Simon, Jovanka, do you see any winning chances at all for Firouzja?
I mean, I think now it's been simplified. I definitely prefer Black's position now because, to me, king safety is so important. The black rook is doing a great job, as you mentioned. White's king seems to be very exposed to a queen coming in, and that A pawn scares me. I mean, there's still a lot of play, though. I mean, maybe a white rook can swing around, and the black king is not entirely safe, so it's very unbalanced as well. So it's, don't know.
For me, the essence of the position is actually the white queen. I think she's very misplaced at the edge of the board. I mean, if she was sat there parked in the middle on the d4 square, then suddenly white's position has a lot more venom, you know, especially with the rooks all lining up in the centre. As it stands, I think Pragg has a lot of counter possibilities. And as you mentioned, David, the a-pawn is a big distraction.
Yeah, I mean, any endgame black will never, ever lose. If the queens come off, this pawn will guarantee some counterplay. Even if you lose a pawn in the process, white's pawns are shattered. No real potential for pass pawns. I'd also be very tempted to just kind of try and force a queen trade if I was being cynical. I don't think it's the best move, but yeah, I just don't see black losing this one. And Pragg, swinging in his chair, looks pretty confident. He just needs that draw. He's so close now. Okay, the white queen slid back, but this doesn't change things. Just push this pawn, go for glory. And yeah, Pragg looking in full control. Evaluation bar also starting to like black's chances. Really, I mean, the last game was a bit up and down. He got a bit lucky, but really professional performance in this game so far, it seems, from Pragg.
Yeah, he's... I've been very impressed by how he handles these turnarounds, you know, because, I mean, in the game before, we saw him with a losing position. He kept on fighting, then suddenly, like, a saving possibility just falls into his lap. And now he managed to readjust, and suddenly he won. And now you see him, he's just confidently and very calmly just handling the position with a consummate ease. And it is Firouzja who's having, because of this must-win situation, to take the risks. And I think it might even turn that Pragg wins this game. Although maybe not now.
What's his plan? Because he's giving up a pawn, so he's trying to go for the white king. He's not playing for the draw, as I was advocating. But what is his plan if the white queen simply takes this pawn off the board? Suddenly a 3 versus 1 advantage. No endgames are going to be safe anymore. You need something direct here as Pragg. He's changed the nature of the game just in the last 2 moves. And I don't really see what he's got planned right now. Is his idea just to move his queen up 1 square? Just to hit this pawn twice? This pawn can't be defended now.
Maybe he's going for that ending that you mentioned, David, by trying to just force some exchanges. And
he does play
looks like he's done that, right?
Yeah, so this is a clever choice of square. It pins a pawn here, so there's no way to defend. But white's king just shuffles into the corner. Yeah, I guess you just take this pawn. But the question is, are you... OK, he gives a check first. Are you actually forcing an endgame? The question is, can white keep the queens on the board? Instead, he gave a check. He's really trying to tell Firouzja, you've got to swap the queens. You've got to trade them off. Maybe you have to.
Yeah, I think you have to,
Maybe
right?
it's a professional way to play, right? You know, just go for the ending, which are pretty... We've seen his endgame skills are really good, and he's very confident there, so why not go for it?
Wow, and Firouzja walks into a self-pin. He, instead of going for this endgame, which is nearly definitely drawn, just not enough pawns left on the board, this one, you could shake hands pretty much. Instead of this, Firouzja decides his last chance is to walk into this diagonal, but... Ugh. Looks ugly.
Yeah, it certainly does, but I mean, could Pragg just be also very clinical and just say, yay, let's take the pawn with the queen, swap off queens anyway?
Or maybe swap off a rook first. You know, if this is a dead drawn ending, I'm thinking you can force the exchange of rooks, get the queens off. You go pawn down in the ending, though. Yeah. But we've seen his endgame skills are very good, and it probably is just a draw, right? I mean, you have to play a 3-2, maybe rookie one, but...
It makes sense to block this diagonal while you can. And Simon, you're just saying, OK, swap these off, swap the queens off as well. And we're likely to see an endgame like this one where everything's just getting hoovered off. You just go for this pawn. And at the very end, this is going to be an easy draw. White's pawns are too far apart. And black is just too active. White's king is just terrible in this endgame. So easy draw. And you're right, this is very professional. I was confused at first, but Pragg had calculated deeper, and that's why he's so good. He just calculates all the solutions. And yeah, but if the queens come off, Firouzja is doomed. He's losing this match today. But the problem is, how can you keep the queens on the board? Do you really want to keep the queens on and step back? You might get checkmated in this situation, in this scenario. You're never better here as white with such a weak king.
Maybe he has to.
Yeah.
But
just pray and just keep the queens on and pray.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where you go. Do you go to this square or this square? Looks like you're asking for trouble, but a loss is the same as a draw in this game.
Do you think he's thinking about that now, Firouzja? You know, just playing some crazy moves there to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think he must be giving up hope because he swapped the queens off now. He's going into this ending and he realises it's a draw, but OK, he's got an extra pawn. It's probably more hoping here than anything else, hoping that something will go wrong. But, I mean, this is like...
Pragg looks pretty confident.
Yeah, it's quite easy, this one.
Yeah, the reason we say it's an easy draw, apart from the white king just being so bad, is the fact that white's pawn in the centre of the board, a bit weak. You could imagine that one easily getting traded off for black's pawn. If you imagine black's f-pawn, white's e-pawn disappearing, these rook's pawns, these corner pawns, the one in front of the white king, they're just terrible. You never win rook endgames with those guys.
You have got the extra pawn. That's the only benefit, you know.
And now you have a decision. I was going to say, do you go to the edge of the board with your king, or do you help your own pawn? And Pragg says, no need to worry about those things. Just put the king on the edge.
I'd love to swap the f-pawn for the e-pawn, you know, but that would just be like, OK, I'm dead, it's safe then. But you can't do that easily, can you? But,
one thing you could do here, just cut off the white king, just put the black rook on the second rank. I don't really see any way white can hold everything together. White's rook is on a very passive square as well, just defending a pawn.
And your only passed pawn is always protected by the black king.
Yeah.
So there's no way you can move that black king away. And you can't, yeah, like you say, you can't really do anything. I mean,
Yeah, we're struggling for ideas here, essentially. But Pragg, he's spending a bit of his remaining time just calculating whether he can force a trade of the E and F pawns instantly. If he can get those two off the board, then you might as well go for a forcing continuation. But to be honest here, I would just be practical. I wouldn't even calculate.
Well, is he going to do it immediately?
Yeah.
I mean, is he just thinking...
Yeah, can you actually do it and go rook f3 and just kill the game?
Yeah,
I thought it does push the pawn, yeah.
He's so good, isn't he? I mean, just like...
Do you think he's got like earphones listening to us? Because every time we say there's a good move, he plays it.
And here he can take the H pawn. And
This is also an easy draw.
Yeah.
Black's king is cut off temporarily, but white's king is nowhere near where it needs to be to support the pawn. So need to be slightly careful, but this one also a draw. White's king will step forward now, and black's rook will keep it cut off. Black's rook will just stay on this fourth rank. As we showed earlier, in an endgame between these two, you have to keep the opponent's king cut off. Don't let the white king step forward, otherwise you might actually lose the game.
Yeah, and we did see in your Elizabeth a learning point as well, how important that is.
Yeah, rook endgames, they just come up all the time. When I was young, I had no idea what to do, and I lost so many games in rook endgames. But yeah, once you learn the general ideas, you have to kind of combine the general kind of themes with calculation. But once you've nailed that, it should be OK. And OK, I said keep the rook on the fourth rank, keep the white king cut off, but this is also OK. He's just checking from the side. This is another theme that comes up quite a lot in rook endgames. White's king actually has nowhere to hide. If the white king hides behind its pawn from the checks from the side, then the black king can move. If you can pick up the black king, park it in front of the white pawn, immediate draw. So the only square you want to go is, unfortunately, allowing the black king to centralize. And a series of checks, this one's over. No hope for Firouzja.
No. But it's been, you know, he's making his debut this season on the tour. Hasn't played a lot of chess this year, not a lot of online rapid chess. And he did win that one game against Pragg.
And actually, game 3, the game before this one, Firouzja was completely winning. We were saying he'd established complete domination. Pragg could barely move. And then Firouzja just swapped queens off at the wrong time and lost an endgame. So it's clear where Firouzja needs to do his work. I mean, this is kind of it's been a myth for a long time that Firouzja in the endgame, that's his big weakness. But it seems to be what has cost him today, at least.
So he has to check out your Grind Like a Grandmaster course, maybe.
Among other things.
Yeah. Remember, everyone, a chessable course by David Howell, the Olympic gold medalist and the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, is available on Chessable. It's actually on sale as well. There's a big discount right now if you check out that course. to basically learn to grind like a grandmaster. Alireza Rufusa, he did try, but after 55 moves in Game 4, it is a draw, and Prague takes all 3 points in this match. A great start to the FTX Crypto Cup for the Indian 17-year-old. And let's head to Sverige in Miami.
Great win in this battle of the teens today, Prague.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it special for you to beat the man who is considered the best young player in the world?
Yeah, I'm very happy to win the match against Alireza because he's quite strong in, especially in Rapid and Blitz, he's very strong, and I'm very happy to win this match.
Congratulations, Prague. We look forward to seeing you repeat that great performance from Oslo, maybe even better.
Yeah, thanks.
That was Pragnananda happy after gaining all 3 points against what Sverige said. Yeah, the best young player in the world. So a big win there for Pragnananda. This is Game 4 between Liam Le and Levon Aronian. And Liam, he has to win this game to take it to tie breaks. And we're going to jump into this game, of course.
Unfortunately, in this game, it looks like Liam has to consign himself to a draw. No real chances now. It's level material, all the pawns just on one side of the board, so White's bishop pair is less effective, and also White's central pawn is just going to be gobbled up on the next move. That White central pawn is just going to drop, and with it, Liam's winning chances disappear.
You can see it on his face. Not happy, Liam Le. But Levon Aronian, he is a fantastic player, and he should be in shape. He played in the Olympiad as well. How did Levon do?
Yeah, Levon, he ended up on 50%, so he played 7 games only for the US team. They were big favourites in the event. They ended up coming, I think, 5th place, so a bit disappointing. Levon actually sat out the final 2 games there. I'm not sure whether that was kind of poor health or just because he'd lost with White a previous game. But here we go. Opposite colour bishops now. Black's a pawn up, but White can easily blockade on the dark squares, and a draw has been agreed.
And that means all 3 points to Levon Aronian, looking very sharp today in a cool shirt. The 2 players both living in the US, in St. Louis, actually. Neighbors, these 2, in a nice chat. But 0 points for Liam Le in this match. 3 points for Levon Aronian. A great start to the FTX Crypto Cup. What would you say about, well, they're heading out. So let's go to Sverige to see if we can get some reactions after this game.
How would you summarize this day, Levon?
Catenaccio.
And that means?
Well, you know, you're a football player. Defense, you know, you have Paolo Maldini in the center, and, you know, everything's going to be good.
I remember Maldini. That was actually a hero of mine as well growing up. But how does the Maldini knowledge actually help you go further here? What did you do specifically?
Okay, I think my first game was good, second game was terrible, and the rest I was just trying to defend, not to blunder too much.
Do you have a good feeling going into the rest of the week now? I mean, what is your ultimate goal? Is it to win, or is it to get a good placement?
It is to enjoy. We're in Miami after all. Gotta enjoy.
Does that mean that you're hitting the beach now?
Most likely.
Good. Enjoy it, and I look forward to seeing you play tomorrow, Levon.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Levon Aronian, 3 points for him. And, well, David, you know all about having good tournament. You're just coming from Chennai, where you had a great result. Did you hit the beach? Because I know it was very warm in Chennai. Were you able to hit the beach in between rounds?
I did. I'm glad there's not a video out there, because there was a very embarrassing moment where I was posing for a photo. It turned out my friend was taking a video, and I got hit by a wave from behind. But, yeah, the sea over there, the Indian Ocean, it was very wild.
Yeah.
And, but great to swim in. It's always refreshing just before a tournament to take a dip.
And we're also joined by Liam Le, losing day 1 match against Levon Aronian.
It ends up being a tough day for you, Liam Le. You have performed very well in these kind of events before, but you've also gotten off to some rough starts before and worked your way back.
Yeah, I remember in Oslo, I also lost the first match to Magnus Carlsen, so this is not new to me. And there are still many more matches to go.
Is that a good feeling to have right now that you ended up performing so well at the last major, but still you started with a loss?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very upset for sure, especially the way I play in the second game. But I think Levon played better today and he deserved to win this match. Yeah, I think there are still many chances for me to come back, so not to worry.
And what do you do to reset your head and try to get back into game mode? Is it relaxing, going to the beach, or studying more chess?
Most of the times I would just relaxing in my room and trying to prepare a little bit.
Good luck tomorrow. We look forward to it, Liam.
Thank you.
Liam Le tomorrow will face Alireza Firouzja, both of them ending up with 0 points today. So a chance for a comeback for both of them tomorrow. And Simon, we actually didn't have any tie breaks today, but it's been an intense day. Chess has been going on all the time. How will you sum up day one in the FTX Crypto Cup?
I think a great start. I mean, we had some great games. I mean, some good new sort of, I say new players. Firouzja, you know, he had a loss today, but it could have gone the other way. And yeah, I mean, it's only just warming up at the moment. So a lot to look forward to.
What's been the highlight for you, Jovanka?
Oh, there's been so many good moments. I mean, I have to say I've been very impressed by Magnus, how he just went for it against Anish Giri and how Anish almost beat Magnus. And that was a highlight, but also the battle between Firouzja and Pragnananda, that was just insane. Yeah. And we were so close. And both guys showing how professional they are and how on form as well. I mean, I know that's 2 highlights, but, you know, it's been a bit special today, so I think we're allowed that.
And remember, everyone, so we do have the FTX Crypto Cup Fantasy Challenge, and I think you still have a little bit of time to cast your vote. And you have to, first of all, claim your FTX free crypto key. And when you have claimed your key, you go to Discord and you can choose who you think will win the FTX Crypto Cup. And everyone who answers the right player will share $15,000. So you basically have a 1/8 chance of winning money. That's a good chance of winning some money. So remember to claim your key and join the challenge. I think you still have some time to join the fantasy challenge. And right now, David, after seeing the performance of our 8 players, who would you vote for?
I would say Magnus, but there's a chance you might win a bit less money if he's successful. I'm going to stick with my pre-tournament bet, Levon Aronian. He won today, despite maybe not playing his best. He defended like a lion, and I think he'll have great chances.
Okay, very cool. Let's take a look at the results from day one in the FTX Crypto Cup. Pragnananda winning 2 games against Alireza Firouzja, the 2 prodigies, a fantastic fight, but 3 points for Prag. 3 points also for Magnus Carlsen winning game 3 and 4 against Anish Giri. Duda, a very dramatic match against Hans Niemann. Technical issues, maybe a little bit of a tilt from the American. So Duda, he won all 3 games and gained all 3 points. And Levon Aronian, 1 win was enough. He gained all 3 points against Liam Le. So after 1 round out of 7 in the tournament, we do have 4 players on 3 points, earning $7,500 so far, and 4 players on 0 points. So now let's take a look at the matchups coming up on day 2. Firouzja against Liam Le, Duda against Levon Aronian, Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann, and Pragnananda against Anish Giri. Who are you looking the most forward to, David?
I'm going to say Pragnananda against Giri. Yeah. Prag just starting on fire. He's just had a dream year so far. And Anish Giri wanting to bounce back after a difficult match today.
Very cool. How about you, Simon?
I'm going to have to pick the same match there. Prag's was great to watch, and Anish is Anish, great to watch as well, so it has to be that match.
Absolutely. It's been a very fun first day in the FTX Crypto Cup. A lot of drama on the board, and let's go back to Miami, to Sverre for a summary with him and Tanya.
Yeah, as you're saying, Kaja, I'm here with Tanya. And what a day of absolute crazy chess.
No, it's been fantastic. And this is exactly what we expect. And this is exactly what we want out of the players. They've played incredible chess today, big fights. We were analyzing and going deep into the positions. And it was just amazing the kind of chess we got to witness today. The Hans Duda game, I mean, that was extremely one-sided the whole match. And I think Jan-Krzysztof Duda just completely crushed Hans today, I have to say. It's going to be tough tomorrow for Hans to really come back from this win, because it plays on you psychologically as well. Then we had another big game with Magnus facing Anish. And I have to say, the way the game started, it felt like Anish will be the one who's going to be pushing this match. You know, he got the advantage out of the opening. The second game, it was so close for him. But the thing is that when you get your chances against Magnus and you don't make the most of it, then when Magnus gets that chance, he's not going to leave it. And I think the second game was a big turnaround. Levon versus Liam also felt like a Levon show. Liam really fought back. Overall, really big fights. But my eyes and all of us, we were so glued on the Alireza Prague match. Today was like juicy matchups across the board, Sverre, and loved every bit of it. Alireza Prague, what a match. Up and down, punches being blown from all sides. Loved every bit of it.
Punches being blown, but right out here, my most exciting part of the day was probably the punches that Niemann were given into the ear. Because how do you do the analysis of a computer crash?
You know, it's really difficult. I mean, both players are so intense, so involved with the position, calculating, and it's a tough match, and it's the start of the day, and then something happens, a glitch happens, which is not in your hands, and then it kind of breaks away a little bit of your concentration. And then to come back from that is not easy, and we saw that not go Hans' way.
And I'll say to you guys in the studio as well, I mean, the way Hans was reacting outside here, the way how mad he was after that game, it's no wonder that it was crushed on the board, because his focus was completely missing after that computer crash.
Absolutely. We could hear all the beeps in that interview. Thank you so much, Tanya and Sverre in Miami. Looking forward to see if you are even more tanned tomorrow after hitting the beach, maybe even after this round and before the games start tomorrow. Wow, that was day one in the FTX Crypto Cup, but we still have 6 more days of fun. And day 2, well, we start tomorrow, as always, at 5:45 CET. So we hope you guys will join us for the action. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.